Hello and good morning, everyone from Egypt. Can you hear me clearly? So if you can hear me, can you please drop something in the chat box? Okay, that's great. So can you please drop in the chat box? Where are you joining us today? Where are you from? Thanks, Fiona. Okay, we have people from Egypt, Azerbaijan. Yeah, very good. Okay, Egypt, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Egypt again. Very good. Tunisia, Philippines. People from all around the world gathered, for professional development, which is the favorite thing, the best thing ever to start with in this wonderful day. Egypt, Egypt. Right. Argentina, very early here. Yeah. What time is it? Is it in Argentina right now? Wow, 3 a.m. No, that's too early. Okay, great. So 2 more minutes and we will start. There is echo. Just a second. We try to fix it. So is it any better now? Cool. That's great. Good now. Great. Jordan, very good. Okay, could you please drop something in the chat box about the context you're in as a teacher? What do you teach? Teach young learners, teenagers, adults, very young learners. If you teach English, of course, if you teach any other subject, please drop it in the chat box. Morning, grades 5 to 9, EAL, teenagers, good, adults and kids, young learners. Oh, that's great. Kids, no kids. Okay. Teenagers, adults, teenagers. Very good. So, yeah. Yeah.
Mohammed, you need to get your voice on.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So is my box. There's echo again. Oh, okay. So I hope that my voice and in this. Okay, that's very good. Lovely. So a warm welcome to everyone. Greetings and a warm welcome to the Educast International Online Conference 2024. We embark on learning to lead, empowering educators through professional growth. Institutions like Cambridge, Macmillan Education, and British Training Center. This conference provides a unique platform for you, the dedicated educators, to unlock your leadership potential and propel your career towards excellence. Over Friday and Saturday, you will be immersed in insightful presentations, interactive workshops, and engaging panel discussions led by renowned education experts. We will explore various of leadership, from fostering with fellow educators from around the globe, gain valuable insights from esteemed leadership mentors, and unleash your inner leader and empower others along the way. Get ready to be inspired, challenged, and equipped with the knowledge and skills to lead with confidence and create a lasting impact on your students and the educational landscape. We encourage you to actively participate, share your experiences, and connect with a vibrant community of passionate educators. Together, let's make Educast 2024 a transformative learning experience that propels us all towards a brighter future in education. So, let's start today's conference day or the first day with the wonderful colleague and mentor, Dr. Ron Rain. Hello, Dr. Ron. Are you there?
I am here. How are you this morning? Coming to you from very cold and wet Germany.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, it's a bit cold here, but of course it's not the same as in Germany, right?
Well, yeah, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, yeah. So how do you feel, about the start of the conference for the second time?
You know, it's amazing. We've come to the second iteration of this conference. I am so glad to have started with you uh, in the beginning, and I'm very, very glad that we've come to this point where we can say that this is truly an annual conference. So,
Yes,
and
exactly.
I think that's the key word is we are reaching our goal of making this an annual conference, reaching out to teachers across the world. I can see a lot of different people here from different countries, and we're reaching that goal of making learning accessible to all teachers from all backgrounds, from all over the world for free. This is something that we hope will continue in the coming years. So I am very glad to be on board with Educast and you, Mohammed, in this wonderful learning journey and opportunity that we have for teachers around the world.
Yeah, the pleasure is all mine, of course. So, Dr. Ron, you're going to talk about something really important today. You know, since we're in the age of AI, technology advancements, right? So, what are you going to talk about today?
Well, um, I thought of many things I could talk about. There's many, many things that I could talk about. I'm actually a methodologist, so I, really specialize in methodologies and methodologies for adult learning and also teaching. So yeah, this is something that's interesting, but I wanted to go a little bit deeper into something that's been part of my personal learning journey in the last, I would say, year and a half since AI was introduced to the public in 20 at the end of 2022. I was very lucky to work on a project before it was made public with a few colleagues and have a lot of experience with it now. I've developed myself and how I work with AI. And I just wanted to share that experience with people about artificial intelligence because we've come a long way since Chat GPT. In fact, I hardly ever use the word Chat GPT anymore because we tend to relate artificial intelligence just to that platform, but there's so many more out there. So, what I'm going to be talking about today is just the combination of teacher development, and why teachers should be using artificial intelligence for their planning and also for their self-development by just taking, a look at my personal journey, sharing that with you about some of the things I've learned and where I'm at with AI today, because I think that learning how to work with artificial intelligence is that new skill that we have to have as teachers. It's that skill that if you're applying for a job, um, you're going to probably be asked, what are your, attitudes towards AI? And can you probably give me some experience of how you have worked with it? How have you integrated AI into the classroom? What platforms you use? These are the questions that I know I'm asking my teachers who work for me. I am not only a lecturing professor at several universities in Germany, but I also own a language school. And I know what kind of teachers I want and also the kind of teachers I need to help me sell the product I sell to academic institutions and private corporate organizations. So AI has become that skill that I have integrated into my interviews as well. So I think those are all important aspects of how we need to look at AI today in today's modern world of learning,
Yeah.
and how
So,
we as teachers need to plan for that.
yeah, indeed. So you're talking about AI. So everyone, our first talk with Dr. Van Moraine, who is an American but lives and works in Germany and has worked in the English as a foreign language field for over 30 years internationally. He's an educational consultant for Syntax Solutions located in the Netherlands and is also a teacher trainer specializing in methodology and business English. He has been guest speaker at international teacher conferences worldwide and has conducted workshops for many English language teaching groups throughout Europe, Africa, South America, and Asia. He is passionate about language learning and speaks three languages fluently: English, German, and Spanish. So, everyone, please give a warm welcome to our colleague and mentor, Dr. Ron Moraine, in the chat box. So that's Ron, you're the co-host. Whenever you're ready to share your
Yeah,
screen.
I'm just finishing up something because
Okay.
I want to, before I start, I would like to say, as I'm working here as well, that I did something I have never done before, and I wanted to challenge myself for today. So I want everybody to know that uh, I took a big risk this yesterday and this morning. And, I think all of us as teachers procrastinate a little bit. We like to wait till the last minute, maybe to do things and plan things for our next class. But that's not what I did. I purposely waited until yesterday and I started to script a conversation with AI. Now, I have been doing this for quite some time, but I wanted to test myself in a stress situation. And so I scripted something I wanted AI to help me with, and that was this talk today about artificial intelligence. So, what I did was yesterday I timed myself. I already had my script that I wanted uh, when I started my conversation with AI, and you're going to see the results of that today. I worked with AI for 2 hours yesterday to help me create the script I'm going to be walking with you through today. So let's get started. And I'm just going to share screens with you. And I will not be able to see you once I share screens. Oh, wait a minute. I did the wrong thing. I gotta share screens. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There we are. And I think you should all see that. And yes, this is what I'm going to be sharing with you today. I'm going to be sharing uh, my conversation that I had with AI about teacher development in the age of artificial intelligence. And there's many questions that I asked um, AI, things I wanted to know, but these are the questions that I've been asking all along. I really didn't start to do this in the beginning because I didn't know how to work with AI. And I worked with a group of teachers. We would meet twice a week, and we just started to play with it inside of a computer room where all of us had our own station. We would sit and brainstorm how we were going to work with AI for that session. We always met for 3 hours to see what we could come up with and learn as a group how to work with AI and sort of feel a sense of independence as we were growing and developing our skills with working with AI. So that part of my personal development is way behind me. And I've just, because at the same time all of this was happening, we were getting more and more platforms out there, artificial intelligence platforms. Yes, I did start with ChatGPT, but that is, like I said long ago, it seems like almost 10 years now, but it's only been like 18 months actually, because the world has changed so much when it comes to artificial intelligence. Uh, so we got to take that into consideration when we're working with artificial intelligence. And I would like to say that the first question we need to ask ourselves are, what is our attitude towards working with artificial intelligence? Because that is going to shape our the way we either integrate that or not integrate that. But our attitude is one thing, but if we can get past some of our biases about what we think about AI, the next question we need to ask ourselves is, how can artificial intelligence support my teacher education? Because this is what we're really talking about here, and a few other things. So that's the question I asked myself. And I had my own personal answers, but I just asked artificial intelligence. And this is what artificial intelligence told me. So, is artificial intelligence telling me something new when I ask the question about teacher development with artificial intelligence? Is it only confirming what I already know? Or is it telling me something I didn't know before? And those things that it's telling me that I didn't know before, are they true? Well, to be honest with you, this is actually a very short, condensed list of the responses that were generated by artificial intelligence. When I asked the question, how can artificial intelligence support teacher education? And I used the platform Bing Copilot, by the way, which is where I'm at now with artificial intelligence. And of course, I've used a few others, but I don't use ChatGPT anymore. It's very rare that I would go to that platform. So Bing Copilot said to me that AI can support teacher education in several ways, including personalized learning. We as teachers have a plan for ourselves. We should have a plan of what we want, our bucket list of what we want to learn and maybe need to learn for our own personal development. So AI can help us with that. And it can also help to increase our productivity and help to save time, uh, because sometimes we, as teachers, we see ourselves as busy people, but if that's the case and you see yourself as busy people, you need to ask yourself, what are you doing about time management? Well, AI can help you with that. And I can truly say that I spend about 1/10 of the time that I did before. So for every 8 hours or 10 hours that I was using to plan my classes, I can say it takes me about maybe 1 to 2 hours now to do that planning. And I can use all that time that I'm saving for other things that I need to be doing, which is also tailoring my learning. Not only do I have a bucket list and I'm trying to work with time management, but I also have to tailor my own personal learning. And this is something that AI has helped me to do as well. I had a personal goal, and that was to redo some of the lesson plans that I had. And how could AI help me to do that and change those and update those, modernize them, move them to online learning? So this is something that AI helped me with. So I was able to tailor my learning, not only personalize it, but tailor it. Uh, and AI also said that it could help to automate organizational tasks like grading assessments and providing a seat feedback. Yes, I never thought that AI would help me to even design a room, help me to do seating plans in the room, help me to do all these things, and also help me to give feedback in the room. And it also allows me to work more directly with students, which helps me to optimize the time that I'm spending with each student. And I can see that change in the way I teach with uh, in the classroom. I teach mostly online, but I do teach face to face as well, but mostly online. And I see that I've changed since I've been using AI and the approaches that I take in the classroom. And another thing that I also notice about myself is that when I am spending more time with students because of AI, I'm able to work with students in a more personal way and help them to support them in their own personal development. And this is something that maybe I wasn't doing as much as I should have been doing, but AI has helped me to really develop in that way as well too. And I would like to say that, and this is something that I added to the conversation, is let us not forget that AI can also help us to create valuable insights into student learning and increase efficiency by creating a formative assessment loops. But you have to ask AI that, and you have to know that formative assessment is part of learning. So what we already know about ourselves, how we teach and how our students learn, and how we integrate assessment and the different types of assessment into conversations that we have with AI, how they can help, how AI can help us to do that. That's also important. But if you don't know about that, AI can help you with that too. Well, another thing that I asked AI is, why should I integrate AI into the learning journey of students? What did AI say when I asked that? And I see that I formulated the question a little bit different here, but why should students integrate? I meant, why should students integrate AI into their learning journey? Because that's also important. Not only why I should as a teacher, but why should students, okay, uh, integrate AI into the classroom? And this is another thing that I was afraid about in the beginning, but not only do I do it a lot now, and it cannot be avoided because my students already know about AI and are using AI. And I have now been using AI coming close to a year now, or 2 semesters at the university level, because my students know how to, and they know it exists. They know how to use it. So why not integrate it into the classroom? But when I asked AI, why should students do integrate it, it said it helps them to personalize their learning. Just like we as teachers want to personalize our learning, well, students know it helps them to personalize their learning. It helps them to be more efficient, and it helps to automate learning. Now, I have been working with AI tools before ChatGPT came out, and I have to say, and all of us probably already do, we just don't see it as that. But I also want to tell you that what you see here, this frame that you're looking at here, this is important to know, that while AI created this content, I did not copy and paste this content onto the frame here that you see. I used voice to text uh, function of PowerPoint to read the text into the frame and see how it compared to what AI had generated. Of course, it's the same because I was just reading what it had generated. And I changed and condensed it a little bit. I proofread it to make it what you see here already. Now, why this? Some people will say, oh, don't use bullet points, don't use vertical list in PowerPoint presentations. I did this purposely so you could see how I'm working with AI, what it's generating, and how I used artificial intelligence tools like voice to text to create this PowerPoint slide. It also said that it helps to enhance engagement. Well, this is true because I've done it already and have, like I said, been doing it for 1 year. It is amazing how we can take the aspect of collaborative learning and use AI to even enhance that, make it better, make it more productive, more efficient. Uh, it works. So this is why we should be using AI in the classroom. And this is something students already know. I was surprised how much they already knew when I started doing it. Now, while some people say one of their fears is critical thinking and ethical use of AI, it is important for us to take that into consideration. Is what's being done in the classroom really critical thinking, or is the AI platform thinking for us? Well, I think if you understand the concept of critical thinking, you would be able to see, is the student just regurgitating what AI told them? Uh, or are they really thinking about it? And are we challenging the students to rethink what they see, the information that's been generated by AI, and are they being critical about it? And are they using, an ethical approach to that? Okay, when bringing that into the classroom, AI into the classroom. And I think the most important aspect, because I do work with young university students who have not worked before. And one of my goals, because I do teach international business administration at several universities, is the are we preparing our students for the future? Are we future proofing them? And are students aware of what future proofing is? And are they aware of how to use artificial intelligence to future proof themselves? And how are we as teachers guiding them by integrating artificial intelligence into the classroom so that they can see that what we're learning right now is something they will need in the future. It's meaningful, it's useful, and this is what's important, and this is what we call future proofing. I used to use the word a lot, meaningful content, but we really need to think about, are we future proofing our students? In summary, what it says here is AI can empower students by personalizing their learning, automating tasks, fostering critical thinking. And educators, we as teachers, should guide students in how to use AI responsibly and harness its potential for their benefit, their personal development. These are things that I already knew. What did AI do when I asked it? And are these things correct? Well, I proofread this and I do believe those things are correct. Well, another question that I asked AI, question I had, what are some of the reasons teachers are cautious about using AI in the classroom? What are some of those fears or maybe biases that we have? The first thing that AI said to me was the lack of human interaction and emotional support. This could be a fear of why they don't want to use it. But I have to say that my experience tells me something totally different. I used AI to create lesson plans, to create scripts, to create assessments. And my interaction on the human level with my students has increased. uh, and the emotional support that I give my students has increased. So I don't feel that, me personally, that this is a fear that I maybe had in the beginning, but it's not something that I have anymore because my experience has told me and debunked the idea that AI leads to lower human interaction and lower emotional support. Totally the opposite. Uh, Privacy concerns. Teachers are saying, I don't like social media. I don't use it because of privacy. I don't use certain tools. Well, the thing is, if you're on the internet, if you're using Google and have been using Google, if you have a Google account, if you use Google Drive, if you use Microsoft products, I don't know why you're concerned about privacy because they know everything about you and everything that's on your computer. If you use WhatsApp, Facebook knows everything about you. Okay. If you use Instagram, they know everything about you. Anytime you log on to the internet, whatever search engine you're using, they know everything about you. Okay. So if you're concerned about privacy, that's something you should have been concerned about many years ago because it's just not true. Okay. I do have VPNs, I have firewalls, I have all these things to protect my privacy. I have very, good firewalls, I would say. Uh, but that's not something that concerns me when I'm using AI, and is a fallacy actually, because if you are concerned about privacy, then you better get off the internet. You better stop using social media. You better stop using Google because they do know everything about you already. So that's not something to be concerned about. Ethical implications. We hear so much of people talking about the ethics of AI. And I even read a recent article that Noam Chomsky wrote about AI, and it's nothing but a plagiarism tool. Well, I don't agree with that. And I want to be honest with you. uh, yes, we come from different cultures. We might have different cultural beliefs. We also, as individuals, teachers are individuals. We are human. We have our own personal belief systems that we have, and they're not going to go away. Uh, but ethics, that's something we do need to consider. But I don't think that robots are going to take over the world. And I don't think that there's a conspiracy, a worldwide conspiracy of people who are going to do unethical things with AI. Yes, there are some things we should be concerned about, but let's keep it simple. And when we're talking about ethics and the ethical applications, implications of AI, I don't think we as individuals have something to fear. Cost and development. Yes, we as teachers think, well, using it, how much is it going to cost me? How much do I have to invest? Well, to be quite honest with you, I've learned something already, and I've known this for quite some time. If you have a smartphone, you are probably connected to the internet. And that smartphone in your hand, uh, with downloading an AI platform app, is going to get you there. And it's not going to cost you one red cent. It's free. Go to Bing Copilot. It's free. It's the most fabulous tool you can have for your self development and to help you to create lesson plans. So if cost is something that's a fear or that you have, get over it because it's not, it doesn't cost me one red cent. I'm not paying anything and I'm getting absolutely great lesson plans and I'm using AI in the classroom. My students love it and it's not costing us anything. But the biggest fear teachers have is that they're going to lose their jobs, that robots are going to replace us in the classroom. While there might be some truth to that, uh, let's face where we're at already, and that is that uh, automation and AI tools have already replaced us in many different ways in the classroom. Some teachers just don't want to accept that. This is why I always ask, how do you teach grammar in the classroom? Why are you spending so much time with the grammar syllabus in the classroom when a student can simply go to the internet and get probably 25 million results on the present perfect or the present simple with interactive exercises that are already there. So they don't have to reinvent the wheel. So if they don't have to, and they can find those things, why are we spending so much of our time in the classroom teaching something that they can learn themselves before they come to the classroom? So yes, there are things already out there, but we need to realize a robot, a computer is not going to replace us in the classroom. There will always be the human element of learning, and we have nothing to fear when it comes to our job security. But if you want a good job and you want to secure a good job, then definitely having experience with AI and AI skills is something that's going to get you a better job. This is something that I believe. Let us move to something that I also asked AI about, and that was the authentication and verification of information that's being generated. This is something that's an important aspect, and it's an important step to take when using AI generated information. So when you're using AI platforms like me today, Bing Copilot, it does provide you with sources at the end of every question that you're asking it. You can see where they got that information from. And after you've had that conversation, your complete conversation with AI, I highly advise you to check the resources that they provide you with to see if they're genuine and they're not something that they hallucinated or AI hallucinated, because I've made some mistakes and I'm very embarrassed about that. I actually quoted some things that ChatGPT had told me, and I didn't check those resources or sources. And it comes to find out they had hallucinated those things. They weren't real. When I went back to check them after being told that they were not real, which was a very embarrassing thing for me because I usually do check, I had just assumed that AI was telling me the truth. Well, it doesn't always tell us the truth. So we have to see, and there's a difference between telling the truth and hallucinating. It's a machine. So machines will only give you the input that it's been given. So is that something I can use? Was it hallucinating? We do need to verify and authenticate the information that it's generating before we pass that on. Take it from me. I've been there. I made that mistake. And I do now check everything that AI is doing. So that is something we also have to think about. And we shouldn't forget when we're having conversations with AI is to authenticate and verify the information that's being generated. Another thing that I've learned along my, learning journey with AI is I need to benchmark my script. Well, what does benchmarking mean? Are we doing that as a teacher? I know I teach the concept of benchmarking in my business international business administration class, but what really is that? Well, benchmarking is simply a, a concept using contrast and comparison. So we as teachers, if we're teaching language, we usually use contrast and comparison to teach language. So it's really that simple. We have to contrast and compare what we're the information that AI is generating, but we also need to do that when we're scripting a conversation with AI. So how does our script compare, and what are we comparing it to? Well, what do we have as teachers that we can compare and help us to develop conversations with AI? Course books. We have course books. I now see a course book in a totally different way. I see them as reference books to help me understand how they're put together. And I also use my own personal learning lesson plans that I had created before, and also go to the internet and see what's available as far as lesson plans are concerned that are free. I download them, they're usually PDFs, and I compare them. I compare cookie cut lesson plans. And I also look at the table of contents of a course book and compare them all and see what templates they're using to create those. And that's going to help me to script my conversation with AI. So this is something we need to think about. And this will help you to put a much more detailed conversation together when you're going to work with AI. So you have course books, use them. It's simple as going to the table of contents, see how they put those chapters together, and you will see when you start comparing chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that they use a template. All material writers already know that because that's how they work. And all people who are creating lesson plans know that as well. We as teachers need to learn how to act as designers of learning experiences, and we need to create our own templates. But we need a little bit of benchmarking skills, and that means simply going to the course books that you're using, the lesson plans that you have been using, and lesson plans that you can find on the internet as PDFs. Look at them, study them, and create a template for yourself that will help you to create a script to help you converse with AI. Well, I talked about coursebook templates, and this is something here. Again, I'll just repeat. Uh, Here, I just want to say is don't try to reinvent the wheel. It's already out there. So why waste your time trying to create something that you think might be new? Your goal should be to create a personal template for yourself before to help you script a conversation with AI in order to generate information that you can use in the classroom. So again, grab your favorite course book, break out something to write with and something to write on, go to the table of contents, look through the table of contents that has been put together, and then compare that to the chapter itself. Remember that not all course books are put together in the same way, so it's advisable to use several course books in order to come up with a template that will suit your personal needs when creating a script to work with AI. Well, different schools operate and organizations operate in a different way. I highly advise, I have already been there, is to create a policy at your school of how you're going to work with AI, meet with other teachers in your personal learning network or at your school to start coming up with ideas of how you can create rules to ethically work with AI, but also to create policies of how AI is going to be integrated into teacher development, what courses can be created, simple courses of just how to, in other words, how to learn to work with AI, how to integrate AI into the classroom, and how to teach students to effectively work with AI. These are some of the policies that we should be thinking about when we are working at a school with other people and with students. Your editing skills will be very important, and this is something I don't want to spend too much time on. We do know what editing skills are. Some people might compare that to what proofreading is. They're almost the same in a way. They're a little bit different, but we need to learn to really uh, upskill ourselves in proofreading and editing. If you're working with AI, you just can't accept that what it's telling you is true, or is something that you should be using in the classroom before you verify that and check to see whether those uh, facts that they're giving you are true or authentic. Uh, Something that has changed in the last 3 years is teachers' ICT skills. This is something I had to really really improve. Now, with Corona, we had the teachers who were not didn't know how to teach online, but we're past that already. And I would say that any teacher who doesn't know how to teach online and also knows that there is a difference between teaching online and teaching face to face, this is a skill and a skill you should be able to bring to the table. But ICT skills, it's knowing how to work with computer hardware, for example, knowing how to work with a laptop, a printer, a scanner, a projector, and with interactive whiteboards. That's a start. But also knowing how to work with software like Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Google Classroom, Google Drive, online blackboards, breakout rooms, and brainstorming tools as well. And there's so many of them out there. Uh, these are really what we need to have as teachers, ICT skills. In the age of artificial intelligence, you need to really up your ICT skills. Again, as an owner of a language school, I ask teachers, what are your ICT skills? And they should know what the answer to that question is. And they should be able to give me examples of how they use technology in the classroom and use technology to help them learn as teachers and develop themselves to help them improve their teaching practice in the classroom. But we also need to learn how to work with electronic textbooks, instructional software, learning management systems like Moodle, for example, how we use email and chat programs in the classroom, and how we use interactive learning platforms like Google Drive. Uh, this is what I look for in teachers. Are we there yet? If not, ask yourself, what are my ICT skills? Because this is very important in today's modern world. Well, I have so many questions that I asked Chat GPT. One of them was, and this is an important approach to how we work with artificial intelligence, is how do we understand the inquiry-based approach? Because it's something we can't avoid, and we need to ask ourselves, if we don't know what that is, I better go to Google. I can, but why to go to Google? Go to Bing Copilot and ask it, what is the inquiry-based approach? And how can I use that to help me improve my teaching practice in the classroom? What steps do I need to take? Really do an investigative journey with AI about the inquiry-based approach, because knowing that is the basis for creating great interactive and engaging lesson plans for you and your students in the classroom. So find out what the inquiry-based approach is and how you can use it to help you to create engaging lessons. In the age of AI, something has become very clear. Those people who sound like they're knowledge experts, and let's face it, we have a lot of people out there who say they're knowledge experts, and they are. They're specialists in what they do, but AI is also a knowledge expert. AI can be your friend or your foe. You can decide what relationship you develop with AI, but just know one thing, that the age of being a knowledge expert in the classroom, which means teacher-oriented learning, is coming to a slow and painful death because of AI. Whether you want to accept it or not, it's very important to know that AI can be our friend and help us to create and generate a lot of information that we in turn can turn into knowledge if we take the right approach and use the right methodologies in the classroom. So I would like to stop there, because I could go on and on about the many things that I've learned about myself and how AI has really helped me to develop in the last 18 months. But my goal for you today is take the chance, take the time to use AI to help you in your personal learning journey as a teacher. And in turn, the better you become as a teacher, the more benefits your students are going to have. Thank you for listening, and I turn that over back to you, Mohammed.
Well, thank you, Ron, for this wonderful presentation and wonderful contribution to the Educast conference. And now, because we're short of time, let's move to our second speaker, who is Peter Lucantoni. And he has had a long career in English language teaching, teacher training, and management in Europe and the Middle East, and is now based in Cyprus. He is the author and co-author of a range of popular coursebooks for students, including Cambridge IGCSE, English as a Second Language, and Introduction to English as a Second Language, both published by Cambridge University Press. He's also the co-author of From Teacher to Trainer with Matthew Ellman. Peter is Professional Learning and Development Manager for Cambridge University Press and Assessment and regularly speaks at ELT conferences and trains teachers internationally in both the public and private sectors. His main interests are in teacher education and transitioning teachers into trainer roles. Now, Peter is going to talk about a recipe for teacher learning. So, hello, Peter, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mohammed. How are you? Good morning, everybody. Sabah khair.
I'm good. Good morning.
Nice to
Yeah,
be
it's nice
here.
to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Good luck with the
Thank
conference. Good
you.
luck with the whole weekend, Mohammed. I hope it's going to be very
Thank you.
successful. Sure, it will be.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for inviting me. I'm looking forward to talking to you this morning about you as teachers. Let's not talk about students. Let's talk about teachers. Let's talk about you. You're the most important people in the classroom. So we're going to talk today about a recipe for teacher learning, not student learning, but teacher learning. So my name is Peter Lucantoni. As Mohammed said, I work for Cambridge University Press and Assessment. I'm the Professional Learning and Development Manager for the Middle East, Turkey, Africa, and Central and Eastern Europe. I've worked in English language teaching for many, many years, but I'm also an author. I'm now in the 6th edition of my IGCSE book, and last year I published with my friend and colleague Matt Ellman a new handbook for teachers, From Teacher to Trainer, which is a support book for teachers who want to move into the role of teacher trainer and teacher supporter. I know we don't have an enormous amount of time today, but I'm going to try and cover these things which are appearing on the screen now. We're going to have a little think about what we're aiming for in teacher learning, and we're going to look at what impact actually means. We'll have a look at the process of developing teacher learning and how we can actually implement teacher learning in any particular context. And hopefully we'll have a little bit of time for a summary as well. But just before we do that, I'd like you to just stop and think and respond to the question on the next screen. Please don't panic. There's no right or wrong answer, and I'm not going to give any prizes. But just have a think. If you want, you can type in the chat box the answer to the question. It's not a difficult question, but here it is. I want you to think about yourselves. Who are you? Are you a teacher and you manage your own development? Or are you B, a trainer, or maybe a mentor, or maybe a manager, and you manage other people's development? Or are you C, which is not A or B, somebody different? If you want to quickly type in the chat box, it would be great to see who we've got here today. Oh, a couple of people are saying both. A's, B's, A's, B's, A's, B's, A's, A's, lots of A's, lots of A's, lots of boths. Yeah, okay, great. So I think mostly people would put themselves into the A category, but we've got some B's and some boths as well. As I said, there's no right or wrong answer, but I think it's good to understand where we're coming from with this whole question of teacher learning. So I have a question for you, and this time it would be really good to get some comments from you. What do you think we're aiming for in teacher learning? What's the whole point of teacher learning? Why do we need to focus on teacher learning? Somebody quickly in the chat box. Yeah, that's a nice comment from Donna, isn't it? Being more compassionate as educators. Yeah, great. Doa is talking about the language. Yeah, good. Any other ideas? What are we aiming for in teacher learning? What's the point of teacher learning. Why are you here today and probably tomorrow as well? Improvement, self-development, giving others what they need to learn. Yeah, lovely ideas. Great. Support, being more confident. Okay, lovely. Okay, all the right ideas coming in. Let's start with a quote. I want you to have a look at this quote from Professor Dylan Williams, which I think is a nice way to start what we're going to be talking about today. Have a look at this. And I think when we look at the word improve, we often think about we need to improve because we're not doing a good job. I'm sure sometimes you've written on a student's piece of writing, you need to improve, you need to get better. But Dylan Williams is saying everybody needs to improve, not because we're not doing a good job, not because we're no good, not because we've got something wrong, but because everybody can be even better. No matter where you are in your career, as a teacher or as a trainer, we can always do better than we're currently doing. And I take that on board myself as well. I always think I can do a better job than I'm doing at the moment. Some nice things. If you've got time to look at the chat box as well as listen to me, I think there's some lovely stuff coming in. A nice few words from Donna saying, experts say that there's so much to learn in teaching that we need 15 lifetimes to do a good job. I agree with you. So I think what we're aiming for in teacher learning is several key things. The first one, I think we need sustained something in teaching knowledge and practice. The word begins with an I. Any ideas? Sustained what? What do you think we need? Sustained I in teaching knowledge. Insight, good Marwa. Improvement, Donna says with a question mark. It is actually improvements. So we need sustained improvements in teaching knowledge and practice. And I think the key word there is sustained. It indicates that something, teacher learning, needs to be going on over a period of time. Number two, a word beginning with C, that are context sensitive. Any ideas for number two? Paulina says competence. Yeah, it doesn't quite fit, does it? Nice word, though. I think we do need to be competent. Yeah. It's sort of another word for improvements. If you think of a sort of a synonym for improvements beginning with C. Any ideas? Okay, I'll just tell you this one. It's a bit more complicated. Changes. We need to make changes in the classroom that are context sensitive. And this is important to remember because, of course, when we're involved in teacher learning, the things that we're learning may not always be relevant to us in our particular context. And we'll come back to that in a little while. What about 3 and 4? Positive what on student what? Salama has jumped to number 4, learning. Yeah. Maria says impact on learning. Let's have a look. Yeah. Positive impact on student learning. Exactly. Yeah. So what do we mean by impact? What is impact? I wish I was in a room with you so I could talk to you and ask you to tell me. It's so slow online, isn't it? But what do we mean by impact? Is impact something that you consider as a teacher? Yeah, Marwa says it's to do with effect and influence. And sorry, that was a nice one. I'm just running away. El Sayed says it's better learning results. Rodrigo Fiona talks about the understood acquisition. Yeah, okay. So nice comments coming in. I think what we mean by impact is the result of 2 other things. I think impact is the result, first of all, of input, and then implementation, and then hopefully we get the impact afterwards. So what do we mean by input? Input, well, of course, input is what you're doing now. Input is what you're doing by attending this amazing online conference over the next couple of days. So input is what you're getting now. Input is when you attend a workshop. Input is when you pick up a book and you read. Input is when you watch a video and you get knowledge and you get information. Of course, we get so much information that we can't ever use all of it. And we have to select and we have to think, as I mentioned previously, about our context. Can I use this input? Can I use this new idea? Can I use this activity in my classroom? If the answer is yes, then we move along to the implementation. And when we implement things in the classroom, hopefully we're going to have an impact in our classroom. So just sticking with that word impact, let's have a little bit of a couple of quotes which I think reinforce this whole idea of teacher learning and input. The first one is from Silvana Richardson and Diaz Majoli. The main goal of CPD, continual professional development, teacher learning, teacher training, whatever you want to call it, is to effect changes in teaching so that it results in enhanced student learning. So the whole goal of your being here today, of your being here this weekend, is so that changes will happen in your teaching so that the result is enhanced student learning. In other words, impact. Second quote I want to show you from Martin Parrott, who you may be familiar with. He says the goal of teacher education should be more effective learning of English by pupils and students. And of course, you're maybe not an English teacher. If you're not an English teacher and you're a maths teacher or a geography teacher or a teacher of French, then the goal of teacher education is exactly the same. It's still to be more effective learning and to have more impact in our classrooms. So how does it work? What's the process then of developing teacher learning? What actually needs to go on? I think there are various steps that we need to go through if we want teacher learning to actually happen. I think the first thing is in the planning stage, and it's about making joint decisions on aims. And when I talk about aims here, I mean the aims of the teacher learning. When I talk about decisions, I mean considering things like the what and the why and the who, the people who are involved in making decisions about teacher learning. So I think we need to consider what is it that needs to be developed. And of course, not all teachers need the same things. I'm sure you've looked at the conference program for this weekend and you've selected things that you're going to attend and you're going to participate in, and you've also thought, I'm probably not going to attend that. It's not really of any interest to me. So we need to make decisions about what needs to be developed. And of course, if you're working in a school or in a university or a college, it may be that the teachers, all of the people who said A, in my little poll earlier on, it may be the people who said A have no input on the type of learning, teacher learning, that's actually provided. The second thing that needs to be considered and discussed and agreed on is why. Why are we doing it? Why are we doing this particular piece of teacher learning? Why are we attending this conference? Why are we attending this workshop? And as I've said already, we need to consider very carefully the who decides. Please don't answer this, but just think, during your careers as teachers, how many decisions have you made about the teacher learning that you've done, particularly if you're working in an institution? I suspect that a lot of the time you had no input on that decision. You were told 3 o'clock tomorrow, there's going to be a workshop on this, you need to attend. I think the thing to remember with all of this is that if teachers are not involved in making decisions about their teacher learning, then it's highly likely that learning is not going to be happening. Many's a time I've been in a training situation with teachers sitting there like this, looking at me, and I know it's not me, it's not about Peter, but it's about the fact that they've been forced to attend for whatever reason, and they've taken umbrance at having to do that. So the first thing we need in this process of developing teacher learning is that we need everybody to be involved, all the stakeholders. We need the teachers definitely to be involved, as well as their managers. And of course, the trainer should also be involved to get a better understanding of what's actually required. The second thing, and this links back to the quotes that we saw earlier, is this idea of sustained development. We need to plan to work over an extended period of time, if at all possible. It's not always possible. and I admit that a lot of the training work that I do, it's not extended. It's just a one-off. I go and I do it, and I may never see those teachers ever again. Luckily, more and more so nowadays, more work that I do is actually over an extended period with teachers. So I get to see teachers again and again, and I can continue to support them. Obviously, doing one-off sessions is fine. People benefit from it. But if we can sustain teacher learning over a period of time and make sure that it's regular, once a month, once a term, once a semester, then it will be more impactful. And again, the research supports this. This is from Cordingly. That's quite long, so I'll just let you read that. So the research supports this idea that we need to have prolonged or extended, sustained teacher learning, because as Cordingly says, we found that it was more effective than shorter ones. I mean, I think it's probably fairly obvious. It's a bit like student learning. If it's extended, then it's more likely to be effective. Okay, so the third thing is the right environment. So what do we mean by the right environment? Well, obviously the right environment, the environment is where it all happens. The school, the college, the university, wherever it might be. So it's very important that we have the right environment. What do we mean by the right environment? Well, obviously we want an environment in which teachers are supported. We want an environment in which there's a positivity around everything that's going on, where the management is keen to support teachers and sees the value in teacher learning, and maybe from time to time gives the teachers time off from teaching to do some teacher learning. Donna in the chat is saying that it's a strong affective domain. Absolutely. And Marwa talks about having a safe environment with optimal circumstances. Absolutely. A positive environment also, I think, is about a degree of order and discipline. It's important that there is a structure within the environment. It's important that there is opportunities for teachers to collaborate with each other, to talk to each other, to share ideas. It's really important that goes on in an education environment. We definitely want our leaders, our managers, our head of years, our administrators, whatever it is that you call them in your context. But we want leadership from these people. And leadership means, not just listening to teachers, but also guiding them and supporting them and mentoring them. And what we should also get from our leaders is, of course, opportunities, professional development opportunities. It's not just about go online and find something, but, the school, the college has invited somebody to come and talk to you based on the feedback that you gave us about your needs as teachers. And of course, it's very important that there is this culture of respect. And as somebody said in the chat box earlier, it needs to be a safe environment for everybody to be working in. So we've talked about there needs to be a joint decision on aims. We've talked about the importance of sustained teacher learning, and we've just been looking at how important it is to have a supportive environment. The fourth element here is that we need to think about the input. What is it that's actually going to be delivered to teachers in terms of the learning? So we need to prepare the input for developing teacher learning. This is something that I've thought a lot about in recent years, and with my colleague Matt, we thought a lot about this when we were writing our book together. And we believe very strongly that in order for teacher training or teacher learning input to be successful, there needs to be three key elements, and we call these the three P's of training: the practical, the personal, and the professional. This has got nothing to do with Jeremy Harmer, present, practice, and produce. It's three completely different P's. But we believe very strongly that these three P's, the practical, the personal, and the professional, need to be in any teacher learning that goes on. So let's have a quick look at what those three things are. I'm very conscious of time. I know we don't have an enormous amount of time, so apologies if I'm rushing a little bit. But the first one is the practical element. So what we're saying is that within a teacher learning event, whether it's an online webinar like we're doing now, whether it's a face-to-face event in a classroom, whether you're doing a CELTA or Cambridge CELTA or Cambridge Delta course, it doesn't matter. But one of the key elements that's needed is a practical element. And I put at the top a classroom and students. It's very important for teachers in a learning situation to have an opportunity to notice teaching. In other words, to see what goes on. And this could be from a demo class, it could be from a colleague's class, or it could be a class on video. And I know quite often when I'm working with teachers, I will show them a recording of somebody else teaching, so that the teachers that I'm working with can notice things that are going on in that particular classroom. Hopefully it's going to be about best practice, but we may also use a short video clip to demonstrate something which we think is not particularly effective. So this is what we mean about the practical element. I'm sure you've all attended workshops where the trainer has said, I want you to try out this activity, so pretend to be students. So this is another way that you can notice elements of teaching on the practical side. Of course, it's not just about noticing teaching. It's really very important, of course, also to practice teaching. So when you get back into the classroom at the implementation stage, there are obviously opportunities to implement what you've seen, but in a training workshop itself, you could do some micro teaching. So in your groups, I want you to micro teach this activity we've just been looking at to the other people in your group. So first of all, you have the opportunity to notice something, and then you have the opportunity to practice something. If you're doing a Cambridge CELTA or Delta or other teaching qualification, obviously you'll have an opportunity for teaching practice. And as I mentioned, you'll also have an opportunity when you go back into your own classroom to actually practice things. Okay, so the first element that we need then is some sort of practical element within a training event. The second one is the personal one. And I think this is particularly important, and it goes back to what I said earlier about changes need to be context sensitive, because not all changes are going to work in all situations. So it's very important that a training workshop is sensitive to the context within which the teachers are working, and also the character and the characteristics of the teachers. It's one of the biggest challenges I think that trainers face, is having a good understanding of a particular context, because trainers will be working in many, many different contexts, and obviously they're all different, and therefore it's really important that we try to get an understanding of where teachers are coming from. So it's important that trainers understand the characteristics and the needs of the teaching context, so that we can use that to inform the training that we're actually doing. It's very important that trainers understand where the teachers are coming from in terms of their opinions and their beliefs. How much knowledge do they have? How much experience do they have? And again, this can be very, very challenging. I mean, for example, today, there's 70 odd people with me, but I don't know very much about you. I mean, I have some idea, but I don't really know very much about you. I don't know how much experience you've got. I don't know what qualifications you've got. So it makes the job of the trainer very difficult. So when we talk about the personal element within training, the point I'm making here, and with my co-author Matt, what we're saying is it's very important to get as good an understanding as possible, and to allow opportunities within the training for teachers to tell us more about their backgrounds and their experience and so on. Because this ultimately helps to bridge the gap between training and the classroom. If I'm not aware of what your classroom context is, then as a trainer, it makes it much, much more challenging to ensure that what I'm talking about will actually be practical in the classroom. It can actually be implemented. And just, to give you an idea of what we mean here, thinking about different contexts, there are obviously differences between these two contexts. On the left, we've got more of a lecture style, and on the right, we've got more of a group style of teaching and learning going on. Now, it's quite possible that when you look at the picture on the left, you think bad cop. When you look at the picture on the right, you think good cop. But what we have to remember is that very often, most of the time, teachers have no control about the context within which they're teaching, and therefore, as trainers, we need to take that on board and provide solutions and activities which will work in both. It's not the trainer's job to say, oh, you're lucky, your students are working in groups, or you're unlucky because your students are in a lecture theatre. It's not our job to do that. It's a job of a trainer to understand the teacher's context and to provide possible solutions for the challenges that we face. So we've hopefully understood a little bit about the practical side. We've understood a little bit about the personal side, and the next one is the professional side. Sorry, that should say element 3, not element 2, is the professional side. And as a trainer, it's important that trainers introduce things like teaching terminology. It's important that teachers understand what a conditional is. It's important that they understand what receptive skills mean, and so on. It's also important that we introduce to teachers theories, because everything we do on a practical basis is underpinned by theories of learning. It's important also that we provide teachers with methodologies. And I hope you can begin to see now that if we're talking about teaching methodologies, it links back to the practical element where we can actually get teachers involved in a training workshop to think about methodologies and to actually try them out. And the last point here is research insights. And I've already shown you 3 quotes in the last 25 minutes or so to support what it is that I'm talking about. And I think it's really important that trainers build this in, because it gives teachers opportunities it gives them plenty of opportunity, many different benefits of giving teachers access to research. I mean, obviously, it's going to help to get the best results for learners. It means that teachers can go independently and find out about different resources. Obviously, it's important that teachers are learning not just from the trainer and each other, but from other professionals. So you may decide you want to go and read more of Martin Parrott, or you might want to look up Dylan William and find out more about what he's said. And very importantly, of course, I think as teachers, if we have a clearer understanding of theories, it helps us to understand better how we can adapt things in the classroom. There's plenty of opportunities to get free access to research, certainly from Cambridge. The 3 on the right, really lovely stuff that you can get for free. Just go to those websites. The Teaching Grammar to Adults that you can see is one of many insight papers. These are very user-friendly. Yes, there's theory, but there's also lovely ideas, practical classroom ideas as well. And the ones over on the left, I do apologize for pushing my book again. Those are not free. The books you have to pay for, but the 3 on the right are areas where you can find free access to research. So what we're saying then is that any training event, any teacher learning event needs to have 3 elements to it: the practical element, the personal element, and the professional element. And it doesn't matter in what order they appear. It doesn't matter how much there is of each one. And you could have 2 practical elements, 1 personal and 2 professional. It doesn't matter. But what we're saying is those 3 elements need to be there. Just to give you an example of how this works in practice, this is an example session that a trainer might give on concept checking. And there's just 3 stages in it. The first one is to talk to the teachers about using concept checking questions and why, explain why they're important, and then teachers work alone. So if you think about the first stage, the aim of this would be to find out what the teachers already know. What about the second one? What's the aim of the second one? What are we trying to do in stage 2? Any ideas? What do you think is the aim of stage 2? What are we trying to achieve by explaining the importance of CCQs? Rasha says it's input. Yeah, Ahmed says clarification. I think that's probably a better word. Yeah, okay, good. So what we're trying to do with number 2 is to help teachers to understand the theory. And then the third one, what are we trying to do there? What's the purpose of number 3? Teachers work alone to prepare some CCQs. Let's go to the chat. To get the outcome of the students, put it into practice. Yeah, giving clear. Okay, yeah. Ron talks about knowledge transfer, looking at principles. Okay, excellent, good. Yeah, that was, I think, was for the previous one. The third one is supporting the teachers in applying the theory. So now I'm going to ask you the $66 million question. We've just been talking about the 3 Ps, the practical, the personal, and the professional. Look at those aims on the right of your screen now. Which is the personal, which is the professional, and which is the practical? Any ideas? I'm just looking at the chat box. Okay, I don't see an answer yet. So you'll need to number them so I know which one you're talking about. So stage 1 is what? Is it professional, is it practical, or is it personal? Maria is on the ball. Galimera, Maria. 1 personal, 2 professional, 3 practical. Let's have a look. And other people are following up. Yeah, Shaima, thank you. Yeah. Okay, I think we've got it, of course. Yeah, so this first stage is the personal stage, where we're talking to teachers and finding out what they do already, what they know already, what their experience is already. This is really important because if I find out that there are no issues with concept checking, then it means my teacher learning session takes a sudden dive. But if I've done my research properly, then that shouldn't happen. And then the second one is obviously the professional, because we're talking about why CCCs are so important. We're giving examples, backing it up with research, showing them the theories. And then, of course, we have our practical element where we actually let the teachers try things out. That's a very, simple example of what I mean by the importance of including those 3 elements within our training. So how do we implement it? We've already talked about the input and the implementation and the impact. What we're going to talk about now is a little bit about the input. Here are some examples of how input can actually happen. Oh, there's a picture of me there. This is me doing Train the Trainer course. I think that was in Turkey. Top left, you can see a course working with Saudi gentlemen. In the middle, you can see some input from the teachers themselves. On the right, you can see teachers working with course books, and of course, we've also got the online as well. So input can take place in many different forms, in many different contexts. But we need to consider how and when and where this input is actually going to take place. If we go back to our Ps, well, on the personal side, teachers need to make plans to implement changes in the classroom. So you've attended a teacher learning event or opportunity, a workshop on CCQs. As a teacher, you've got to take it from the input and then go to the next stage, which is the implementation. You can't just implement without thinking about it, without planning. So you need to make plans, and you need to be asking yourselves questions. What is actually going to happen? What am I taking from the teacher learning, and what will happen in the classroom? When is it going to happen? And what are the problems am I going to face if I try to do this in my classroom? Remember, changes need to be context sensitive. And how am I going to solve them? And as an example, we have a teacher who's decided they're going to write CCQs in their lesson plan. Problems, as you know, we always get unplanned vocabulary that comes up in the classroom. So what do you do about it? Well, this teacher has decided that the CCQs he's going to ask on unplanned vocabulary are going to focus on the grammatical form. Is it a noun? Is it a verb? And so on and so forth. And then CCQs to do with meaning can be done after the lesson has ended. So I've decided that I'm going to do it. I've made my plan. Then I need to do it. So here's the practical side. I need to make the changes to my teaching. And then, of course, I need to reflect. I need to think about this. I need to reflect on what I've done. Because if I just do it once and then make a decision about its impact, that's probably not the right way to go about it. You need to try things out in with different classes. So we need repeated opportunities to see how those changes actually work. Because in some classes it may work, in other classes it may not work. And you need, of course, the fourth step is to be checking for impact. And you need to be using different techniques to check and to evaluate the impact. And of course, as a result of those checks and as a result of your evaluation, then of course, you can make any necessary changes and, if necessary, go back to step 3, which was making changes and implementing, making changes and implementing. I think as teachers, we do this anyway. We're constantly changing the things that we do. How can we check for impact? Well, of course, you could get people to observe you. And this is a nice link with the practical side, which I mentioned earlier. So ask your peers to observe your lessons. It doesn't have to be the whole lesson. It could just be a 15-minute slot where you're doing a particular activity that you've decided that you want to try and implement. Why not ask the students? If you're not too frightened, ask the students for their feedback. You could give them a questionnaire. You can give them exit tickets as they walk out of the classroom. There are different ways that you can get feedback. Maybe get samples of student work. That's a very good way, isn't it, to evaluate whether or not what you've done has been successful. And of course, just keeping a journal, keeping a log of what you're doing, maybe putting it into a blog is a very, very, very good way to reflect on what you're doing and to evaluate what you're doing. Okay, so that was a whistle-stop tour of teacher learning. I wish I had more time because I had a lot more to say, but let's just quickly summarize the points that I've made. Let's get you involved again. The goal of what learning is better what learning. Time to use the chat box again, ladies and gents. Marwa says teacher, yeah. And Maria says teacher student. Yeah, let's have a look. So the goal of teacher learning is better student learning. Exactly. Because if the goal of teacher learning is not better student learning, then something's gone wrong with the teacher learning. Something's gone wrong with that input stage and the implementation stage. If teachers are not taking what they've learned in input into classrooms, then you do have to question why they're actually doing the teacher learning in the first place. What about the next one? For best what? Prepare the ground. For best what? Fiona says best input. I'll give you half a mark. Best result, impact. Yeah, good. For best results, prepare the ground. For best outcomes, prepare the ground. In other words, it's really important that we plan what it is that we're doing. The next one, check for what as you what. Check for what as you what. Mr. Ahmed says result, and then he changed it to impact. Yeah, most people are going for impact. Yeah, check for impact as you what? Yeah, understanding. Yeah, that would also work, Mariam. Yeah, Marwa, as you said, I'll give you half a mark, Marwa. Not the word I'm looking for. As you progress, says Mr. Ahmed. Yes. Check for impact as you progress. It's important as teachers that we're constantly checking. Has it worked? Has it worked? Has it worked? And the last one is just one word with 2 bits missing. Allow time for what? To consolidate. It's long, one word. 3 syllables, ends with S, begins with I. Not quite, Marwa, nearly. Oh, nice word. But it's got EM in the middle. Yes, Ahmed, it's plural. So allow time for improvements to consolidate. So don't expect change. Don't expect impact to happen immediately. Sometimes with things that you're trying out in the classroom, you need to give them a little bit of time in order to consolidate. Okay, just to show that I'm not talking rubbish, everything I've been talking about today is based on research. It's all based on theory, and I think there's hopefully you can see this this link between the theory and the practice. So thank you so much for attending today. Again, apologies for it being a whistle-stop session, but I'm actually literally jumping into a taxi now to go off to the airport. Mohammed, thanks so much for hosting. It's been good to see you
Thank you.
online.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your willingness to be part of this. You
No
and
worries, it's
Cambridge,
been
of
great.
course. Yeah, and it's always good to see you here, or in real life, not virtually. So yes, it was a good one, and thank you for your contributions to the
No
conference.
worries.
And I hope that you have a safe travel. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Enjoy the weekend, everybody. Bye.
Yeah, fine. So everyone, in this presentation, Peter talked about teacher learning and its importance. So yes, so to sum things up, let me say, a little bit of, some points about that. So teacher learning is really important for teachers and students at the same time for professional growth, just like any field education involves, and staying up to date with new methodologies, technologies, and resources allows teachers to constantly improve their crafts. Number two is for increased confidence and job satisfaction because mastering new skills and techniques can boost a teacher's confidence and make them feel more fulfilled in their role. Number three is for better classroom management because, if you learn, if you're confident about what you know, then you'll be a better classroom manager, which means that learning new strategies, that can help you or help teachers, as I mean, yeah, to create a more positive and productive learning environment. Number four is reduced stress and burnout. Feeling knowledgeable and prepared can help teachers manage stress and avoid burnout, which is crucial for their well being. That's for teachers. About students, well, students will have a more engaging and effective teaching, exposure to new ideas and technologies, improve the student outcomes, and last but not least, positive role modeling. So that's what I had to say. What about you, Ron? Do you have anything else to add?
Well, I do.
Yeah.
I think that that was very interesting, what was presented. And I think there were some indirect, maybe references to self-directed teacher learning. I do believe in that. I myself am I'm a self-directed, self-regulated learner, and always hope that most teachers are. And there's an aspect of self-directed learning when you're working for a school is that, we as school directors, school owners, trust our teachers to know what they should be learning and that they're self-motivated to want to learn the skills that they need to, effectively or to improve their classroom teaching practice. But, in defense of directors of schools and in defense of administrators and owners of schools, I have to say that there's a negative connotation to compliance training. And, that teachers have a list of things that they do need to learn. And they need to also know that compliance training is just not something we're making up, but it's based on the concepts of strategic management that school owners and school directors have to take, and their understanding of learning ecosystems. And my biggest mistake, I will admit it now, it's something I realized many years ago and had to change the way I did compliance training with teachers, is that, yes, I understood the aspects of strategic management and the needs that we had as a school because I understood the learning ecosystem. So I had to integrate into compliance training, but also, in step-by-step, way, what is a learning ecosystem? What is that? this is extremely important for teachers to know who are the stakeholders. Why do we need to know this? And what steps do I need to take to learn this? And for schools to provide those opportunities for teachers, if they expect that teachers know this, they need to provide those opportunities for the teachers. So again, in defense of school directors, school administrators, that compliance training is not a negative thing. It's based on the understanding of learning ecosystems and strategic management, based on the skills that are going to be needed by teachers. And the best way to do it is sit down with your teachers, have a conversation with them, get feedback from them, see where they're at, what they understand as the learning ecosystem, and create a plan with them and bring them with you to reach the goals of the organization, as well as the personal learning goals of teachers.
Indeed, yeah, I completely agree with you. So everyone, this drives us to our next talk, which is a pre-recorded one by Dr. Crystal Schneider-Brody. So Dr. Crystal, over the past 20 years, has served in many international and domestic leadership roles with TESOL International, member of the TESOL Board of Directors from 2018 to 2021, Kentucky president of KY TESOL and Southeast TESOL. She was instrumental in drafting the guidelines for the seal of biliteracy and the revision document. Her list of domestic and international leadership roles, publications, keynotes, plenary talks, presentations, awards, and recognition is extensive. Crystal was born and raised in Germany, learned English as a foreign language, and has a tricultural and trilingual family here in the USA. Most importantly, Crystal is a fierce advocate for those seeking a better life by learning English and thereby opening opportunities to them. Dr. Crystal is talking about why educators, schools, universities, and ministries of education should care about education more. So everyone, let's start watching this presentation, and your questions are all welcome in the chat box.
Hello, everybody. This is Crystal. I'm sending you many, many greetings from beautiful Kentucky, where we have really balmy, nice blue skies and nice weather. And I would like to talk with you about some really big developments in education that I hope you find interesting. So, my name is Crystal Brody. Like I said, why educators, schools, universities, and yes, also ministries of education should care about Education 4.0. So, first, I want to say we may not be replaced by AI, but we will definitely be replaced by somebody who uses it. And this is kind of summing up the whole reason why I wanted to speak about this topic today. And I hope you get some learning experiences from it. So I want to first talk a little bit about the history and cultural and economic impacts on education, the effect of the pandemic on education, where we are now, where we need to be. And then I would like to close with a charge to all of you to seek a different direction in education. So first of all, education since the early days has been in the same way, where somebody talks, other people listen. Sometimes we have smaller groups and tutors, sometimes we have larger groups. Now I really get completely tickled by seeing pictures like where students misbehave in the old days on the pictures already, which is kind of cute. So then eventually we were still teaching this way, and we're going through all the different evolutions and revolutions, and we're getting to the technical revolution, which increased productivity and efficiency incredibly. And it's not for the factories alone, it's also for all kinds of other societal issues that this makes a difference. The technical revolution significantly changed the material conditions of human existence and reshaped culture immensely. I come from a region in Germany where, factories were built and machines were built, and people that before were laborers in the fields all of a sudden had a work life as blue-collar workers and reshaped their future and had a better life. Here is a little infograph about Industry 1.0, 1.0, mechanization, steam power, weaving looms. That was kind of the first development. And then Industry 2.0, mass production, assembly lines, electrical energy. That was when the first cars were built, like for large numbers of people. Assembly lines were making it easier to push out many products in a very short time. And then Industry 3.0 included automatization, computers, electronics, and a lot of us were and are still in this. But then we're moving to Industry 4.0, where we're dealing with cyber physics systems, Internet of all things networks, AI, and we're in a whole different world. But still, even though we're transitioning from Industry 3.0 and Industry 4.0, a lot of schools still look like this. Then the pandemic hit all of us, and everybody was scrambling and trying to figure out how to use technology. And in many cases, the households were not prepared for it. For several kids to use the computer, there was often not enough bandwidth. But most importantly, the teachers didn't know how to use technology effectively for delivering the instruction that they were so used to delivering and curriculum. Therefore, we are worldwide seeing a huge learning gap for students that were impacted by the pandemic learning. So then, there's this really, really neat phrase, idiom in America, which is called throwing spaghetti on the wall and seeing if something sticks. And that would pretty much describe what we did during the COVID pandemic, because people were scrambling and sending messages out. Do you know any technology tool? Do you know any platform that is cool? And people were going totally crazy by trying out 100 different tools, and nobody knew exactly how to use them, and some of them had to be paid for, and students couldn't keep up with all the passwords they had for all of this, and it was just a huge mess. And then COVID left. We were post-pandemic, and yet we're still teaching in pretty much the same way. We have, even though we have more technology that is being used, like Google Chromebooks and so forth, but it's not changing in a big way, the classroom setup or so forth. We still haven't changed to project-based learning in a big way, or to maker classrooms and such. We're still using technology, kind of like instead of using a notebook, we're using a Chromebook to write on that, but that's pretty much the extent of things in many cases. Students and teachers, however, began to use technology in fundamental ways from the beginning with the pandemic and Education 2.0. This is when in America, a lot of schools bought Chromebooks for classrooms, that every kid got a Chromebook. And, there was a hope that it would make some changes in education, how it was being delivered and perceived. But honestly, it did not. It's still being used as a glorified notebook in many cases. So when Education 3.0 emerged and technology advanced, there was a widespread adoption of more user-generated internet. So education became more networkable, students having their own direct link to a range of different knowledge sources. And it's not a back and forth between students and teachers, but now there was opportunity for real collaboration between students and other students, and using Google Drive, such things as Google Drive, Kahoot, other tools for creating collaborative spaces. What students are not stupid, and they immediately figured out that they can use all these creative, networkable and social media tools to enhance their social life. Of course, some people would debate the enhancement part, but kids immediately began to make videos, put art out there, have a different writing style where they don't follow any grammar rules anymore and shorten their words to letters like LOL. And that all that stuff started during that time, when students were able to use the internet. Smart technology, artificial intelligence, and robotics are now part of the fourth industrial revolution, and they're affecting our daily lives. The interesting thing is that even though students and teachers both use technology a lot in their lives for anything ranging from banking services, shopping, there's no limit, sharing pictures, making pictures, modifying pictures, editing them, whatever. In fact, creating an entire alternate personality online, if you will, especially the kids do that. And interestingly, it blows my mind that neither teachers nor students are really able to use technology for learning in fundamental ways. Like when I remember when flipped learning was introduced, it was done so wrong by almost everybody, and did not meet the criteria for the excellent opportunities that flipped learning offers, especially for modifications for students that need a little bit more extra help. But we still use technology mostly in a very fundamental way for social media purposes. But like I said, students now can access their own information resources, have the ability to learn electronically, and platforms to communicate. And that brings with it a huge deal of a problem, because they may not view teachers as a source of their knowledge anymore, because on their fingertips, they can use Google search and they find more information there than any teacher can have ever learned in their whole life. And then the question then becomes, what function does the teacher have if we're not the source of knowledge anymore? And how do we make ourselves relevant and intentional in our role to the students? And then, to make matters even more complicated, AI and chatbots had hit the field. And what did we hear? Oh my gosh, how can I prevent my students from using AI? I don't want my students to use it. And everybody was discussing that, schools, universities, and that was the biggest topic. And again, it was exactly like before COVID, when teachers told me in presentations when I presented at TESOL internationally, they said, I don't have time to deal with technology. I cannot learn all that stuff. And now they learned stuff because of the pandemic, and now they're saying, well, I don't know how to use AI for my teaching, so students cannot cheat with it. It just means that teachers have to create assessments and prompts that they can recognize the student's voice in. And there are a lot of different ways of using AI that's not cheatable, and there are even AI chatbots out there that create prompts and tasks that are not cheatable with AI. But that's a totally different presentation. But that's kind of what I'm hearing right now in the field. So the question is, what comes next? And here we are. I already discussed the the first, second, third, and fourth generation of industrial revolution. And why am I bringing up business and industry all the time? Well, because my proposal is based on the needs of industry and business, the information revolution, that we need to provide employees for that are trained to actually have these careers that we needed. And then there's this blockchain issue, data, intelligence, and all that stuff. So how do teachers know about this? How are they trained in all of this? How are they? And if we are not prepared as teachers, how can we prepare students for the careers that we don't even know what they will be in the future? Because this life is going to be very, very, very different. Every computational task will be taken over by artificial intelligence. There are artificial intelligence doctor office programs that can diagnose diseases so much better than a real doctor can. So I'm not saying that we can replace everything with AI, but there's a lot that can be replaced. So Education 4.0 then is a response to Industry 4.0, is a way of learning that's connected with the fourth industrial revolution. And it focuses on transforming education to meet the needs of advanced technology and automation. So Education 4.0, according to the World Economic Forum, requires a new learning taxonomy that has a comprehensive set of skills, attitudes, and values to be well prepared for the future. And there are a lot of resources. I'm giving you a bunch of resources. You can look this up more. But we absolutely have to reimagine education, the role of the teacher, the role of the learner, the role of materials, the role of the physical classroom, and the role of methodology and everything in our learning space. So education components of 4.0, constructivism and constructive criticism, and that requires students to think outside of the box and think in constructive ways about different angles of a problem, or talk with other people and discuss constructively how to solve a problem. Personalized education is so important. We are able to deliver personalized education already, but we're still having this whole room approach. We need to prepare students for evolving industries. And we need to expect that all automated basic administrative tasks will be done by machines. And we need to make sure that all pupils in the world have access to Education 4.0. There have been several adjustments in terms of talents and tasks. As a result, human capital will play a large role in the workplace. So it's not the case that humans are not needed anymore. Quite the contrary, they are very much needed. But we cannot put out employees and learners that are unreflected, don't have global awareness, cannot work with people of diverse backgrounds, and most importantly, have critical thinking skills. Employees in industries and organizations are all affected by the new technology. Specialized, and this is really important, specialized skills and human activities for Industry 4.0 may differ on the sector. The charge for the world of the fourth industrial revolution is to prepare students for a new world like this. So this is already where we are right now, according to Goldman Sachs. What jobs can be replaced by AI? So office administrative assistants and so forth, but here is interesting. Building and ground cleaning is really hard to replace. Installation, maintenance, repair is really difficult. Construction, extraction is very hard to replace. And there you see, it's the manual labor where people need to do something that may require them to think differently, depending on what the soil looks like. They have to rethink and get different tools. That's really difficult to do with AI, but Healthcare, that's going down. And let's look where, all industries, yes, and sales, my gosh, they can be replaced very much. Personal care services like hairdressers, nail salons, and so forth, they are pretty difficult to replace. Educational instruction and library is pretty much where healthcare is. You can replace a lot with AI, and that's a whole different presentation. And I teach a lot how to use AI in education, and you can invite me for another presentation on that. And I give you examples for lesson planning, differentiation, for all kinds of stuff, how to use AI for that. So we can outsource all the legwork of things that are unpleasant in paperwork to AI, so we have time to deal with it. Was really coming up with valuable and good instruction and differentiation, personalization for our students. And I would love to be invited to speak about that topic another time. Education must prepare students for a world in which cyber-physical systems are ubiquitous across all industries if we want to produce successful graduates. So, new curriculum and methodologies must incorporate technology in the curriculum. That's an essential thing. This is like, you cannot say that you're using PowerPoint and you're using technology. No, PowerPoint is like a glorified overhead projector. Or you cannot say using Chromebooks for students to write essays on. That's also not using technology innovatively. We need to actually alter the learning process entirely and leverage technology to enhance the education experience. And that goes back to the individualization for students that have different needs, so we can meet them where they are. Education 4.0 represents a set of work focused on transforming education. It is based on a framework developed by leading experts, practitioners, and employers that outline 8 transformations for learning, content, and delivery. And so there's like a lot of resources and piloting and schools that can be looked at, that already do this. The framework codified in schools of the future, defining new models of education for the fourth industrial revolution, showcases examples of schools, school systems, and education programs that are pioneering the way toward Education 4.0 skills and learning experiences. So this already exists and this already happens. So we can look at stuff to operationalize Education 4.0 and enable all children to have access to transformative learning. This set of work includes 3 key mechanics. An alignment of skills. The education taxonomy proposes key definitions, is informed by employers, and provides a common foundation for discussing the best practices. Now, again, I want to point out that we're looking at a very, very, very strong and close symbiosis between employers and education that needs to drive what we do in education so the students are ready to be employed. They are showcasing examples by Education 4.0 Lighthouse, where they show examples of public-private collaboration that we can already look at. There's pilots by country level. Global networks exist. And I did for the presentation tonight some cursory lit review. I went into research studies and publications that talked about 4.0, and what stood out to me was that most of the publications were written by authors from countries outside of the US and Canada, and also my country of Germany. They were, a lot of them were in Asia, the Middle East, and that really surprised me. Africa, I didn't see represented in my quick review that I did over the day today. But I pulled out the main words from their titles and created a word cloud. And if you look at this, education is completely in the middle. But what are some other words that are multiple times appear: industry, higher learning, competencies, technologies, digital, thinking, teacher intelligence, technology, personalized, change. And then also some articles talked about a divide, a gender divide between male and female. Factories, attitudes, spaces, globalization, hybrid methodology, and so forth. So I did this before I go into the 8 components necessary for transformations. And I want you to keep the words in mind that I just mentioned and kind of align them in your mind with what I talk about now. For learning, there are 8 transformations for learning content and delivery education to prepare the next generation. So here's the first content block: global citizenship skills, to include content that focuses on building awareness about the wider world, sustainability, and playing an active role in the global community. Number 2, innovation and creative skills. Again, we're talking about more content here, right? And this is where I was really hoping to get some people from ministries of education to listen to me, because our instruction is driven by standards that are mostly set by our states or ministries of education. So as long as those standards don't change, we cannot work towards 4.0. And so these ones talk about content that that just needs to be reflected and mirrored in what teachers are required to teach, or it will not trickle down to schools, right? And it also needs to be reflected in teacher education, which is what I do, that our teachers receive the skills they so desperately need right now. So we have to teach content for innovation and creativity skills that foster skills required for innovation, including complex problem solving, analytical thinking, creativity, and system analyses. So again, we're looking at design thinking, system analyses, and I would say a lot of this is not really reflected in how we teach and learn today. Another content area clearly is technology, based on developing digital skills, including programming, digital responsibility, and the use of technology. And again, let's think about these positions here. Responsibility in the digital world. It's something that we barely, if at all, teach in schools, right? Not just because we can do things, should we do them? Another area of content is interpersonal skills, or what oftentimes in the Wall Street Journal is called soft skills. Content that focuses on interpersonal emotional intelligence, empathy, cooperation, negotiation, leadership, and social awareness. And I would say in many countries, we're really lacking on these areas right now, as we can see in in the news. But this is a very difficult area, and I would say emotional intelligence has never been as bad as it is today in American schools, in my observation. So then let's go from content to experiences, innovative pedagogies, high leverage practices, personalized and self-paced learning, from a system where learning is standardized to one based on the diverse individual needs of the learners and flexible enough to enable each learner to progress at their own pace. Currently, in America, we focus a lot on what is not right with the student, what they do not learn, because all of our standardized testing is laid out that way to tell you what you're not doing well and to build on that and become better. How about we change that around and say, what is your personal strongest skill that you have? Let's find that and let's build that up and, give you everything that you can learn to be absolutely fantastic in that area, instead of looking at what's wrong with you, what are you missing, and getting kids the low self-efficacy with those test results. Accessibility and inclusive learning is one of the experiences that are really important. From a system where learning is confined to those with access to school buildings to one in which everyone has access to learning and is inclusive. So that also includes people with different learner needs, special education, students that don't speak the language of the country in which they go to school, and everybody who sometimes is overlooked in these big classrooms that we have today, that we're giving them that space that they can learn in their own way. And we tried that a little bit in flipped learning, but that never really took off very much. Another experience is problem-based and collaborative learning. And I know that that Ron Moraine talks a lot about that in his blogs and social media postings, and is a huge proponent of this, and so am I. Presented on this for many years. Collaborative learning and constructivism are essential for going from process-based to project and problem-based learning to content delivery, requiring peer collaboration and more closely mirroring the future of work. This is where it happens, right? Problem-based content. And this is where maker spaces are coming in, right? Where students can solve problems in maker spaces. And in experiences also lifelong and student-driven learning. From a system where learning and skilling decrease over one's lifespan to one where everybody continuously improves existing skills and acquires new ones based on their individual needs or the needs of the market. So we need to completely approach learning and schooling as telling the students, you're not going to be done. You're not going to be done when you graduate from high school, and you're not going to be done when you graduate from university if you go to university. But this learning thing is going to be required of you until you die, really. So how can a country start Education 4.0? First, they need to have innovative public-private-led approaches to developing what the skills are needed for this country. They need to incentivize the adoption of Education 4.0 skills in P20. So there needs to be something trickling down from the top, from the ministries of education, from the departments of education, working with industry. And we have not really been doing that very much, you know. So what does the industry need in education? And we cannot flip-flop around all the time to address any little whim of a need they have. But if we go with the generic skills that I just mentioned, you know, they should be adaptable to industries as they are needed. We need to align the key skills education offers and co-create a public narrative around the importance of incorporating them in learning. So the key concepts that I want to drive home here is collaboration, schools as maker spaces across countries and cultures, and have incubator as pilot programs where other people and other organizations can see how things are being done, and how you know, how they can build something too. I don't suggest that everybody should jump into this feet first, but that this is done intentionally, intelligently, with looking at the research and looking at existing programs that are already published about. I saw really cool stuff in India. I saw stuff in the Philippines. So why not looking at our friends across in other countries and see what they did and how they did it and how it worked. In summary, I urge everybody to seek immediate action. If you're a teacher, learn new skills. Think about how you can individualize learning. Leverage the power that artificial intelligence gives you to free yourself up of legwork that takes up so much of your time, and use that free time for being innovative in your instruction using problem-based learning, project-based learning, having groupings with different levels for students with different needs. Think outside of the box, step out of your silos. And let's look at what private and schools are doing and see how we can come together and see if we can get some monies from them, from the private sector to fund some of these innovative maker spaces, particularly technology. We really, really need to rethink teacher education and how we do PDs. PDs, again, it's another one of those things where we throw spaghetti against the wall. Since COVID, there have been so many mediocre online trainings offered across the world that I can pull my hair out. And, professional organizations have not really gotten on the bandwagon yet. And we thought how they can redefine how to do research, how to publish it, and how they can do their part on training teachers differently from the earlier days, leveraging technology, developing new high leverage practices. We really, really need to rethink our teaching standards and teacher education standards. Folks, what we have right now is not going to work for the future. And 4.0 is here. Industry 4.0 is already here. Big data is already here. So we need to get on it, okay? And we completely need to rethink schools, schoolrooms, classrooms. How can we break that up and make them into spaces where things are happening and where students are not expecting to be sitting in a chair for 8 hours and be talked at by somebody, but that they are taking the driver's seat in their own learning and us using constructivism to do that. So here is a QR code leading you to my business card where you find the information to get in touch with me. So you're welcome to use that. And the following pages are a bunch of, like I said, I did this cursory lit review today where I pulled out a bunch of stuff and I highlighted the titles here. And you can see how much is published by people in other countries other than the US, and probably discover some of your country's names in there, possibly. So here are some resources for you. And some of my information that I gave you about the skills and the instruction and content are from the World Economic Forum that you find here. And then also for the last few days, I grabbed some additional reading links, try to look at current stuff that, that's out there. So here we have some more stuff that you can look up online, for different areas. I only found one publication on talking about how 4.0 brings the necessity to rethink how we teach English. Yes, so this is my presentation, and I really hope that you can see this urgency that I impress on everybody. I cannot overstate how important it is that we have these dialogues. And they really need to start all the way on the top in countries. How do we want to meet the employability of the future? I mean, we can already print houses with 3D printers. We can make all kinds of stuff with technology, So where do we think our people will work? Would they all be house cleaners and groundkeepers and so forth, or do we want them to have actually, engineering kind of jobs or design thinking jobs? Because we need those kind of jobs in every single industry and area of where people work, right? So my challenge to you is think about this. Let's talk more about this. I urge you. and have more conferences that invite people to brainstorm across national levels, nations, how we can leverage education and create practices and high leverage practices that allow our students to be employable in the future, and also to be with it, I mean, the with itness, and have the emotional intelligence that it takes to be a good global citizen and a good steward of the earth and a good steward of what was given to us by former generations. So if you want to invite me to talk about AI and making your life easier and use your time for differentiation, you can invite me to talk about that, because it's also something I teach about in my courses, and I would love to share what I know with anybody who would like to learn about it. And yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you for your time and your attention. And I hope that you have a wonderful conference. I feel so very honored that you considered inviting me, and I look forward to hearing some feedback from some of you that may contact me. And I'm always curious to hear from you, from the audience, what you think. And yeah, have a wonderful conference. Bye-bye.
Well, the people's feedback in the chat box tells everything about, how wonderful and insightful this presentation is, right, Juan?
Definitely. Crystal did not disappoint, I have to say.
Yeah, indeed.
She covered so many points. And before I maybe add some comments to what Crystal said, I'd like to turn that over to you, Mohammed. And could you review some of the things that Crystal pointed out to us today?
Well, she talked about why educators, schools, universities, and ministries of education should care about education 4.0. And in my point of view, there are several key reasons why this should happen. And, the first thing that comes to my mind is preparing students for the future. I mean, the job market and lifelong learning. So, regarding the job market, the fourth industrial revolution is rapidly transforming the world of work with automation and technology, displacing some jobs and creating new ones that require different skills. You
Future
already talked
proofing.
about AI.
Yeah. Future proofing
Yeah,
is
you
the
already
key
talked
word.
about that. Exactly, that's right. So Education 4.0 focuses on equipping students with the necessary skills for these new jobs, such as critical thinking, problem solving, collaboration, digital literacy, and adaptability. And this is something I talked about. We're talking about life skills and the skills necessary for the students to excel in their life. I talked about it in a recently published book entitled Integrating Life Skills in ELT, and there will be a big opportunity for everyone to get this book for free in this conference at the end. So let's get back on track. This is really important for learners for lifelong learning, as jobs are changing faster than ever, and workers will need to constantly update their skills throughout their careers. So, Education 4.0 fosters a culture of lifelong learning, equipping learners with the ability to learn independently and adapt to new technologies and situations. It's also important for improving the learning experience, like personalization, as Education 4.0 emphasizes personalized learning, which caters to individual student needs and learning styles. And this can be achieved through technology-based tools, AI, for example, and also adaptive learning platforms and digital content that adjusts to each student's pace and understanding. Also, it's really important for engagement and accessibility. And let's not forget about enhancing efficiency and effectiveness by providing data driven decision making, collaboration and innovation, and cost effectiveness, as technology can be used to streamline administrative tasks, optimize resource allocation, and personalized learning, leading to potential cost saving in the long run. And it's also important before I end this, for addressing global challenges like sustainability and social justice, right? So let me conclude this by saying that Education 4.0 is not simply about incorporating technology into classrooms. It's about using technology to transform education, prepare the learners for the future, and address the challenges of the 21st century. And by embracing Education 4.0, educators, schools, universities, and ministries of education can ensure that they are providing their students with the best possible preparation for a rapidly changing world. So that's what I have to say. What about you, Ron?
Well, let us not forget that we are 25 years almost into the 21st century. Okay. Let us not forget that it's 2024. And something that Crystal didn't really touch on, but I need to say this is, she's talking about future proofing and how important it is to get us to Education 4.0. But if we're taking a linguist approach and thinking that all of our students want to become linguists and researchers at universities, this might be the wrong way to reach Education 4.0. So I need to just add that comment there. Are we taking a very linguist mechanical approach to teaching language? Because that's not going to get our students to Education 4.0. Now, having said that, I need to say that Crystal does ask an important question, and it's simple. Where are we as a teacher in the age of Education 4.0? And if we ask ourselves that question, we probably need to find an answer to it. And that answer should, as we have a dialogue with ourselves, that the answer should include, directly or indirectly, some aspects of change and personal development. Are we still in teaching and learning like in 2019? As she said, after the pandemic was over, we just went back to the way it was. But the world has changed and a lot of things have changed. And we have now that aspect of artificial intelligence on top of Education 4.0. So another question we need to ask, and she mentions that, is, are we a transformative teacher? And what is a transformative teacher? What competencies does a teacher need to bring to the table to be a transformative teacher in this world of Education 4.0? And she mentions something that I find very interesting, because I think anybody knows that I do promote task-based learning and project-based learning. If your answer to the question, am I a transformative teacher? If it includes the word of, or the aspects of students as creators of content, then you're probably using constructivism and a constructive approaches to teaching and learning in the classroom. And that's the beginning of being a transformative teacher. Crystal pointed out some great things. If you have time, listen to it again, because that is just really a great way to find the answer for yourself. Where are you in Education 4.0?
I completely agree with you, Ron. And let's not waste more time and move to our next speaker, who has been here for a long time. Yeah, she attended yesterday's pre-conference day, and she is here from the very beginning of day one at the Educast International Online Conference. So everyone, our next speaker is Annie Altamirano, who has MA in ELT and Applied Linguistics from the University of London. She is an international speaker, teacher trainer, and materials writer. She has given teacher training workshops in Europe, Asia, and Latin America. As author, she has published extensively with all major international publishers. Her main fields of interest and study are differentiated instruction and assessment for learning, and the use of film, art, poetry, and diverse virtual elements to develop students' creativity and foster an awareness of social and environmental issues. Annie currently runs her personal project, Empowering Teachers Worldwide, offering training and mentoring services, consultancy, and authoring to teachers, schools, and publishers. She shares her ideas in her workshops on her blog, anniealtamrano.com, and on her YouTube channel. Yeah, search on YouTube for Annie Altamirano, teacher trainer. So, as brief about her presentation today, just a diagnosis is a fundamental element of a doctor's practice. Assessment is the foundation of an effectively differentiated classroom. In this talk, she will explain how formative assessment and differentiation can be embedded in the language classroom and suggest ways in which we can use differentiated instruction in response to formative assessment. So, Annie, I'd like to welcome you in our second edition of the Educast International Online Conference.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. If you will allow me, I'll try to share my screen. Here I am. Let's see. Here we are. This is presentation mode. Good. Can you all see the screen?
Yep.
All right, that's good. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank you and Educast International Association for inviting me today to give this talk about how to embed formative assessment in the differentiated language classroom. Let's see. Here we are. So, first of all,
Annie, really quick, I need to interrupt your the screen we're seeing is your presentation mode.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
So let's. Okay. So let's see.
Dice escondido.
Oops. What about now?
Oh, there we got it, Annie. Thanks.
Oh, dear. Let's see. Here. Is it okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Good. Lovely. All right. So, let's go back a little bit. So, we all know that we do have different realities. That is, in our classrooms, we have as many different realities as students. And so how can we cater for the needs of all students? Okay, we do have that in differentiated instruction. And what is differentiated instruction? It is an effective teaching approach composed of different elements, and it is our response to learners' needs, shaped by mindset and guided by principles. One of the elements is an environment that supports learning. And the environment refers to both the physical and the affective environment, the affective climate in the classroom. The way in which students experience the classroom learning environment shapes how they experience learning. And if we look back on our early days as students, I can think of my days in secondary school or my days as a teacher training college student. We will remember probably circumstances or subjects, for example, in which the climate was wonderful and others in where it wasn't that wonderful, and how that shaped our perception of that particular subject. Then a quality curriculum, that is essential. If the curriculum is flat or seems to be detached from a student's world, that students' need for challenge, purpose isn't met, and the environment suffers, obviously. Another element, another key element, is assessment that informs teaching. If assessment is punitive and fails to provide useful information to help students succeed, then the environment feels uncertain. And finally, another element is instruction that responds to student variance. If instruction is not responsive to students' needs in terms of readiness, interest, and approach to learning, the environment doesn't feel safe and students don't feel valued. So, if we believe in the ability of the content and the curriculum to improve our students' prospects and lives, we should be eager to know how each student is progressing towards achieving their goals and the classroom's goals. Assessment should be a natural diagnostic process in the classroom. So for differentiation to be effective, we need to know for each student where that student begins and where the student is in their individual journey towards meeting the criteria, the success criteria of the lesson or the unit. So we can safely say that assessment acts like a compass. It's the compass for daily planning in a differentiated classroom. So, how can we differentiate? Okay, we can differentiate content, process, product, basically, but then we can also differentiate by grouping, by questioning. There are different ways in which we can differentiate in our classroom. Now, instruction is at the core of differentiation because the ultimate goal of differentiation is to make sure each student has the best possible learning experience in order to maximize growth. So achieving this depends on effective instructional practices, an effective curriculum, effective assessment, classroom leadership, and management. So I've mentioned readiness, interest, and learning profile. What do I mean by this? Readiness. Readiness is not a synonym of capacity to learn. It refers to a student's proximity to specified learning goals. So planning instruction based on readiness guides us to think, okay, what does the student need to succeed? Interest, as we all know, because of our own personal experience too, is a great motivator for learning. It can refer to a skill or a topic that taps into a student's talents or interests or experiences. And it can also refer to ideas, skill, or work that appeal to the student. So our question should be, what is this student interested in? And last but not least, the learning profile. Learning profile differentiation seeks to provide learners with approaches to learning that make the process more efficient or more effective. It is shaped by gender, culture, environment, biology, and learning context. So, the goal of learning profile differentiation should be to create more ways in which learners can take in, engage, and demonstrate knowledge. Also, help them develop an awareness of what approaches to learning work best for them and guide them to know when and how to change to improve the learning outcomes. So our question should be, what are the best approaches to learning for this particular student? Now, it's useful to think about assessment in terms of when to assess, what should be assessed, and why assessment might be used. So, effective differentiation requires teachers to assess students' status before a unit of work begins, that is, pre-assessment. Throughout a unit of work, that is, ongoing or formative assessment, and then at key endings, which involves summative assessment. So, as you can see, when we talk about formative assessment, we don't mean to say that we should only be using formative assessment and do without summative assessment. All kinds of assessment are essential. So, pre or diagnostic assessment will help will help us determine a student's starting point with learning targets. And it will help teachers develop an awareness of the students' interests and learning preferences. Formative or ongoing assessment will help monitor our students' evolving knowledge, understanding, and skills. And then the summative assessment will help us evaluate our learners' status with the learning targets or learning intentions. And what to assess? We have seen that there are 3 ways in which learning can be effective: readiness, interest, and learning profile. Okay, so we can better focus on our planning, if we understand our students' differences in these 3 areas. So we should assess all 3. All the 3, understanding student readiness calls for more persistent assessment and analysis of the information so as to be able to plan curriculum and instruction. So, when planning pre-assessment, it's important to be clear about what students should know, understand, and be able to do as a result of a unit of study. And that means KUD. So, we need to be clear on the critical vocabulary, for example, in the unit, the K, the know, the basic understandings, that is the U, about the significance of the unit, and the content skills at the core of what students will learn to do in the unit, that is the D, the do. Sometimes we may want to assess one of the 3 elements, but most of the time it makes sense to tap on all 3 because they are all important in understanding the students' varying starting points with the content of the unit. So the key UDs are critical. So the first question that we should ask when composing a pre-assessment is, what Ks, Us, and Ds am I trying to measure here? We may also want to assess the students' readiness to provide clarity of students' prior knowledge related to the content of the unit. This also helps identify misconceptions, gaps in learning, in knowledge, or in skills. It also provides information about the level of mastery of the new content so that the instruction is appropriately targeted to the varied levels of proficiency. Now, when we are doing pre-assessment, there are some informal pre-assessment strategies that we can use. They are unstructured and they don't aim at collecting data in a systematic way. And some examples of these are, for example, student self-reporting. And this involves their awareness of where they believe they are relative to the knowledge, understanding, and skill, and allows them to develop self-reflection and assessment skills. And it can be done very quickly and with minimal intrusion in the instruction. Because that's another, that's a point that is worrying when we come to think of formative assessment and differentiated instruction. Normally teachers think, okay, of all the things that I have to do, I also have to do this. Where will I get the time? This is something that we can incorporate readily into our teaching without additional time, instructional time being spent on this. This happens at class level rather than at individual level. So it may be difficult to get an accurate reading of the status of individual students. But we have other means, yes? For example, KWL charts or other organizers, such as concept maps or Venn diagrams. Hand signals like thumbs up, down or sideways, showing 1 to 3 fingers on, so that students can tell us how they feel about the content. Response cards. Response cards are very simple. You pose a question to which students respond by holding up a card with a prepared option on it. And each student can have 3 cards to select from, A, B, C, or 2 yes/no cards. So they can hold up the cards and we can have a quick check of the proportion of correct answers. And of course, our own observations. While students work, we can help them become aware of particular interests, way of working, behaviors, skill levels, and this information should involve our planning for upcoming lessons. There are other simple things that we can do. For example, the windshield checks. We can have 3 pictures where we have a clear sky, I understand it, buggy, I understand it for the most part, but some things are still unclear, or muddy. I don't have a clue. I don't understand it yet. So with these pictures, students can quickly tell us how they feel about the content. Now, some more formal pre-assessment strategies are structured moments when instructional time is given up with the aim of gathering data at individual level across the class. Most strategies that are useful for pre-assessment are also useful for formative or ongoing assessment. Now, the key difference stems from the way instructional time is affected and the level at which information is obtained from the class or from individual students. So we can have systematic observations, we can have individual interviews with students, or we can have some systematic observations of present work, individual work, and record these observations on pre-designed checklists or guides. We can also use journal entries and writing prompts. That is, we pose a question and students respond in writing. For example, 1 minute writing about how familiar they are with a particular writing genre. Just 1 minute. It's like an entry ticket that can be used. Then show and tell. We pose a question and students illustrate and explain what they know about that. This is especially useful with students who find writing difficult, but know something about the topic or the skill at hand. So they can quickly sketch something or tell us what they know. Quizzes, for example, yes, and interest surveys. We can design simple surveys so that students tell us what their preferred mode of working is. They can rank options to their interests, yes, and they can elaborate on approaches to learning that they prefer. Here you have an example, yes, of an interest survey. As you can see, it's very simple. We can choose, it doesn't need to be this long. It can be 5 questions. Also, you can use Freya models. Freya models are quite useful. And in the center figure, in the center circle, you write a concept or a topic for an upcoming lesson, and you ask students to share their current knowledge in the 4 quadrants. And these are called definition in your own word, facts or characteristics that you know, examples or non-examples. That is, an example of what the concept is, and a non-example is an example of what it is not. It is something related to the topic or concept, but not quite the same thing. So, as we can see, assessment is useful because it reveals what the students know, understand, and are able to do. And even though it's not imperative to differentiate every assessment, it's wise to consider the fact that it might be very short-sighted to differentiate instruction to support student success, but then neglect to attend to student learning differences on formative and summative assessments that are key to successful learning. So, one thing I would like to make clear is that differentiated an assessment doesn't suggest creating different assessments for each student, but rather ensuring access of opportunity to each and every student to demonstrate their learning. In differentiating assessment, one attribute should always remain unchanged across all versions of the assessment: the knowledge, the understanding and skill for which the student is responsible. It's even okay if everyone doesn't have the same questions, so that the challenge matches the student development. But both versions of the assessment should measure the same K, U, and Ds, the same knowledge, understanding, and do. That is very, very important. Now, as with pre-assessments, ongoing or formative assessments need to happen with the students, not to them. Sometimes assessment happens to students. It's something that okay, I'll catch you out on this. No. Let's say, ongoing or formative assessment need to happen with the students because it should develop autonomous learners. The key goal for schools should be to develop autonomous learners. That is, young people who are confident and competent in identifying goals or purposes for learning. It should help find and use suitable resources and experiences that can help our students achieve those goals. It should help monitor their progress. It should help adjust the learning process as necessary to revise or accomplish those goals. It should also help verify the degree to which the goals are met or exceeded, and help our students become more aware of the goals and success criteria so that they can measure the success against those success criteria. Now, the classroom instruction, assessment cycle provides a powerful vehicle for teaching learners the skills of autonomous learning. Here I try to illustrate how that might work as we help students develop awareness of learning goals. So first we have the pre-assessment, and the student thinks, what are my strengths and needs compared to my objectives as I begin a new phase of learning? These are questions that we need to help our students ask themselves. So as we move on to the ongoing assessment, the questions should be, how am I doing in moving towards my goals? How can I continue to grow? And finally, at the summative assessment stage, how well did I accomplish my goal? Why or why not? What do I take forward with me as I keep learning? What changes can I make in my learning? What new resources can I use? All these questions are part of the learning cycle, and also help our students develop metacognitive strategies, which are so important for helping students succeed in their learning. The more aware our students are of their learning processes, their mental processes in learning, the more successful they will be in making changes, in making improvements, and reaching their goals. Mhm. So this is really key in order to help them succeed in their learning. Mhm. So if we have a look at ongoing assessment, let's see, many formats are appropriate for reassessing the students' readiness and interest, and they are also useful for ongoing assessment. Now, it's always a good idea to develop one's own strategies and adapt them to our particular context. I can give you lots of examples, and I will give you some examples, but then it's important that you look for those that are better for you, better for your context, adapt what you see. Many a time I have seen lots of techniques that are wonderful, are suggested as the key to doing this, and that, but then I have tried them with my own students and I have had to make adjustments. So be aware that whatever I tell you needs to be adapted to your own style of teaching, to your own students, and to your own context. And one thing that we need to be aware of is that as we examine assessment outcomes, these outcomes will help us understand the quality of the data that we have obtained, examine the degree to which students have mastered instructional goals, look for misconceptions and gaps in learning, and also, and very importantly, and this I think looks a little bit back on what Peter Lucantoni said a couple of hours ago, reflect on our own teaching effectiveness, because the whole purpose of being an effective teacher is to help our students become effective learners. So let's have a quick look at some direct or formal strategies for ongoing assessment. And we have, for example, graphic organizers, where students complete a graphic organizer on a topic or a question posed by you. Also, we can review or assess the work according to pre-established criteria to determine the student's proficiency in the topic or question. We can use exit cards or tickets. We can use 3-2-1 cards. We can use entry cards, PO exercises, weather report, homework, and quizzes. Let's have a look at this. Here you have examples of some of graphic organizers. And let's face it, you can have a look at the internet and find literally thousands of different examples, and you can create your own depending on what you need. Exit tickets are wonderful because you can pose one or more questions directly related to the lesson, and then students can provide brief responses on exit cards, on cards, on slips of paper, on sticky notes. Yes, and what I like them to do is to post those exit tickets on a notice board, and then I have a look at that, and I can have a clear idea of what learning has taken place, how much understanding has taken place. And of course, you can create your own exit tickets. Again, you can find hundreds, thousands of examples of exit tickets online. But as I said before, adapt that to your own context. We can have 3-2-1 cards. This is a kind of exit card in which a student responds to questions or prompts that ask for example, 3 responses, then 2, then 1. So you can use a variety of prompts here. Also, here you have another example of entry cards, like boarding cards. What I already know about the subject, one question I want to know the answer to, keywords I have learned, and a target for this lesson. Then you can use QR codes and send them to different resources online. And a weather report, which is similar to the windshield that I showed before. Yes, so they can rate their proficiency with the topic or the skills by indicating sunny skies, a few high clouds, or fog and smog. This is wonderful for smaller children or younger teenagers. Now, let's see. How do assessment, grading, and differentiation come together? Probably the most frequently asked question about differentiation is, how do I grade it? Because there is a sense that differentiation and grading are at odds with one another. And some educators think of differentiation as having different goals for different students. And this perspective makes teaching and learning much more confusing and complicated and turns grading into a nightmare. Because we don't have different goals for different students. What we do have is different roads to the same goal. Differentiation seeks to provide multiple pathways or support systems to the same content goals. This is very important to understand so that virtually all learners can achieve higher levels of success with the same essential knowledge, understanding, and skill. Thus, a teacher in a differentiated classroom is not grading students on different goals, but rather providing feedback and grades based on a student's status relative to the same learning intentions. Some educators feel as though differentiation requires teachers to grade struggling learners easier and advanced learners harder. That, too, is a misconception. All students in a differentiated classroom should be graded against the same clearly delineated criteria, that is the KUDs. What the differentiated classroom does is provide an environment that maximizes the student's opportunity to achieve and, when possible, move beyond those criteria. So, at least 3 interrelated issues are integral to the philosophy of differentiation and are directly affected by assessment and grading practices. First, differentiation proposes that classroom practices, including assessment and grading, should be designed to contribute to a growth mindset in students and teachers. Secondly, differentiation exists to keep student success to effort ratios in balance. That is, students at all levels of proficiency clearly see that their hard work generally leads to visible success. And thirdly, differentiation proposes that a sense of team, of community, or collaboration is integral to student success, that students and teachers work to support maximum growth for all. And unfortunately, many current grading practices work directly against these 3 goals. For some students, the certainty of praise and success in school has become a drug, and they continually need more. For many other students, year upon year of not good enough has eroded their intellectual self-confidence and has resulted in a kind of mind-numbing malaise. Current assessment and grading practices are also counterproductive for a third group of students, those in the middle, in mid-ranges of achievement, who get the continual message that they are just average and not likely to change. So, sometimes how we teach, assess, and grade creates winners and losers in the classroom, and undercuts the sense that we are all stronger when we learn from each other. So the essential question we need to ask ourselves is, are there practices that reflect and support best practice assessment and grading, as well as the underpinning of differentiation? Yes. Best practices in assessment and grading are fully compatible with and supporting of the goals of quality differentiation, and they facilitate and enhance a robustly differentiated classroom. grading and reporting should be seen as particular moments that happen periodically in a much longer cycle of planning, teaching, learning, feedback, and measurement. So, teaching and learning should be the primary focus of the classroom. At key points in a unit of study, summative assessments measure student growth towards and beyond the KUDs and result in marks entered into a gradebook. And at the end of the designated marking period, the teacher marks into grades and communicates them on a report card. Grading and reporting should reflect and support good classroom practices, not dictate them. At least that's my humble opinion. Let's have a quick look at some grading principles. Some guiding principles for effective grading. First of all, base grades on clearly specified learning goals. When we are clear about goals and how they work together to help learners make meaning of and use content, it's not a great leap to make sure they are clear about these goals as well. This principle increases reliability by providing consistency across classroom and increases validity by ensuring that assessments measure what they are intended to measure. Also, use grades that are criterion-based and not comparative. When students are compared with one another, they come to believe the goal is competition rather than personal development. Yes? Often the result is that struggling students come to believe that they lack the capacity for success, and high-achieving students conclude that success is an entitlement and not the result of commitment and hard work. Also, don't overgrade student work. Learning challenging content is useful, takes hard work and lots of practice. So along the way to this kind of deep learning, false starts, mistakes, redirections will necessarily occur. So it's important to help students see a direct connection between what we ask them to do for practice at school and at home and their academic growth, between the quality of their practice and their developing competence. Also, use only quality assessments. These are associated with higher student achievement, perhaps because those assessments suggest teachers whose planning and instruction are of high quality as well, and perhaps because such assessments encourage students to participate more enthusiastically in the learning process. Assessments are effectively when they measure student proficiency on clearly designated learning goals that are known to the students, and when they are carefully aligned with teaching and learning. No trick questions or gotcha items. Also, reduce grade fog. A grade should communicate as clearly as possible what a student knows, understands, and can do at a given point in time. Grade fog arises from anything that we do in the teaching, learning, assessment cycle that muddles the meaning or clarity of the grade. For example, when we deduct points from an assessment because that piece of work is not neat, because it's late, because the student's name is left out, or we add credit when we add credit to a grade. So when a grade serves multiple masters, it serves none of them well. So make sure that your grades assess what they are meant to assess and nothing else. Also, grade more heavily later in the grading cycle rather than earlier. When a student gets better marks later in a marking period, it suggests effort and growth. Earlier deficiencies in the same content would not erode the student's growth or discourage persistence. So we need to grade more heavily as they progress. Yes? When it's time for report cards, use 3P grading. That is, when we try to pack a wide variety of student characteristics into one grade, that grade is not a valid reflection of any of them. It's like the grade file, and presents perhaps an inaccurate picture of a student's proficiency. So one solution is to practice the 3P grading. That is, report separate grades for a student's performance or product, the student's process or habits of mind and work that characterizes success, and we hope to help students develop, and the student's progress in specified objectives. These 3Ps should not be averaged into one grade. Rather, they should be reported separately and with clear indicators of what each element represents. I know that this is not easy because there are school rules that determine how we grade our students, but maybe we should try and discuss this with school authorities. The 3P approach to grading is tightly aligned with a growth mindset message that if individuals work hard and intelligently to master specified goals, that is the process, they will continue to grow towards those goals, the progress, until they master the goals. And a final caveat. Students bring to the classroom a variety of differences. Regardless of these individual differences, all students are expected to master the same content standards, unless there are formal plans on record that indicate otherwise. So the dual reality of student differences juxtaposed with common expectations requires us to create classrooms that respect those differences and are thus structured to provide varied ways in which students can meet common content expectations. So it's effective attention to this student variance that encourages them to reach for successfully higher levels of proficiency, provide an environment that supports the risk of learning, and present students with a reason for optimism that each day will result in incremental success towards important goals. So just to finish, I would like to share with you some resources that I have found particularly useful. I especially encourage you to have a look at Inside the Black Box or Developing the Theory of Formative Assessment by Paul Black and Dylan William. I have found their work very, very useful and enlightening. And well then, thank you so much for attending this talk. And well, thank you, Mo, also for having me today in this session.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Annie, for this wonderful talk. It's always a pleasure collaborating with you. And I'd like really to thank you for being willing to be part of this for the second time. The people here in the chat box are thanking you a lot for your wonderful presentation, your insights. People from all around the world gathered here with us to listen to, experts sharing their insights, sharing their expertise with them. So your existence here is really valuable for us. Right, Ron?
Well, I know Annie, so
Hello,
hello,
Ron.
So yeah, well, Mo, why don't we just get you to do a quick review, and then I have a couple of questions I'd like to ask Annie. And in the meantime, I would like everyone to look into the chat box because I did put some links into the European Framework of Languages can-do statements that will help you to develop some standards for your differentiated language classroom. So now that I said that, Mo, we'll turn it over to you, and then I'll ask Annie a couple of questions. Mo, get your voice on.
Oh, yes. Okay. So, well, because we're in a rush, okay, because we have another talk, we have another speaker right now. So we'll try to move to our next speaker, who is Sandy Mellon. Sandy, has been here for almost 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah, it's always great to see you, Sandy. So everyone, let's please welcome Sandy Millen. Sandy is a freelance ELT consultant, teacher trainer, and methodology writer. She has recently completed the Nile MA in Professional Development in Language Education, for which she compiled the competency framework she's talking about at this conference. She blogs at sandymillen.wordpress.com, and she has self-published 3 books: ELT Playbook 1, ELT Playbook, Teacher Training, and Richer Speaking. She is proud to be an IATEFL ambassador, and she is a co-author of the Cambridge CELTA book. So everyone, please welcome Sandy Millen.
Thank you very much, Mo. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to pop into the chat a couple of links to start us off, and I'll maybe reshare those at the end. Just for anybody who would like to see the slides, you can find them on this blog post, and the framework that I'm talking about, there's also a blog post there for that as well. And here is my presentation. Here you go. So let me just make sure everything's set up okay. Here we are. Okay, so as Mo said, I'm going to be talking about a competency framework for language learning materials writing. And this is something that I put together as part of a process. It was the end step or the final step in my Nile MA in Professional Development in Language Education. So for that MA, first I had my Cambridge Delta, so that contributed some points towards it. Then I did a module in trainer development and a module in materials development for language education. And after all of that, I had to put together a dissertation. And I wanted to bring together this idea of developing teachers and developing materials, and I put them together into competency framework. So the first thing I want to show you is, what is a competency framework? What do I mean by this? So some of you might already be familiar with competency frameworks for teachers. I think probably one of the most famous ones is this British Council CPD framework. So this has various different levels for teachers, various different areas like managing the lesson or understanding the learners. And each of these areas has various different points that a teacher should be familiar with or can develop their familiarity with to become a better teacher. So this is an example of a framework for teachers. Another one is the Cambridge English Teaching Framework. This one has stages that you can work through, like foundation, developing, proficient, expert. And another one is the European Profiling Grid. This one is a little bit similar to the CEFR in that there are 6 levels, 3 development phases, 1, 2, and 3, each broken down in point 1, point 2, point 1, point 2. And the idea with these competency frameworks then is, if you develop your skills in these areas, that you will become a better teacher. Okay, so there are quite a lot of these frameworks around for teachers. I think I found at least 9 or 10. Then if you're a teacher trainer, there are also, here's another one from English Australia. So sometimes local areas, local teaching associations will put together a framework. It doesn't have to be an international one like British Council or Cambridge. Again, this one has levels and it's broken down into different categories. So there are also these frameworks for teacher trainers or educators, not as many as for teachers, but they exist. So again, British Council has a CPD framework with areas like knowing the subject or managing teacher learning. Cambridge also has a framework. They have 3 different levels here, from teacher to trainer, autonomous trainer, and lead trainer. And as you can see, they have all these descriptors, what it is that you need to do at this level in this area. Okay. By the way, the link to the slides I'll share again at the end, or you can see it on the right-hand side if you want to go and investigate any of these frameworks for yourself. I do think they're all useful ways of thinking about your teaching and what areas to develop in. So there are frameworks for teachers, there are frameworks for trainers. There's also even one for academic managers. So there's the Equals Academic Management Competency Framework. So again, this breaks things down into 4 different levels, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is an excerpt from professional development, for example, developing professional development within your institution. But what I noticed from all of this is that competency frameworks for materials writers, this was hard to find. So what I was inspired by when I was putting together my dissertation was going to a talk at IATEFL Belfast in 2022. Denise Santos, who is an experienced materials writer, was presented a talk that was called CPD, Continuous Professional Development for Materials Writers, in search of a framework. And she was looking for some kind of framework to help her develop better as a materials writer. And in her research for her talk, she came up with this kind of simple triangle of a continuous process of planning some area to focus on, doing and monitoring that area that you're focusing on, and then evaluating it. But she didn't actually define any specific areas. She had ideas for things that might be there, like your knowledge, developing your knowledge of pedagogy or of technology or editorial knowledge. But there wasn't kind of a list of skills to develop like there were in any of the teaching or training frameworks that I've shown you already. And so I realized that this was a gap, and it was something that I was inspired by. I needed to have something that I wanted to work on for 18 months for my dissertation. And I thought, right, here we go. This is what I'm going to look at. So I decided that it was necessary, but then I thought, okay, I need to justify this. Why is it worthwhile? Why is it important to have a competency framework for language learning materials writing? So for teaching, it's obvious that teachers need some kind of framework to help them develop. There's so many aspects to teaching. When I was doing my research, when I was doing my background reading, I found some really interesting quotes that I think I kind of already knew. And I think when you see them, you'll think, oh yeah, that's true. But seeing it in the literature really made me think, yes, this is quite an important area to focus on. So the first one is a simple thing. All English language teachers need to create their own materials at some stage in their working lives. I don't know about you, but as a teacher, I was creating materials right from my initial teacher training course, even if that was a worksheet, if it was a presentation slide, you're creating things straight away. But also, I don't know about you, but I never got any training in that. Nobody said to me, here's how to lay out an effective worksheet, or here's the information it would be useful to include, or this is why your worksheet isn't working, or this exercise that you've put together a grammar exercise, here's why it's not effective for the learners, here's how you can upgrade it, how you can improve it. So we need to create these materials, but there's a gap in our training. We don't seem to be taught how to do it. Another reason why it's important to focus on the materials. The instructional materials that we use, whether that's a course book or materials created by the teachers, these are generally the basis for much of the language input that the learners receive. So most of the input that they get comes from the materials in some way. Those materials might be your PowerPoint presentation, they might be your book, but it's quite unusual that they're getting input from other areas, much as we might wish that they do. The instructional materials also are serving as the basis for the language practice that's happening in the classroom. So the practice activities that the learners do generally come from the materials. So if you're creating your own materials, but they're not working as well as they should, then maybe the learners aren't getting the quality language practice that they need. And then there's also the idea that published materials that we use, develop our own teaching. I learned a lot about activity types, about how to approach teaching from the course books that I was using, and especially from the teachers' books, how the teachers' books were laid out. They influence the teachers and learners. They tell us what teaching styles are maybe considered to be right or better or worse, even if that influence is subconscious. Also, the things that we see in the materials, the people that we see, the places that we see, the situations that we see, they influence teachers and learners. I don't have time to go into that in a big way, but there's a lot of information out there now about DEI, diversity, equality and inclusion. I think I've remembered the E correctly. So if this is something you're interested in, look up DEI, materials writing and English teaching. They support teacher development, they support language awareness. So I learned English as a first language. I did know some grammar because I was learning foreign languages as well, but a lot of my language awareness came from the materials that I was using. But they're also something that teachers and learners can become subservient to. We just kind of work through our materials by rote. We do the next exercise, the next exercise, the next exercise. We don't necessarily question the materials that we're using. We don't necessarily question the quality of them because we assume that if it's been printed, if it's been published, it must be good materials. Well, so if we know what makes good materials and what makes good materials writers, then we can critique our materials more. We can choose more, or we can think more about the materials we want to use, how we want to develop them, whether there is that space to create our own materials, whether it's necessary to do that, or the materials that we're given are good enough, for example. And ultimately, the materials that we use influence learning both directly through the teacher's use of them and the learner's use of them, and indirectly through the way that teachers learn about language and are influenced to teach by the materials that they use. So if materials are so important and materials writing can have such a big influence, both in our classrooms and in the published materials that we use, why are we relying on trial and error as the way that we develop good materials writers? Why is it that we're not training people, giving them support in developing their own materials right from the very beginning of their teaching career? So that's the kind of downside. Here's the good news. If you do want to develop your skills as a materials writer, you're actually now much better served than you may have been 30 years ago. There are teaching associations like MATSTA, the Materials Development Association, like MORSIG, the Materials Writing Special Interest Group from IATEFL. I'm on the committee there and I'm organising the events and webinars, so do come along to those. We're continually trying to develop people's skills. TESOL, the International Association, has a materials writers interest section. There are also other MORSIGs that exist. For example, Braz TESOL has one. I'm sure there are others that I've missed out, but there are more of these associations appearing all the time. There are also courses. So I mentioned my NILE materials development course at the beginning. There's also a relatively new course from about a year ago by John Hughes and Kath Bilsborough, which is just called Writing ELT Materials. And that's aimed at teachers. It's aimed at you writing materials for your classroom. There are also other MA courses that involve modules in materials writing, but I know that those can be more expensive. So if you have a bit of money to invest or you've got some professional development credits that you can use in some way, I definitely recommend looking into these courses. If you don't have a lot of money, then the free webinars that are on offer from people like MORSIG, those can help you develop. The MORSIG blog can help you develop. But then if you have a tiny bit of money that you would like to invest, but not lots and lots of money, you know, £10, £20, $30, $40, then I would definitely recommend some of the books that are available now as well. So for example, ETpedia materials writing, that has 500 different activities, tips to help you develop better English language materials. And then ELT Teacher to Writer, they have a whole series of different books. The 2 books in the top left-hand corner, these 2 books, the How to Write Excellent ELT Materials, those are compendiums of 5 other titles, but you can buy any of the titles separately as well. They're available as ebooks, or as most of them are available as paper books as well. They're super useful, they're super practical. They're generally about 90 to 100 pages, and they're just full of tips. Like, it's not, there is a little bit of theory in there, but it's full of here's how to do it better. And I would really recommend that. I would really recommend using these sources. Okay, so that's the good news. There's a lot of provision. But then how do you know where to start? So I'm going to come back to the meat of the presentation then. I've given you all of these ideas for resources. So this is where my competency framework comes in. So I mentioned that I developed it for my dissertation. This is version 1.0. I would really appreciate feedback, okay? The email address for feedback, that's included in the framework document itself, and I'll give you the link again at the end for the actual framework, okay? But on the right-hand side, again, as I say, you have the link to all the slides, and that has the link to the framework as well. It's all available on my blog. So any feedback you can give me will be great. So when I'm creating the framework, I had to think about language learning materials writing. So first, what's my definition of materials that I used? So I decided that materials are electronic or paper-based resources. So it doesn't matter what format they're in, with a pedagogic purpose. So they're designed with teaching in mind. So designed to be used by teachers and learners to facilitate language learning. But they can be teacher written or published or learner created. It can be any of the 3. It's not just published materials. Language learning materials can be made by teachers and they can be made by learners. Competency. So a competency is a characteristic that's required for effective performance in a job, which can be observed in the real world. That's really important. I have to be able to see that you can do this, or I have to be able to see that I can do this. That it's measured against some accepted standards, that we know what good looks like. And he was talking about success criteria. That's effectively what some of these are, a success criteria. And that it can be improved via training and development. I should be able to train somebody to get better at this thing. So for example, I haven't included creativity because I can't train somebody to be better at creativity. I can give them tools to help them, but I can't make them more creative. I can help them access the creativity, but so that's something that's not in the framework, for example. Creativity is mentioned, but not in that way. And then a competency framework, what I've put together, a collection of competencies that are required for effective performance in a job, and they can be used by those connected to that job to assess current abilities. So what can I already do? Identify gaps, what am I missing, and then plan future professional development. So what do I want to do next? So I'd like you to bear that in mind when you're looking at the framework in a minute. We'll get there eventually, I promise. So how did I put together the framework? How do I know it's a good framework? These are the steps that I went through. So I started off by interviewing a framework creator, interviewing somebody else. How do you put this together? I then analysed existing frameworks, including most of the ones that I showed you at the beginning of the presentation. I put out a questionnaire. If you are one of the people who answered my questionnaire, thank you very much. I got 124 teachers and materials writers and trainers from all over the world to tell me what they thought good materials writing looked like. I then interviewed people in focus groups based on the questionnaire results to develop it further. I compared what came out of my questionnaire and my focus groups to the literature on materials writing. And then I created it and reorganized it and reorganized it and reorganized it. And this is the results. Okay. So my framework has 3 sections. Section 1 is all about your background knowledge. What knowledge is it useful to develop to be able to write better quality materials? To some extent, a lot of that is teaching knowledge, but some of it is specific to materials writing. Section 2 then is about actually creating the materials themselves. So what do you need to put together the materials? And then section 3 is about the professional skills that work around materials writing. So that in particular would be if you wanted to be a professional materials writer, but there are things in there that are relevant for teachers producing materials as well. So they're skills that you need that go beyond the actual materials themselves. So I'm going to look at each of these in turn and show you the sections that are in there. So background knowledge, I think, is threefold. It has 3 sections. So we need to develop our understanding of learners, of who they are, of what their needs are. We need to develop our understanding of language, language across different areas. I'll go into more depth with that one in just a moment. And we need to develop our understanding of methodology and theory. Okay, so our background knowledge about teaching itself. How does teaching work? And how does language learning work? So these are kind of big sections. You can see everything's numbered. So I had 1, 2, 3 before, and then within background knowledge, I have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, so that you can find your way around, so you can make notes and refer to things easily. Each section is then subdivided. So for example, to take a simple one, understanding language is divided into A, understanding systems, which is grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation. I'll show you that in more depth in a moment. B is understanding skills, understanding listening. C is reading. D is speaking. E is writing. And then F is understanding how to combine those skills. So this is background knowledge at this point, your knowledge that will feed into your materials. Okay. And then each area, each of these lettered areas, is then broken down into the actual competencies themselves. So, for example, understanding systems has 5 competencies. So 1 is can understand areas of grammar relevant to the target learner. 2 is lexis. 3 is pronunciation relevant to receptive understanding, so their listening skills. And then 4 is productive pronunciation. So this is about their speaking skills. And then 5 is the phonemic script. Anything that's in grey is linked to a glossary, because I don't want to assume that everyone who reads it can understand all of these terms. So feedback on the terms that are in the glossary will be really useful. It's also, I don't expect that you know all of these things immediately. That's the whole point of a competency framework, is that it gives you ideas about how to keep developing. I would like that even a brand new teacher and a super experienced coursebook writer could look at the framework and find ideas about how to develop. I'll talk a bit more later on about how to use the framework yourself. Let's just have a look at it. Yeah. So that's section 1. That's about your background knowledge. So section 2, about creating your materials. This one has 7 sections. So we start off with meeting learners' needs. Then we think about activity design, sequencing materials. So what order do you put activities in? What order do you put worksheets in? What order do you put a series of worksheets or units into? 2.4 is about providing variety and balance, how to keep your materials varied, how to keep them balanced. So we've got making sure that, for example, if it's not in your learner's needs, it's not just overwhelmingly grammar, that we have a balance of different areas to focus on, for example. 2.5 is about assessment. That calls back nicely to Annie's session. 2.6 is about the layout of the materials, thinking about what they actually look like, how easy they are to navigate. And then 2.7 is teacher support. I started off by calling that teachers' books or teachers' notes, but I made it a bit more general because I realized that teacher support could be in the form of videos, for example. How do you help teachers to use your materials? So in every section of the framework, or in the first two sections, sorry, I've started from the learners because they're the most important thing. Everything that we do should be for the learners. So in the background knowledge, we start off with understanding the learners. In creating materials, we start off with how do we meet their needs? And hopefully you noticed when we were looking at the competencies for language, that it was understanding grammar relevant to your learners' needs. It's not just understanding grammar generally. What is it that your learners need? And do you understand that bit of grammar for those materials that you're creating? I've also in each section tried to go, in inverted commas, from the smallest thing to the biggest thing, or from the in your classroom thing to the published materials things. So regardless of who's creating the materials, we want to meet the learner's needs. We want to be able to design effective individual activities. You might start putting together activities into a sequence as you become a bit more experienced. You're not just creating a single activity, you might create a whole worksheet, for example. Then you might think about how to vary your activities, how to vary your teaching. And then hopefully you're ready to think about assessment. Now, you may decide that assessment needs to come much earlier, but I thought that not everybody is kind of ready with their teaching skills to be aware of how they're assessing. So that's why that one's a bit later. I've put layout after that. We all, I think a lot of us spend a lot of time thinking about what does it look like on the page? Is it pretty? But I've actually moved that later, demoted that, because that's not the most important thing. It is important, it's useful, especially if you have learners with special educational needs. Do they have space on the page? Do they have white space to think? And then the teacher support is last, because this is when you're starting to create materials maybe to be used with other teachers, or you're creating materials which you want to use again in 2 years' time. So you're making notes for yourself. So again, every one of these areas is broken up into competencies. For example, 2.4, providing variety and balance. One of the sections in there is about interaction. So I'll just give you a minute to read the kind of things, the kind of competencies I've put into interaction for variety and balance. So as you can see, I've started off with things like varying interaction patterns, which is something we might be doing in the classroom as well. We're hopefully doing in the classroom. And again, within each area, I've tried to start with perhaps the easier things to implement. Anything where you might need to check terminology, like group dynamics, that's included in the glossary. An important thing about the competency framework is at the moment, I haven't got anything that tells people how to do it. I'm focusing on what skills and knowledge you might need. And I'm hoping that people will take this framework into their teacher training, into their courses that they run, to start to develop the how. How do we do these things? The final area then is professional skills. So professional skills has 5 different categories. We've got writing skills, which we will look at in a bit more detail in a moment. We've got digital skills, so the technology side of things. We've got understanding how you work, professional relationships, and then working with publishers. So writing skills includes areas like, are you following written conventions? Are you using full stops, capital letters, question marks, things like that? Are you following typical conventions for that genre? So if you're writing a grammar exercise compared to if you're writing a speaking exercise, for example, or if you're writing a worksheet compared to a whole unit, are you following the conventions that are typical? Or if you're not following them, do you know why you're not following them? Are you doing it in a principled way? Digital skills covers things like different kinds of technology that it might be useful to learn how to use. And that starts off with things like, do you understand the basics of using word processing software? Do you understand how to use Word or Google Docs or LibreOffice, whatever you're using, in an effective way? Also includes presentation software. Do you understand how to use presentation software to create your language learning materials? Obviously, it includes AI as well. Do you understand how to use AI when you're creating materials? It's also about keeping up to date. So are you keeping up with the technology that can help you with your materials writing? That also includes, I can't remember if it's in 3.1 or 3.2, but one of them also includes awareness of copyright as well. So do you understand how to acknowledge other people's work in there? 3.3, understanding how you work. This is things like, do you understand or do you know yourself the best times and places for you to create your materials? Do you start spending far too much time creating the materials because you don't have a focus when you're doing it? Understanding how you work also includes professional development. Do you understand what your strengths are as a materials writer? Do you understand which areas it would be useful for you to develop? All three of those, I think, are relevant for teachers, not just for materials writers. Professional relationships does have some relevance for teachers as well, but also for materials writers. So this is things like building up a network of people who can give you feedback on your materials. It's things like working with other teachers to improve your materials. Being aware of teaching associations like Morsig and Matster that I mentioned earlier on. And then 3.5, working with publishers. This one is for people who are professional materials writers. And that includes things like knowing whether to go to a publisher with your materials or to self-publish, negotiating contracts, working with deadlines, things like this. So overall, hopefully, Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, I've covered everything you might need to know for materials writing, for language learning materials writing, regardless of whether you are a teacher or a trainer or a materials writer or a manager, anybody who's involved in producing materials. Let me show you an example from writing skills. So this one is about checking your work. So can you edit your own writing? Can you proofread your own writing? There's a difference here. So editing is connected to the content of it. Have you included the right information? Have you included correct information? Proofreading, then, that's about things like typos, punctuation, spellings, things like that. Have you checked that the language learning materials that you're using are factually accurate? So, for example, if you start talking about learning styles, these have been debunked. So if you give learners a survey to find out if they are a kinesthetic learner or a visual learner, this is not factually accurate. That's not a good thing to be including in your materials. Can you work with editors to improve your writing? An editor might be somebody professional and paid, but an editor might also be somebody else in your staff room. Can you exchange your materials with somebody else and get them to notice things that you could improve? Can you get feedback on your language learning materials? including from piloting. So, for example, you might pilot a lesson with one group of students and get feedback on it, and then update it in B6 to improve it so that you can use it with another group of students. Feedback could also come from colleagues. It could come from your partner. It could come from your children if it's children's materials you're creating. If you give it to them, are they interested in it? Do they want to use it? All of this can help you to improve your materials. And this is just one element of the writing skills that I mentioned before. The next thing that I want to look at then is, if you're a teacher, how can you actually use this framework? So you can use it as a starting point for choosing areas for your professional development. So, for example, choose one area you're interested in. So that might be the writing skills that I looked at just now. It might be adding more variety to your materials. And then choose one competency to focus on. It's important to pick one thing at a time. If you do too many different competencies, then you're going to get overwhelmed. And then talk to colleagues to find out how they do this thing in their materials. If they don't do it, that's also useful, because you can maybe work together to learn how to improve it. Do some action research, try some things out in your classroom. You can look for information or look for training to fill the gap. You can look at some of the books that I mentioned. You can look at the Morsic blog. How do other people do it? You can also put questions out on social media, for example, to get other people to give you ideas for how to improve. So the thing that I would like you to take away is think about, how could you use this framework yourself? How could you use it in your school? Very quickly, I'm just going to mention the books that Mo had at the beginning. So if you'd like to find out more about my books, you can have a look there. I also run Cambridge Delta courses, and the link is there for you. Does anybody have any questions? I will share the links again in a moment that I shared at the beginning. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, that was great, Sandy. Yeah, great as usual.
Thank you.
So we have a question here in the chat box from Catherine, which is, I have a question relating to how to manage a class which consists of high and very low level students in English mastery. It's quite difficult for me to face this problem.
I'm not sure how relevant that actually is to materials writing.
Yes.
I think that is a key problem. That is a challenging thing to do, but I'm not sure how connected that is to materials writing. Apart from thinking about, for example, within your materials, one of the things that you can do is use a star system. So you could have an activity that has a 1 star, an activity that has a 2 star, an activity that has 3 stars, and then learners can choose which one works for them based on the star system. So I think increasingly teenage books in workbooks have this kind of star system. And that's something that you can look for samples of on the internet to see how they do that. So that's one way that you can use your materials to support differentiation.
Yeah. I think we have another question from Ron Rubain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, Sandy, I would just like to thank you very much for coming today, but also for being so generous in sharing that material with us. I want you to know that I've been following you for some time, and I just shared that with over 2 million people right
Brilliant.
now on social media.
Thank you very much.
Because I really like that. And again, thank you so much for sharing, because that's what it's really all about. Us as teachers sharing our knowledge and experience with each other for our self-improvement and self-development.
Exactly. And I think, as you say, collaboration and sharing is super important. And that's why the stuff is on the blog and not behind a paywall and all of that as well. Because I think, how are we going to get better if we don't know how to get better? So yeah, thank you very much, Ron. Yeah.
I
So,
actually did have a question for Sandy.
Yes.
She did mention one thing that I think everybody knows, that, I really like task-based learning and project-based learning and into artificial intelligence. And you did mention that about, developing materials with the help of artificial intelligence.
Mhm.
And, that has changed over the last 18 months.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about that, Sandy, about using your framework and the can-do statements that are in there together with creating lesson plans with artificial intelligence?
Yes, so there are two competencies in the framework that are connected to artificial intelligence. So one of them is about understanding how to use AI with your materials writing. And the other one is about understanding the ethics of using AI, because I think it's important that whenever we're using AI, we acknowledge that we've used it. We don't pass off that work as our own. And so the first thing I would say is don't hide that you're using AI, make it clear. It's not a problem. It's a tool that's available to us, the same as Google Translate or whatever else it is that we might be using in the classroom. I think if it saves you time, if you're able to create good prompts, why not? Have a look, but check the factual accuracy. That's
Exactly.
why that one was in there. Make sure that anything that the AI has created is correct, because it's only putting one word after another. It's not magic. It's not thinking. It isn't intelligent. It isn't, although intelligence is in the word, it isn't intelligent. It's a large language model that is predicting what the next word should be. So you have to check it. It can help you. It can make things faster, but it won't replace teaching materials created by teachers. You can use it as a tool to make your materials more quickly, but sometimes it's faster to go and find the resource yourself or to just make it yourself. So it's about knowing when and how to use it correctly and using it with thought. And also, I would like to emphasize that it's one competency, two competencies among about 150. There are a lot of other areas you can develop. Don't get hung up on AI. Please don't get hung up on AI. There are so many other things that we need to be thinking about. Interaction, you saw there are 8 different things to think about with interaction. Spend time on that. AI, do that later. Think about the other stuff first. Teach first and then use the tools later. Yeah.
Definitely. I agree. Thanks, Sandy.
Does anybody have any
Yeah.
other questions?
Someone was also asking about the AI apps and how to integrate them in cultural competency developing materials.
I don't know is the answer to that question. I would say if you're interested in intercultural competency, then I would really strongly suggest getting Chia Suan Chong's book, which is about intercultural competency. I can't remember the exact title of it, but let me give you her name in the chat. She has written an excellent book about intercultural competency. She's also presented a lot of webinars. You can find her on YouTube talking about intercultural competency and how we can develop it in the ELT classroom. I don't know how that interacts with AI at all, but I would definitely recommend looking up her materials, her resources.
She can be found on the National Geographic site as well,
Yeah.
Where she does have those videos, but you can find her on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and by now we can summarize what Sandy talked about in this wonderful presentation. She talked about competency framework for language learning materials writing. This framework outlines the key competencies required for effective writing of language learning materials. This framework can be used by individual writers, training programs, and educational institutions to assess and develop skills in this area. So the core competencies are knowledge of language, pedagogical language or knowledge, materials development skills, writing skills, technology skills, cultural awareness, collaboration and communication, evaluation, and reflection. So this framework is intended to be flexible and adaptable to specific contexts and needs. The importance of each competency may vary depending on the type of materials being developed, the target audience, and the overall learning goals. So thanks a lot, Sandy, for being part of this. It's always an honor to collaborate with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Thanks for inviting me.
The pleasure is all mine. Thank you. So everyone, by now we are having a break of 1 hour, approximately an hour. So we will get back after an hour with a presentation with Mohammed Zayed from Egypt, who will be talking about something related to teaching in the American context. So take a break, take an hour off the screens, and we're looking forward to seeing you again in an hour. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to part 2 of the 2024 Educast online conference. We are going to get started in just a few minutes with our speakers for part 2. And I have to say that we have Mohammed Al-Sayed talking about pathways to proficiency. After that, we have Nathan Waller talking about 10 tips for building better learning environments in 2024. After that, we have Donnelly Fields talking about exploring key factors in the creation of an effective language policy. And we end our day with Mohammed Nabil, who is the creator of Educast Online Conference, talking about unmuted innovation and unleashing the potential and learning with a podcast. We will soon greet our next speaker. Mohammed, are you in the room?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, Ron. How are you doing?
Fine. And want to get your video on.
Yeah, sure. Welcome from Saudi Arabia. Nice to see you all.
Well, Mohammed, I'm going to be in Saudi Arabia at the end of the month.
We will be glad to have you here, Ron.
I'm going to be in Jeddah, so I look forward to that, coming to Jeddah.
Amazing, amazing.
And
It'll
I'm
be a
also,
great trip.
I'm also so lucky that I'm going to be there at the beginning of Ramadan. So this is an exciting sort of trip for me.
Yeah, for us as well. So we will be glad to see you there.
I've been promised very good food.
You will have delicious ones, I promise you.
So we got Mo back in the room, so I'm going to turn that over to Mo. And let's get started with part 2 of the Educast online conference. Mo.
Yeah, hello, Ron again, and sorry for the delay. Okay, so welcome back to the Educast International Online Conference 2024. We hope you enjoyed the break and are feeling refreshed and ready for more learning adventures. The conference schedule is packed with exciting sessions, insightful discussions, and valuable connections to re-energize your teaching practice. Whether you're joining us live or catching up later, we invite you to actively participate, ask questions, and share your thoughts. Remember, collaboration is key to our collective growth. Our next speaker, who is a great friend of mine and colleague, Mohammed Zayed, is an ACT, EST, and SAT preparation specialist. He has over 15 years of experience in education and test preparation. Therefore, he has assisted high school and college students in exceeding their standardized testing goals in reading skills, grammar tactics, and writing techniques. He has a wide range of experience in the fields of teaching, teacher training, and quality assurance as a Cognia team review member. Mr. Zayat is currently working at King Fahd University Schools as a Cambridge Assessment English Certified Teacher Trainer. So, Mohammed, it's nice to have you here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, for having this chance. It's a great opportunity to be among those innovative educators, and I would appreciate the opportunity to receive constructive feedback from the candidates and attendees in this conference. Good luck for all of us, inshallah.
Inshallah, thank you. So, Mohammed, you're a co-host right now, so whenever you're ready, you can share the screen.
I will share it immediately.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are staying now. So this is our workshop, this is our seminar regarding the pathways to proficiency, leading and learning in the American ELA classrooms. So we need to draw your attention before we start. This is actually for the American context classrooms, especially for the English language arts arena. Before I start, I'd like to pose this kind of warning. This is a kind warning before we start. It shows how this session and the scope of this session will be limited. I don't need to say that complete mind-blowing doesn't usually occur within this short period of time. And also all the examples that we are going to mention today doesn't suit or don't suit so much all possible contexts. I mean the ESL and some EFL contexts. So please be careful when you are using these kind of practices, kind of approaches and methods that we are going to propose in this workshop. Before we start, I'd like to have your say on these numbers and what do these numbers signify to the trainer. So those numbers have kind of significance to me. In the chat box, would you please, in a minute, tell me what the 15 plus signify, or 1030 and 4, etc., refer back or signify to me? Amazing, Mr. Mohammed. So he spoiled one. You have over 15 years of experience. That's great. We need more. Maybe. It's the number of students. I have trained over like 5,000. Okay. We need to have more guesses in the chat box. Do they have the ability, Mr. Mohammed, to chat?
Yes, indeed, they have the ability to chat. Yeah.
Okay,
So they are
good,
just
great.
typing.
Okay, good, amazing. So 20 countries, I hope so. Welcome, Mr. Tom. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Ron, I have visited 4 countries and I lived in 4 countries actually. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Dubai Emirates, and Egypt. Yes, 15 years of your life for teaching. Nice guess. Qatar, yeah, I hope so as well. So 1030 is the number of followers on Facebook and other followers over many platforms. 20 plus, it means last thing. I wish, Mr. Ron, I think that I married for over 40 years. So 20 over means, okay. Yeah, it might be my experience. So I will leave this guess to the end of this workshop because I would like to keep it to till the end. Okay, good. So as Mr. Muhammad introduced me, so this is the get to know me more. You can scan this code to know more about my Facebook account and to know more about my platforms. As long as we are working together with Mr. Muhammad in the Educast International Board. And this is the table of contents for our workshop for today. It's full of numbers. So the first item that we are going to move over, it's 5 core competencies or 5 core propositions of the English language arts teachers. So what are these core propositions that we are going to discuss? And the number 2 is the top 12 standards of accomplished teachers. So if you are fully packed teachers or that you are fully ready teachers, we have 12 standards. As we always see in the American context, we have standard-based assessment and we have Common Core state standards. We have also standards for being a qualified teacher or accomplished teachers. Then we will have 4 DOK. DOK means depth of knowledge levels. So these levels will equip you with many strategies and techniques that will enable you to enhance and foster the learning processes. And at the end, we will have some few minutes for the Q&As if you are still interested to ask me. So let us move in the chat box one more time. And this is kind of a big question. And I need to ask you all, if you don't mind, to tell me what are the 5 fundamental tenets or the 5 core propositions that you can use to say that this teacher is enabling his learners to facilitate the learning process, or the teachers must integrate and exemplify to enhance the learning process. So you have a minute in the chat box, if you don't mind. Tell me what are these core tenets or core fundamental things that teachers can have. Yes, interaction, Jaron. Amazing, meaningfulness. Great, so we have collaboration. Assessment, yeah. Caring, yeah, good. Lovely. So we have reflection, communication, planning, Joshua. Yes, we have class management. This is one of the most important thing. Okay, good, good, good. We still have more? Okay, good, Ms. Ran. So we have adaptability. So the teacher needs to adapt or adopt the new techniques and the new strategies to enhance the learning process. Okay, good. And we have ICT integration, flexibility, feedback, respect. Yes, I love the respect of diversity. Yes, combination of management and discipline, autonomy. So we need to enhance the autonomous learning. So here is the 5 core propositions. As the National Board's framework, which is established in 1989, it has developed or created something, what we call them 5 core propositions, and I will share the file at the end of this session, which will show the key competencies and commitments of effective teachers, which are central to fostering student learning and are fundamental to the board's standard and evaluations. We will see the first proposition, which is awareness. So teachers are committed to students and their learning. So it shows how teachers are committed, not only to the learning process, but also to the students. Number 2, it shows the teacher's awareness. So teachers need to know the subjects that they teach. If you are away of the field, it's okay, no problem, but you have to learn before you teach, because students' minds are treasures, so please don't spoil them. And you know how to teach. It's not only about what to teach, it's about the way you teach your students. Okay. Number 3, it's about responsibility. So teachers need to be responsible. It's not only to be committed, it's not to be knowledge-wise professionals, but also need to be responsible for both managing and monitoring. So it's before and after the starting or the student learning. Also, it's about thoughtfulness, mindfulness, as we always say. So teachers need to think systematically and systematically about their practice and learn from experience and reflect on others' educators' experiences. And at the end, teachers are not members of learning communities. So now we are moving from the circle of learning to the communication or the community participation. So teachers should have a say in their community. So teachers should share their experience to let the community make the good use of it. So let's move to the second and the most important part. It's the structure or the architecture of accomplished teaching. So the teachers, in order to build this kind of intervening construction or structure, they have to start from the first foundation level. They should know their students. So it's about awareness. It's about going in depth from what are your students, who are they, where are they from, and where are they living now? So, for example, I'm living now in Saudi Arabia, but actually I'm from Egypt. So it means that I have to cope with the Saudi cultures. So you have to be aware of the culture or cultural differences, and to know also what do they need to learn and what their aspirations and their prospects. In order to move from this one, we will start at the second phase. You need to set high and worthwhile goals which are appropriate for what? For the students, for the time being, and for the setting. Setting means the context that they are learning in. We are moving from the second step to the third one, which is implementing instruction. So it's about the teaching strategies. So you need to know your instructional design to know more or to attain or to achieve these goals that students need to achieve. And at the midway, you need to evaluate your students as a kind of formative assessment to reflect on their learning in order to modify or to adapt new strategies. Then you need to reflect more and more to see if these strategies are effective as instructional design, or you need to have to raise some concerns to ask the experts in order to remove these issues. Lastly, you need to set new high and new goals in order to complete this infrastructure. So these your structure as accomplished teacher. Is it clear? You can share your thoughts in the chat box. Is this in its construction clear, guys? Hello? Okay, the chat box, please.
Yeah,
Great.
actually, the people are still typing. Yes. So yes, everyone is saying yes. Yeah,
amazing,
right.
amazing. Thank you so much. So we need to move to another thing in the field of ELA teaching. So now we are starting from the general approach, then we will go to more specific one. In the ELA, what aptitudes should accomplished teachers possess? So now from the structure, which things that we need to say that this teacher is accomplished one? As you said before, we have mindfulness, we have caring or constructive teaching. And from my side, or from, as we say, the NBPTS. NBPTS, it's the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. So these organizations set 12 or presented 12 standards. If you follow these standards, I assure you guys to be expert language arts teachers. So the first one, it's about knowledge. So you need to know more about your students. It's about fairness, equity, and diversity. So the first one is fairness. It equals equality. So you need to be a fair teacher and at the same time to follow equity. So fair teacher means that you provide all the resources on the same level. But equity, you have to take care of the students' levels at the same time. It's about differentiation, as I think that you have taken this session recently. So equality, you all stand up on the same level. But equity, you have to take care about the different levels within the same grade. So simplify the lessons and the very weak students. So Mr. Sam, I think that I will go through this one at the end of the session. Don't worry, to answer your question. And diversity, it's not only about diverse cultures, it's about diverse social context, social or family context. We have different and diverse family levels or social levels in the same classroom. So whenever we are teaching, we need to be aware of this one. So the learning environment, the context, the setting, even the classroom, decoration, you should be aware of it. You need to be more careful even about the classroom, seating format. Okay. Let's move to the other four. It's about the instructional design and implementation. It's not about planning, but how you can implement these instructions. Reading and viewing, this is super new and it's matching the ELA. What the meaning of reading? Yes, you provide text to the students, to the learner in the ELA. But viewing here, you must, it's not you need, you must view different genres while you are teaching in order to enable your students to achieve the career readiness goals and the college readiness goals at the end. Writing and producing, it's not only about writing, it's how they produce it. It's not about the process, it's about the production at the end. So the production is the fruit of your process. Speaking and listening, I always call speaking and listening in the American system the neglected skills. Not all people are doing these skills in a good manner. I don't generalize here, but I say most of teachers. I was one of them one day because I thought teachers are presenting, teachers are just listening to these ones over YouTube or some platforms. But be careful. Students need to be more aware of the context and need to practice the genres that they are taking while they have these ones. So, let's move to the last 5 elements to be accomplished teacher. Language study, you need to be aware of your language. It's not only about proficiency, it's about accuracy. So you need to be accurate while you are using your language. Inquiry, or inquire as some people say it. So you need to advocate or to raise the awareness for inquiry-based learning. And inquiry-based learning is the key to success nowadays. So the more students ask, the more students learn. So you have to motivate them to ask you, to inquire more about the process of learning, to inquire more about from where did this come. So you need to motivate this, encourage students to move forward. Assessment, as we always say, this is the bottom level, or it could be the high level of evaluating your learning process. But be careful. Your assessment should be like a sandwich. So it could start as the first level, in the middle level, and at the end of every level that you are teaching. Collaboration, now we are moving again from the micro to macro level. So we are collaborating even within the classroom or collaboration out the classroom, I mean the society. Encourage your students to move outside, to ask their community, to adapt or to conduct some presentations, some webinars, some interviews with others outside their classrooms, and encourage them that it will be considered as project-based learning. So it could be under the umbrella of assessment. Advocacy. So you need to advocate for many things. And we will move to the second level of our session. These are some of the standards. And you need to read them, to skim them quickly, and ask yourself, which levels or which kind of what we call them before, the standards of accomplished teachers refer to. For example, the first one, accomplished English language artists use their knowledge of students, their discipline, their pedagogy to design and implement instruction. So we may refer back to the instructional design. If we need to go the second level here, accomplished English language teachers advocate for their students, so they need to support their students within or out the classroom for the content of the ELA and for their profession. So they need to have the aptitude of advocacy. I will leave the PowerPoint presentation at the end of our seminar. I will send it to Mr. Muhammad to share it with you all. And we have some kind of strategies for instruction. These instructions and much more you can find, or many more you can find later if you joined our course, the one that we are running together, Mr. Muhammad and I, at the end of this session. And we will provide a kind of discount at the end of this session as well. So we have many vocabulary strategies we can train you through, like prayer model, word sneak, word story, exclusion, brainstorming. So we have many also speaking and listening strategies like academic conversations. So now you can move from in to out. We have debates, we have philosophical chairs, we have think, pair, share, and we have reading, listening, writing, and many other skills that you will find in our course. Now, we have another question. It's a kind of a big question. If you agree or disagree, please put in the chat box. The traditional education experience is not adequately preparing students for college and career. Is it right? Do you agree or not? Yes. Perfect. Yes. Good. So as you see, there is a kind of a great gap between the traditional education processes and the career readiness, college readiness at the end of the day. So here, another question. Education is not just about facts and figures. Do you still agree or not agree? Education is not just about facts and figures. Okay, great. So you all agree with me today. I'm lucky. Great, amazing. So here, this comes to our core presentation. How do prepare students to be engaged, lifelong learners? I will show a video. I will stop sharing again if you don't mind, and I will share the voice, or sorry, the sound with you. Here we go. Please, before we start, I need you to take notes regarding this video, okay?
Education isn't just about teaching facts and figures. Traditional learning experiences aren't adequately preparing students for college and careers. So, how do we prepare students as lifelong learners and engaged citizens? We can deepen student learning by focusing on cognitive skills, critical thinking and mastery of content, interpersonal skills, communication and collaboration, and intrapersonal skills, having a self-directed learning and academic mindset. So, what does it look like to make education relevant and meaningful to students? How can we give them real-world experiences and an opportunity to explore their passions? Creating lessons that deepen student learning can be challenging for teachers, especially when our current education system focuses on rote memorization and high test scores. But teachers everywhere are rising up to the challenge and working to engage students in more meaningful ways, building them up as the problem solvers of tomorrow. We wanted to explore the structural elements that enable teachers to do more of this type of work and the barriers that held them back. We know that many educators are already implementing deeper learning practices in their schools, and we wanted to hear the perspectives on how other teachers might do the same. We also created opportunities for educators to design and implement innovative practices through collaborative workshops. In this process, we captured the experiences of district leaders, principals, and teachers as they pursued more deeper learning in their schools. These are their stories.
Welcome back. So in the chat box again, if you don't mind, I need you to just mention the core that she mentioned in this presentation or in this video. She mentioned something which is called learning. So again, I need you to say, what did she say at the end of the video? I will say that. What kind of learning did she advocate for? Yes, what kind of learning at the end? Do you remember? Yes, good. Lifelong learning, yeah, good, amazing. Yep. Encourage critical thinking. So this, what we call it, as you see in the chat box, And I need you to look for more about this kind of words. It's called, yes, self-directed, and we call it deeper learning, Mr. Ron. So deeper learning, the one that we need to encourage in our classrooms. It's about cognitive, interpersonal, intrapersonal, and interpersonal competencies. So as you see here, the deeper learning are, yeah, they are the 21st century skills. So as you see here, we have 3 domains. The cognitive, it's about the person's, mindset and mentality, aptitudes and skills. Interpersonal, it means something instilled in his personality. And the intrapersonal, it's about how does he reflect from him to, or for his side to others to affect the society. So how can he shows integrity? How can he shows curiosity? So this is a kind of what we call it deeper learning. Okay, so now we will move from deeper learning to the depth of knowledge, the DOK. What can you see here? What are different, or what are the differences between the 4 levels of thinking? As you are swimming now, or these are 4 levels of swimming. So what can you see here in the chat box? What about the first level? What is he doing? The second level, what is he doing? Third, fourth, think more. Good. Yes, so it's about surface. Yeah, third is searching or discovering. Good. Lovely. Swimming to deep diving. More and more. Great. Okay, so it's a kind of pattern movement. So yeah, I like the word pattern. So you can't start from the first level. Yes, each level needs to know and learn the one before. So it's a kind of pattern. So you can't start it from level 4, but you can start it from level 1. Swimming, diving, guiding and helping others. It could be amazing. Yes, it's like understanding, exploring. Yeah, good. Okay, guys, so the 4 levels of knowledge, starting from the surface, then you are going deeper and deeper and deeper, then you are training others, you are supporting others, you are collaborating with others. You are starting as Bloom's taxonomy, starting from the knowledge level till you move to the synthesis level. So it means that you are starting from the ground till you reach the high levels of thinking. So the first one, it's about swimming. It's a basic skill. Every and each student in your classroom has the ability to swim. I mean, he has the ability to figure out the information, to recall the information. But snorkelings, not most of them, I think 3 to 1 can do that. Recreational diving, it means that he can go more and more deeper into the process of learning, so he can dive. But it's a kind of not professional one. He's not an expert yet. But if you need to go more deeper, you need to be a professional diver. Professional divers can spend long periods of time at lower depth. So those students, that they can stay and they can synthesize more and more projects on the long term. So these are the depth of knowledge levels. The first one, as Norman Webs has just or has declared in one of his studies, the first one is acquired knowledge. So students need, yes, to acquire knowledge at the early beginning. They need to have stretches before they swim. They need to recall information. They need to activate schemata. Number 2, It's about application. So students need to take this kind of knowledge and they need to apply. You can tell your student this is a pen, or you can ask him before you start, what is this? He would say, this is a pen. So this is knowledge because it's already activated in his subconscious mind or in his mind or his schemata or in his knowledge. But you can ask him the second question. What are the applications? What can you use this pen for? He would say, I can write. Good. So this is a clear application. So this is level 2. But you need to go more and more. Can you tell me other 5 usages or other 5 uses of this one? Yes, he would say, yes, we can scratch, we can do so and so. So we will go to these kind of levels. Depth of knowledge 1, it's a kind of what is the knowledge? How can this knowledge be applied in Doc 2? Doc 3, how can the knowledge solve the problems? It's about strategic thinking. And the last one, it's about depth of knowledge 4. You go outside, like the Shark Tank process. So the first level, it's about identifying and recalling. The second level is about classifying, organizing, estimating, or collecting and displaying data. The level 3, or the third level, it's about strategic thinking, which is the most important and the first or the early start of the creative thinking. It's about justifying, explaining, and draw conclusions. And the last one, which is really awesome, it's about extended thinking. You need to go outside the box. And this is a kind of comparison between the Bloom's taxonomy and Webb's doc. It's contemporary study. You can apply the depth of knowledge only in the English language arts. No, you can apply it in all classrooms, and you will find these here and there, from Doc 1, from using simple skills until you reach the higher order thinking in many kind of subjects. Here, the science, here, the English, and lastly, we have the mathematics at the core subjects of our American systems. And we would like to announce that we will have 25% discount in our teaching English language arts. If you need to know more, you can contact Mr. Muhammad. And thank you so much for listening. If you need to ask more questions, you can send over my WhatsApp, or you can scan this code to contact me at any single time. Here we go. You can scan this code to know more. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad, for this opportunity. Wish you all good luck.
Mohammed, thank you for this valuable contribution to our conference, Educast's International Online Conference 2024. It was a really good presentation. But let me ask you a question, Mohammed, because lots of people are trying to mix between teaching in general, like teaching ESL or teaching English as a foreign language, with teaching in the American context, which is completely wrong. You and I know that because we're both engaged, in the American context. So can you please provide the teachers who are, willing to become English language arts teachers with some pieces of advice?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for this question, and it's really insightful. So regarding teaching ESL and teaching EFL and teaching ELA as a different part of both of them, you need to know that teaching ELA is basically based on standards. So you can't improvise, you can't go outside of the scope and sequence of the material. So you have kind of standards you need to follow to achieve two things that, as we said, college readiness and the career readiness. So you can't teach grammar as grammar in the ESL the same way that you're teaching in the ELA, because language is more contextualized in the ELA as conventions. And if we need to get more exposed to the ELA, we need to know more about literature as American context, not as the British context, because there are some kind of differences. You can know if you can go for Google, or you can search on many platforms,
Yeah, you're right. So yes, it's completely different. They are completely different contexts, because in teaching English as a foreign language or as a second language, it's completely different from teaching English as a first language. I mean, teaching
Sure.
English language arts, and requires, an in-depth knowledge of the language, yeah, and high level of proficiency in English in order to teach it as a first language. Of course, you know that.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
that's right. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
thank you, Mohammed. Yeah, thank you for being part of this. I really wish you all the best. And everyone, let me remind you that there will be a 25% discount on um, the ELA course with Educast by Mr. Mohammed Zayed. The next group will start on April. So if you need any other details, feel free to contact me. Anyway, so this leads us to our next speaker, who is a great friend of mine and the representative of Macmillan Education, MENA. He is Nathan Wooler. So, Nathan, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's good to see you again.
It's great to see you as well. Online this
Thank
time.
you.
Last
Yeah,
time
thank you. Yeah,
face, now online.
yeah, we see each other a lot, these days,
We do,
right?
yes. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, yeah, that's great. Yeah. So everyone, let's welcome Nathan Wooler, who is the lead teacher trainer for Macmillan Education in the MENA region. I mean, the Middle East and North Africa region, with a background in child development and social and cultural anthropology. He has 15 years of experience in education. Started in early years education and special educational needs support in the UK before teaching English in Oman, Egypt, Qatar, and Vietnam. He also worked as a teacher trainer in Malaysia and IELTS examiner in China, finally moving to Dubai in 2016 to work in educational publishing. So, everyone, let's welcome Nathan Wooler, who will be our speaker for this talk. Hello, Nathan.
Thank you so much, Mohammed, and thank you everybody for joining us here this afternoon. My first note is, I think, Mohammed, am I on the main screen? You seem to see you on the main screen. Oh, I am. Okay, perfect.
No, it's you.
It will switch. I'm going to share my screen anyway. So,
Sure.
but the first thing I want to say is a big thank you to Mohammed for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful online conference, but also just to congratulate Mohammed on such a wonderful effort putting all of this together. It's a huge amount of work. I've worked on these types of conferences before, so I know firsthand just how much goes on in the background. So I think we should all probably put a little round of applause in the chat box for Mohammed for setting this up. So he's done a wonderful job, and he's doing such a great job of promoting professional developments, both in Egypt, in my region, in the Middle East and North Africa, but globally as well. There's going to be people here from all over the world. I can see a little show of hands coming up there. So
yeah, I really appreciate that.
Helping me to congratulate him. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We minimize this. I have to see it. And open up the chat box so I know what people are saying. Okay, good. Everybody can see my screen, right?
Yep.
Good. Okay, so if you've not met me before, my name is Nathan Waller, not Ethan Hunt, although I probably wish it was. What an interesting life I would lead if I was flying around the world, solving impossible missions. But I think as educators, maybe we are a little bit like the CIA agents delving into our students' lives and trying to find ways to make the world a better place. So I work for Macmillan Education. I am the marketing manager, academic services manager, and a teacher trainer for Macmillan. As Mohammed mentioned, I'm responsible for the Middle East and North Africa, which is a very big and very diverse region. I get to travel quite extensively, and quite luckily, I've just spent 2 to 3 weeks in Egypt. I'm actually a little bit under the weather. I got back about 48 hours ago, and I caught a bit of a cold. So if I'm a bit nasally today, you'll have to forgive me. If you miss anything, just say, we didn't hear that, and I will quite happily repeat myself. But yeah, anybody else? If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, you're probably feeling a little bit like me. There's lots of coughs and colds and sniffles going around. So I hope everybody is feeling happy and healthy. And in a couple of days, hopefully, with my paracetamol drinks, I will be back to normal. So I work for Macmillan Education, and I run something called the MENA PD Academy, which is our professional development platform, which continuously supports teachers across the Middle East and North Africa. So today's session, because I'm conscious of time, although I did notice in the agenda that Mohammed very graciously gave me slightly more time than everybody else. So I should be happy about that, I think. Thank you, Mohammed, for that. And I'm going to cover several tips. We'll try and get through all 10 if we can, but I will keep an eye on the clock. Now, I don't want to just preach these tips to you. I want to frame them within what I see quite often as the most popular kind of issues or topics or challenges that I hear from teachers that I work with in this particular region. And I want also this to be an interactive session. So there's 2 layers of interactivity. I either want you to agree or disagree with each of the challenges. Is it like that in your context? And if you want to take that to a deeper level, I'd also like to hear your experiences as well. So I've got 2 questions for each challenge. I will then suggest what my tip is, and the tip is something to support professional development, an area of focus that you might want to undertake in this academic year to help, as I've mentioned there, develop your own professional development, leading to better teaching and learning environments. Professional development should always support the advancement of teaching and learning in your classroom. It should be of a benefit to your students. I also want to make it as practical as possible. So when I talk about the tip, I'd like to give some ideas, hopefully some things that you can take away. And then finally, for each tip, I'm going to suggest something that you can do to extend that learning in the future, because we have our Global Teachers Festival. This is the biggest activity in the Macmillan Education calendar. It's starting in 10 days' time on the 19th of February. It runs for 2 full weeks. And it's an online festival, and it's got 22, I think, different... Yeah, I have. This is what I've got, like honey and lemon right here. 22 talks over 2 weeks. And I'm going to suggest some of those talks related to the tips that I've got. So without further ado, let's get going. So the first challenge that I've chosen, and I want you to agree or disagree, is around exposure to English. This is something that I hear quite often in the Middle East and North Africa. And that is that many students don't have exposure to English outside of the classroom. The class itself, our English classes, are the only times that students interact with English. So I'd like to know, is this something that's familiar to you? Is English used in the out of classroom context? Or is this something that you find a particular challenge as well? And if you want to extend that, please do use the chat box. What do you do to kind of compensate for that? How do you try to make English meaningful? Because I think if it is the only place where students see it, they see it as a subject. They say, this is the only place I am only going to use English in the classroom. This is the only place I need to really care about English. So it seems like a few people are saying, yes, this is very true for many of our students as well. Yeah, and we've got this thing, Fiona, you're talking about whether we use L1 in the classroom or not. So that's an interesting aspect to consider as well. I need to move this out of the way because it's in the way. So if many students don't have exposure to English outside of the classrooms, we need to make learning meaningful for them inside of the classroom. We need to somehow connect learning. I've got the chat box in the way, I can't read it. We need to somehow connect learning to their everyday lives. And I think that even if it is the only time that they see English, many English topics are familiar everyday topics. We see things like the environment, travel, family, sports, all of these types of common topics that we see in course books. But I think that one thing we could work on in our professional development plan is something called activating schemata. Now, most of you probably already do this, and that's absolutely fine. If you say, I do this already, I activate schemata with my students. Great, I'm glad to hear that you do. Activating schemata is just finding out really what students already know about this particular topic. Now, if we're thinking about this within the context of professional development, it's not a case of, do I do this or do I not do this? Actually, professional development is about how can I continuously improve what I am doing with students? So if you are activating schemata, we can be questioning ourselves in terms of, well, where do I activate schemata? Do I just do it at the beginning of the unit? Do I do it at the beginning of each activity? Do I do it, or how do I do it is another better question. Lots of people activate schemata by asking questions, which is the most natural way. Asking students, what do you already know? Perhaps putting them into pairs. Come up with vocabulary that you already know about this topic. That is one way to do it. We can continuously develop that. Does it have to be verbal? Can they write something? Can they draw something? Can they act something out? There's lots of different ways. And that, again, this is where that L1 that Fiona was talking about can play a part. L1 can help them to understand the topic that we're going to be talking about. So how can we move them from L1 into L2? But they might want to use a little bit of L1 when they're having conversations and thinking about the topic more broadly. Let's look at an example of that. So for example, we quite often activate schemata at the beginning of a unit. So the unit opener will quite often have a visual, and we would say things like, okay, ask your partner, do you like pizza? And they would say, yes, do you like pizza? Yes, I like pizza. Is this activating schemata, or can we extend that? Maybe they can act out a party that they went to. Maybe they could create a party. This could be in L1, but it helps them to frame that topic, give them something to come back to. Yeah, this idea of scaffolding that Sadiqa's talking about in the chat box. So think about how you can really extend these kind of pre-work activities rather than just kind of going in. Right, the topic is parties, and I'm going to pre-teach you the vocabulary that you need for this unit. Get them to think about it in a kind of broader and more deeper level. We can also do it in other parts of the unit as well. So for example, we have a reading over on the right-hand side. How can we activate schemata around this particular reading? Could we give them an activity where they have to perhaps research, go away and in pairs, find out different ways that people communicate? Yep. How do people use time in your country? Maybe personalize some of the content rather than just, it's Tuesday, open your books, do the reading, answer the questions. I like this idea of going down memory lane. That's a really nice way of thinking about activating schemata. So this is my first tip, activating schemata. If you want to know more about this as a topic, if this is something you'd like to focus on in your professional development plan for this year, you might want to attend Thursday's Global Teachers Festival, where Rachel will be talking all about this. You'll have one whole hour rather than just my 5 minutes about how do we actually use schemata, how do we build on that in the classroom. So I'll share the registration again at the end. You only need to register once for the whole festival, and you can pick and choose which sessions you want to choose, but this might be one that you're interested in. Okay, the second challenge, I'm going to stick with the theme of exposure. So I've been thinking about it inside of the classroom, activating schemata with my students as we're going along. I don't know where this drawing has come from at the bottom, but that's okay. But what about outside of the classroom? So I can do some work inside of the classroom because I control the learning environment. I can do activation of schemata. I can make it meaningful. I can personalize my content. But what about when my students leave the class? Is there going to be a week until they see, or another 24 hours until they see me and English again? Or are there ways that you guys inspire your students to use English beyond the classroom? I'll allow people a minute just to put their ideas if they wish. Because I think that there are many ways now that students can connect with others, unless you are in a completely technology deficient environment where you have no access to either technology or the internet. If your students do, if they have a phone, if they have a computer at home, if they have access to the internet, There are myriad ways that students can now connect with other people. We can send them videos to watch, yep. Practice more freer speech, yep. It'd be interesting to know how you do that, Yusuf, because that's quite a difficult thing for them to do. Send them podcasts. Okay, so videos and podcasts are really great. They can interact with English outside of the classroom, but these are still kind of quite receptive, right? So they're working on their receptive skills, which are valuable. I'm certainly not going to say that they're not. But what about productive skills? It's very difficult for them to practice productive skills outside of the classroom. Contributing in activities like broadcasting, yeah, maybe they're doing their own podcast. They could be doing podcasts just with other students in their school, which is a really nice way. Working on projects. Projects are a wonderful way of getting them to interact. Yep, good. And then, yeah, using advertisements. Okay, so seeing things in the environment. Yeah, of course, ChatGPT. I'm going to come on to that a little bit later. Practicing conversations. So loads of great ideas. And it's great to see that you guys are all really thinking about ways that your students can take the English outside of the classroom and start to interact with it, start to make meaning of it, start to see that it has a different purpose than just learning English in class, maybe passing an exam or passing a test. So one that I've got here, and this builds on one of the other sessions. If you did see Harry, has Harry been yet or not? I can't remember. But I know that Harry Waters is going to be part of the Educast conference.
Yeah, not yet. Tomorrow.
Not, it's tomorrow, right? Yes, I was getting confused.
Yeah, it's fine.
So one thing that you might want to build into your professional development plan is youth empowerment and global connections. So how can we help our students to connect with other English speakers? Now, I don't mean native speakers. I mean people who are just like them, same age, perhaps at the same level. There's ways that we can do this. Traditionally, it's been very difficult, but the internet, of course, is helping us to come up with lots of ways to do that. It'd be interesting to know, actually, has anybody connected their students with students in perhaps another school, perhaps in another country? Well, and it'd be interesting to know your kind of experience around that, because it is challenging, but it is something that people have started to do. A free website call, yep, Your English Pal. Great, wonderful. So if you can find opportunities for this, that's great. Macmillan has one. It's called Empatico. You can find it on the Macmillan website. So we have one course, which is for teenagers called Gateway to the World. And in that course, they get to do projects. So this is good collaborative activities that students can do together in class. And then when they produce the end part of the project, they can connect with another school who's also done the same project, and then they can share their experience, they can share their findings, share their ideas. And this is a really good way for them to see that, A, people think differently in different parts of the world. We've done it with students in Egypt, connecting with students in Italy, most recently. And it's great to see that students can connect with students who are just like them, same age, you know, same kind of challenges that they have, rather than if we just have them watching videos or watching podcasts with kind of fluent English. This is like, okay, actually, these guys have a similar English level to us. We've got to be brave, we've got to present, and it gives them, you know, that additional confidence boost, I think. So try and find ways of connecting with other schools. It could just be a school in your country, in your region, in your town, another teacher that you know who's teaching the same level as you. It could be within your own school. Try to find as many opportunities as possible for students to connect with other students outside of their classroom. And structure that. Give them something very clear and concise, a very concise goal that they're working towards. We have to present this and come up with questions. Role play is a nice way of doing that. So this is another idea that you can do. And this helps to empower your students. It will give them a greater sense of confidence in terms of using English, in terms of seeing other students use English. And I think that's a really powerful thing that they can be doing. The other thing you can do is look at our Advancing Futures website. Again, if you go to macmillanenglish.com and go to the Advancing Futures section, you'll find something called Change Makers. So we believe that students can use English for the power of good. They can create positive impacts on the world. So not just learning. I was listening to the previous presentation, and he was talking very much about students doing things, making it very active. But if students do things and it works very well, they come up with a really good project, they come up with a really good idea about something that they're perhaps doing within their own country, we believe that they should be able to share that. And again, build that confidence up. So there's something called the Changemaker site. They can contribute a project into that platform, and they can see what other students in other parts of the world are doing. There are hundreds of different projects on there, all related to sustainability. It could be environmental sustainability. It could be social projects, all the good things that students do around the world. So go and check that out as well. And as I said, Harry Waters is going to be here tomorrow, but he's also at the Global Teachers Festival, and he's going to be talking with Margarita about this in more detail. So what is the Changemaker project, and how can students contribute to that? How can they make a difference? How can they have their voices heard across the world? Moving students away from being passive recipients of education and turn them into kind of active participants, both in the learning process, but also in this idea of making the world a better place. Students should be a big part of that, I think. Okay, moving on to challenge number 3, moving away from exposure. I think that motivation is probably the next biggest topic that comes up in my conversations with teachers across the Middle East and North Africa. Quite often they say things like, and again, this can relate to that idea of exposure, this idea that English could be considered by students as one of the more kind of boring topics. Does that relate to you in your context? Do your students naturally find it boring? Or is it one of their favorite subjects? Maybe it could be one of their favorite subjects. And if it is one of their favorite subjects, there is a good chance that you do something personally to make English fun for them. You make it meaningful, you make it engaging, you make it fun, and this changes their concept of English. If English is just a subject to be taught, then naturally we're going to find it boring. And I think the reason for this, if we're putting ourselves in the shoes of our students, is that for most students, especially ones that are going to school, you're being forced to learn. Yep, every day you turn up at school, you haven't made any decision about what it is that you're going to learn. You don't choose the topics, you don't choose the pace, you don't choose the activities. You're just kind of handheld, taken through that kind of learning process. And of course, you're tested at the end of it. Did you learn? Did you remember all of the things that we did? Now, this, of course, is not intrinsically motivating for many students, and many students will disconnect because of that. So, is this true in your context? Is it fun? Not fun? Do students naturally come to class and say English is the most amazing thing that I ever do in my day-to-day life? Probably yes. Fiona says not at all. So one of the things I want us to think about then is this idea of wonder. And I want us to perhaps, again, build into our professional development plans this idea of the psychology of motivation, the psychology of learning. Think about what you do outside of the classroom, the things that you're interested in. Maybe you're interested in sports. Maybe you're interested in podcasts. Maybe you're interested in movies. Think about TV shows, Netflix. How does Netflix make you interested to watch something? Or, for example, when a movie comes into the theater, how do they attract your attention? How do they make you want to watch that movie? And they have very specific ways of doing it. And marketing obviously is a huge, huge industry. But how can we take some of those ideas and perhaps bring them into our teaching and learning? Now, of course, if we bring them in on Monday morning, or in the Middle East and North Africa on a Sunday morning, and we say, okay, topic for this week is transport. Open your books to page 76. You can see that there is a picture, look at the vocabulary, maybe listen to something. We're not developing that sense of wonder, are we? So there's things that we can do to try and attract our students in. We talked a little bit about activating schemata, and that can definitely help. But we can definitely think of other ways and develop other ways to set our students up. For example, if every activity that we do is completed in one sitting, they just get the activity, they complete the activity, we move on to the next thing. For example, if we use worksheets, not a lot of wonder in that. If we set up things like running dictations, then there's a person, there's a gap between the information and me, and there's an activity that helps them. Yeah, one person has to run, find something out, bring it back. You answer a question together. We're creating a dynamic. Yeah, so think a little bit about how you set up activities and whether or not you give them information or whether they have to search for that information. And that can create this sense of wonder. Let me give you an example of how we do that, because sometimes within modern course books, they help you to do this. So for example, this is a unit opener. This is a high-level primary course. Traditionally, we would have looked at the picture. We would have had a set of vocabulary words attached to this. We would pre-teach them that, getting them to highlights. Maybe we would use flashcards, not particularly motivating for students. Now we try to get students to delve deeper. Yep, so we can look at the picture. What can you see? But we want to get them thinking. We want to get them investigating. We want to draw into that power of the imagination. What do you think is going on? Yep. And this helps students to attach to the content a little bit deeper, I think. So think about this idea of wonder. How can you do something to inspire your students to try to want to see your content? If it's a story, maybe you just give them a character at the beginning. So they don't know what the story is, but they have to try to figure out what the story might be. These kind of prediction types of activities that you can do. Who do you think the character is? Who else do you think is going to be within the story? What do you think is going to happen? You can kind of drip feed them bits of the story. You could give them a frame and ask them, okay, what happened before? What happens next? Who is it that's looking into the picture? All of these types of activities can help students to create that sense of wonder. And we have the wonderful Miriam, who's going to be coming to talk a little bit more about this power of wonder at the festival. This is on Wednesday, the 21st. So you might want to join that session and learn all about how to set up activities to create this sense of curiosity. Yeah, like a counselor in disguise. Nice. Okay, I'm going to stick again with the motivation theme. So some students find it a little bit boring, but also even if they don't find it boring, people today think that students quite often lose interest in the topic quite quickly. So do your students lose interest in a topic quickly? And what kinds of things do you do to try to keep them on task? Sometimes a unit lasts 1 week, sometimes a topic lasts 2 weeks. All of these types of things. And I've put this because a common comment that I hear from teachers in my region is that resilience levels of students are maybe getting worse. Now, I'm not sure if there's any research behind that, or whether that's just a general observation, but a common thing that I hear is that because of technology, because of shortening attention spans, and this fight that teachers seem to be having with technology in general, they feel like it's either me or, social media. That's it. It's one or the other. And I'm always constantly fighting against that. They have a very short attention span because social media is like that. It's very much like next, 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 scroll, scroll, scroll. Teachers feel like they fight against that. So one of the things that we might want to do is work with our school team to develop a plan to develop resilience, or what used to be known as grit, how to develop grit. And I, again, saw this in the previous presentation that Mohammed was talking about, this idea of resilience and developing that with students. Now, if you just go into class on a Thursday afternoon and think to yourself, I'm going to develop some resilience with these students, you're probably going to come up against quite a lot of resistance. It's not something that you can develop with students overnight, but it is something that we can be continuously working on with our students. Again, I just mentioned whether or not activities can be completed in a single sitting. Now, if every single thing that you do with students is always, okay, give you a task, you complete the task, we do the feedback on the task, and we move on to something new, is that developing resilience with our students? Perhaps we could do a little bit better than that. So think about how you can combine certain activities so that maybe they have to come back. They do 3 activities and they've got to go back to the first one to see whether or not they're improving. So think about how, and this is going to be a school-wide thing. So each year group will also need to be involved. Again, if you're trying to do this by yourself, it can be very, very difficult. But if it's a school-wide effort, okay, how can we develop resilience with our students? Okay, we need to make activities longer, but maybe not longer in one sitting. Maybe it can be projects. So for 10 minutes or 15 minutes of each lesson, or one lesson each week over a month, so they get 4 different lessons on the same topic, they can create a project. In the first sitting, they can do brainstorming. In the second session, they can create a plan. In the third one, they can actually create a draft for the project itself. And in the fourth one, they can review the draft and create a final. Yep. So it's not always, okay, you just do, move on, do, move on. Think about how we can develop activities to develop this idea of resilience. And again, at the Global Teachers Festival, there's going to be a session talking about this idea of resilience, and he's going to draw on some research-based approaches. So you might want to do this. Again, another part of resilience is making mistakes. So if you are just doing things and correcting it and sending it back, moving on to the next activity, we need to find ways to allow students to make mistakes so that they can learn from those mistakes. Making mistakes needs to be something that is okay in the language classroom. Otherwise, students just won't want to do it. And again, that breaks down that idea of motivation as well. Okay, 5th challenge. So we've had exposure and motivation. Let's move on to some different aspects now. Let's go to the classic grammar. I saw somebody mentioned in the chat box something about grammar before. You might need to remind me what it was because it's gone quite far down the chat box now. But of course, students find grammar difficult. Yes, is that true for you? Your students find grammar difficult? And do you find yourself then ending up spending a lot of time trying to teach them grammar? Let's see, people, I'm going to take a drink. Take a moment for my lemon and honey. How do you find grammar? Yes, I am saying. I think one of the dangers is the more students struggle with the grammar, the more we try to force them to learn it. And we get into this vicious cycle of them becoming more frustrated because they don't understand it, us becoming more frustrated with them because we think they should be able to understand and use it because we've covered it so many times. And you go home and you bang your head against the wall. I don't understand why they cannot just get this grammar point and use it. We've done it so many times. That is very, very natural in the English language classroom. But we need to remember, certainly with younger students, that grammar is abstract. It's very difficult for them. Yeah, and somebody's mentioned it. Sometimes we don't contextualize it. We just try to teach them the grammar point. And we end up spending lots of time trying to teach them grammar. We don't move them forward in their overall learning. We feel like we're trying to help them, but naturally we end up holding them back rather than just kind of moving on, maybe working on the fluency part of the grammar. We spend so much time on the accuracy part that we don't move them forward. So my tip around this, if you want to build this into your professional development plans, maybe this is something that does interest you, is to make grammar learning more fun. Somebody's mentioned songs, which is great, really more fun way of learning grammar. Make grammar more visual, and I'm going to look at an example of that, and perhaps more puzzle-based as well. And hopefully this will answer your question, Yusra. And actually, you're going to be lucky because I'm giving you 2 PD tips in this one. One is to make it fun, visual, and puzzle-based, and the other is to flip your classroom. So let me talk about them. So in the image, the first image you've got, this is how we make it more visual and more puzzle-based. So this makes it easier for students to understand. Yep, they have boxes and they have colors for different parts of the grammar, and they just have to move them around. This comes from, again, a primary course called Academy Stars. And it really helps. So if you do it a verbal description, we say it is this, it is this, it is this, and then we give them some practice activities. Students go, this is abstract, it's very difficult, I don't really understand. And usually they figure out. Have you ever noticed that students seem to figure out how to do the course book activities? Because there's a pattern to them. They do unit 1, they get them wrong, and they realize, oh, actually this gap fill is kind of similar to what I've done before. And I can take information from here and put it into here and maybe get it correct. They do that a lot, yeah. They figure out the strategies of activities in the classroom. Whereas if we make it visual, if we make it very active for them, they start to see that it makes more sense. The other thing you can do is to flip your classroom. So on the right-hand side, we've got a video which comes from a teen course book where we don't explicitly teach them the grammar point. We give them a video. They see the grammar being used in context, as somebody mentioned in the chat box. And then when they come to class, they can watch that video as many times as they want. Yeah, the idea is that they can keep watching it until they get the grammar concept. Then when they come to class, we're going to give them activities to help them to produce. Quite often what I see is that we do a PPP methodology. We do the presentation. So we spend a long time presenting to them the grammar concept. Then we have a little bit of time for practice. Yep, they get to practice it. How do I use it? How do I use it? And we run out of time. We don't get to fluency. We don't get to the productive tasks. Flipping your classroom can definitely help with that because they can get the presentation. They can do it in their own time. They can do it with a friend until they help each other to understand it. Okay, use a bit of classroom time, half of it for practice, just to make sure that they've A, watched the video, but B, that they do understand. And then give them plenty of time to do fluency-based productive activities. Good, Marwa, amazing. Use it inductively. And it'll also help to make your classrooms more motivating because when they come to class, they feel like they're achieving. They don't feel like they're sitting and listening, being passive. They're actively involved in the classroom. That moves them forward nice and quickly. So, fantastic. Great to see that. Good, perfect. And because grammar is such a challenge, we've actually got 3 sessions going on at the festival. So you can register for any of these. So if you're teaching young learners, you might want to figure out to watch that one, because that also draws on this idea of graphic grammar, getting them to problem solve using grammar blocks, little blocks of language, which is nice and fun for students. Dave Spencer, obviously a very, very famous author for Gateway to the World. He will be talking about how he approaches grammar teaching in the secondary classroom. And Penny, many of you would have read her books. Yeah, wonderful, wonderful speaker. So join those sessions if grammar is something that you want to develop in your classrooms. Challenge number 6, time. Perhaps the biggest challenge of all. We don't have enough time. Now, I've already mentioned a few things in those previous challenges around time. If we spend lots of time trying to pre-teach vocabulary, if we try to explicitly teach them grammar concepts, we use most of our teaching time with that presentation, yeah, with trying to teach them various aspects of the language. And again, we want to be helping them to use language, to understand it, to personalize it, to make it meaningful in their own way. So how do you manage your time? And now this is an abstract question. You don't really need to write in the chat box for this one, but something for you to think about. If you was to make a pie chart and then divide that pie chart into all of the different types of things you do, either perhaps during a lesson or overall in your teaching, how much would it be? Would it be 50% grammar? Would it be 30% vocabulary? Would it be 50% receptive and 50% productive? All of the decisions that you make will affect how that pie chart changes because you only have 100% of time. You can never have more time than you have. So think about how you choose wisely what you do with your time. Now, one of the things, there are many, many things that I think can help us be more productive with our time. Flipping our classroom is one that allows us to do more things with students in class. Now, there are 2 things which I think are really nice to help students with language learning in general. One I already mentioned, which is project work. But the other one I think, which I didn't mention yet, is stories. So I think that stories are one of the most powerful teaching tools that we have at our disposal. And I think that they help students to see language in context, which is super, super important for them. It's also an enjoyable format for them. And it can also be used to extend ideas and differentiate learning for a wide variety of learning needs. So a story is not just the reading activity. Yeah, it's not just here's one reading and some comprehension questions. Stories used properly in the classroom allow students to interact with language in different ways, come up with ideas. They can make projects around the story. They can create their own language. If you think about, he was talking again in the previous presentation about Bloom's taxonomy. Yep. If we're just teaching them language, quite often we are at the very bottom, yeah, in that kind of remember phase. But if we want to move them up the critical thinking hierarchy, up to the kind of create, stories are a really great way to get them to do that. So I would say develop stories in your classroom, and develop stories in your classroom with all ages. Quite often we see lots of stories at primary, and then they become teenagers, so we just skip stories. They're not important anymore. But actually, stories are not just, fictional stories, open the book, we're going to read together. Inspire your students to read, even as teenagers. There's loads of great literary works for teenagers, for them to interact with English. Lots of people use things like Harry Potter, exposure to English in a variety of formats through literature is great. But also we can develop storytelling within the classroom. Turn your students into little mini storytellers. Ask them questions, get them to share stories. This again helps them to personalize language, and it gives them more confidence in the classroom if they're sharing and talking about their own stories. They can create their own stories. And again, it doesn't have to be writing. They can create visual stories. They can create animations. They can create storyboards using artwork. They can use digital tools for that. I've got an animation software where I can create little animations. They can be short clips, but it's all developing this idea of narrative. Yeah, and then that helps them to structure out their academic work. They learn that there's a beginning, a middle, and end of a story. They are exposed to richer vocabulary and grammar when they're interacting with a story. All of these types of things are really good with stories. One aspect of using stories in the classroom, which you might want to develop with your students, again, in your professional development plan, is pre-reading activities. I feel like a lot of teachers skip pre-reading, or it's very, very quick. Yeah, we want to get to the story as quickly as possible. We've got a story to cover. I don't have much time, so I'm just going to get into the story. But actually, if we take a pause, if we take a step back, there are lots of things that we can do with students. We mentioned activating schemata, having lots of discussions about what they know already. We can personalize it. So we've got a topic for the story. What does this mean for you? What does this story particularly look like in your country, in your context? We can explore the topic further. We can help to develop autonomous learning. It can be very motivating. So this is around introducing, but also it can develop skills. Yeah, you can develop critical thinking skills, prediction skills. We can do brainstorming. It helps them to sequence. So before even reading the story, we could just show them the pictures and see if they can figure out the sequence. Because again, that helps them in their academic skills. And again, we can extend those skills out in terms of the sustainable development goals. So if they're doing a story about a fish that's under the sea and he's going to interact and there's a plastic bag, all of these types of things, we can have conversations with our students about it. So there's loads and loads of things that we can do when it comes to developing stories, and these all help our students to move forward. And again, there's going to be a session on using stories in the festival. Okay, we're coming to the end. We've got 15 minutes left. Challenge number 7, we've got a lot of challenges. Ooh. Thinking skills. I already kind of mentioned this one, so we can probably move through this. But something I heard not quite so much recently, but a few years ago, I kept hearing this. Every time I went to a school, every time I went to a meeting, people would say, critical thinking, students just can't do this. They don't think critically in my school or in my classroom. Have you ever heard this? Has anybody ever said this in your school, or have you ever caught yourself saying this? If so, what have you been doing more recently to develop critical thinking skills? We've got Bloom's taxonomy. We've already mentioned that. There is loads and loads of work that's been done on critical thinking. One of the things that we can do is this idea of ideation. So again, we're connecting some of these challenges together. We've talked about activating schemata, which is part of this process. We've talked about critical thinking and extending activities, using stories, brainstorming, all of these things that can help students to create ideas. Ideation is around creation of your own ideas. So again, making learning active and not passive. Passive learning is, I've got the content, you need to know it for a test, probably. I'm going to give it to you. You're going to learn it, you're going to remember it, and you're going to reproduce it in the exam. Active learning is, okay, we have a topic, you're going to come up with ideas. Yep, you're going to work together, you're going to collaborate. We're going to see what everybody knows, and we're going to build on those ideas. We're going to come up with solutions, which is why those ideas of the SDGs are really nice, because you can start to think of it in terms of problems and solutions. Your students can come up with the most wonderful ideas, things that you've probably never even thought of. We're never going to know those ideas unless we give them the opportunities to present them in class. So we can help them to generate ideas. We can guide them. Yeah, someone talked before about us being a bit of like a counselor, a bit of a coach. We can set them up. We can give them the topic. We can give them signposting about where to find out more things about that. But we want them to come up with ideas. We want them to develop ideas. And if it's going to be in a project, we can help them to communicate those ideas. Could be writing, could be songs, could be making a role play, could be creating a little TikTok video that they share with their classmates. Lots and lots of different ways that students can come up with ideas to share their ideas. So we can develop these ideation activities in our teaching plan. And I didn't want to talk too much about this one because we already mentioned it before. But if we're thinking about critical thinking, one thing that I come up against when I'm doing teacher training on critical thinking is that I see lots of people using See, Think, Wonder. I see this quite often in classrooms around the Middle East. They started to implement this idea of, okay, it's a critical thinking activity. I'm moving them up Bloom's taxonomy. But as students get older, they need more complex ways to engage with critical thinking activities. So instead of just making careful observations, they start to develop their own questions, for example. So we've got the See, Think, Wonder. I know that you're good at this. I'm going to give you something that's a little bit more challenging. I want you to develop questions to provide thinking. Yeah. So instead of them just giving feedback, now they're going to come up with their own questions and perhaps ask them to each other. Again, another level up from that is something called Step Inside, where they have to think about things from different viewpoints. So you could give different groups a different viewpoint, and then they have to have a conversation with each other about something. It could be, I'm trying to think of a really good example. Maybe someone can come up with one in the chat box. It could be around how to recycle. Yep. So, okay, how do different people in different parts of the world tackle recycling? And what's the consequences of that? Okay, this group, you're going to look at it from the viewpoint of students in Mexico. And for you guys, you're going to look at it from the viewpoint of people in Egypt. Okay, is it the same? Is it different? Can we understand why it's different? Yeah, and this is moving those critical thinking skills to that much, much higher level. And we can keep on doing that. So some ideas there for developing critical thinking. And again, scaffolding and moving that on, not just we do the same thing for critical thinking in each lesson, in each year group, making it more challenging as they get better at it. Again, there's going to be a session on ideation in the YL classroom. These guys are great. They've got loads and loads of wonderful practical ideas and activities for generating and developing and communicating ideas. So you guys can join this session on Wednesday, the 21st, if this is something you're interested in. As we come to the end, got 3 left. Of course, we cannot avoid the most contemporary challenge that most teachers are bringing up. I've heard this in several conferences that I've attended in 2023 and 2024. And this is, of course, the modern challenge of AI and AI in the classroom. Should we do it? Should we not? I heard this in Morocco at a conference. If I give them ChatGPT, they will just use it to cheat. You guys feel like that is true? Or are you scared of it? Or are you embracing it? I know that there was a session, I think, this morning on AI. So you may have joined that session and learned a few tips and tricks about how to embrace it. Let's see, what are people saying? AI scares you to death, or are you positively optimistic that it's going to be a force for good in the language classroom? Let's see. Yeah, optimistic, good. No reason to fear it, good. Yeah, I mean, if you go to the UNESCO education page, it says artificial intelligence has the potential to address some of the biggest challenges in education today. It can help us to innovate teaching and learning practices, accelerate progress towards SDG 4, which is, of course, education for all. But quite often, technology is moving faster than educational systems can keep up with. And this, of course, is what scares most people. What's it going to look like in 12 months' time? Yeah. Is AI going to outpace what we're doing in the classroom? It's going to change what we do. Now, we spend a lot of time creating lesson plans, developing activities. It would be a shame if AI just kind of stripped all of that away, make us feel like everything we've done is a waste of time. We don't want that, right? We want it to build on top of what we're already doing. And I certainly think that it can. I'm in the optimistic camp. I'm interested in the fact that, yeah, you think that it can make them a little bit lazy, okay? And of course, it's definitely got the potential to do that. So I didn't watch the session this morning, but I'm definitely going to go to the YouTube page and see what Dr. Ron had to say about it. But I definitely think that it can help us. I think if we're open-minded and we're curious about it and we're open to learning about how it can be beneficial, it can definitely help us to be more efficient in terms of content creation, in terms of how we get our students to interact with content. I definitely think there's lots of pros for a teacher, from a teacher's point of view, certainly from a planning point of view. In terms of whether or not students should use it, this is where the challenge usually comes in for most teachers. Should I let students use it? Should I not let them use it? I think if you let them use it to create their own content, then yes, I think I agree with this person that says it can make them a little bit lazy. The idea is that, well, we're thinking about resilience and grit. Well, you're not going to develop grit if something will do something for you. Yeah, that's quite natural. If I can just plug this into a chatbot and it'll do the work for me, why would I need to bother? So I think it can help them. So I saw one activity, I'll share this with you, that somebody did. So what they do is they create something on ChatGPT, but actually you can put something in the middle of the text. So I think it was invisible text. So I think they produced two pieces of the same text. So they had a question, they put it into the prompt, it created something. But in the second prompt, they put, can you add sentences, like invisible sentences, into the sentence? And it totally changed the paragraph. And it was interesting because the students, they didn't know that the prompt had been changed. They just had two sections of the same paragraph. So you can use AI in this way to get students to interact with the same text, but in different ways. Maybe you could get them to come up with different types of prompts and see what AI can come up with, and then in groups to compare the different types of answers. I would use it in this way, I think, rather than, giving them a task, individual task, and they will just put that into a prompt, regurgitate out an answer, and then give it to you. So I think there's lots of different ways that we can use AI creatively in the classroom to get students to think about content. And again, if students do go away and put something into a prompt, they're still using English. Yep. So I think that we can use it in quite positive ways. Okay, we've got two more to get through and we've only got 5 minutes, so we're going to move quite quickly. There is a session on using ChatGPT and the potential of that in the festival, so you might want to use this. Yeah, privacy is definitely going to be one issue, but I think we can use it as a critical thinking activity with students. Before we finish, assessment, again, another big challenge. This idea that tests are just used to prove English language levels of students. So does your school use assessment just to prove the knowledge of English of your students? Is it just something that you do at the end of a unit, at the end of the semester, at the end of the academic year? Or do we use do we use assessment in a variety of ways? Of course, I think there's nothing more hindering of student learning than a fear of assessment. If your students are scared of tests, then that definitely is going to hinder their learning. So, but we can use assessment, I think, in very positive ways. And it can be a very powerful tool if we embrace it. And if we help students to understand that assessment can be used to help track progress, see progress, and set goals. Let's give some examples of that, making assessment perhaps more fun and more engaging for students, using assessment for learning and assessment as learning. I've got a couple of examples here. One is a bit like the kind of KWL charts. So this idea of what did I do? What did I learn? This is kind of self-reflection. Yeah, this idea of self-assessment. What can I do better next time? How well did I do? This idea of thinking deeply about, okay, I have just spent 2 weeks doing something. What did I do? What did I learn? Again, we talked about mistakes. So mistakes are an important part of building resilience, but we need to understand that we made mistakes and that we learn from those mistakes. So I really like this one. Again, a think it over type end of unit activity. So what mistakes did I make in this unit? What did I learn about those mistakes? How can I take that experience? How can I take those skills and practice them in the next unit or in the unit after? And then I can track my progress. I can go back and see, I used to be like this, and now I'm like this. I've made progress from here to here. And we do that by accepting that we make mistakes and that we move forward from them. Mistakes are not bad. They are a part and parcel of learning. And the last one around goals. So do we help students to set goals? Do we come back to them at the end of the unit? Do they reflect on those goals? Did they achieve the goal? Did they achieve part of the goal? What will they continue to do to work on that goal? So we're showing them that learning in the classroom is not just each lesson is an individual unit. Yep, we do something in this class and we never come back to it. And this unit, we finished the unit, that's forgotten about. Transport is done. You've learned all about transport. Forget about that. Now we're going to move on to something new. No, we can have goals where we keep working to improve what we're doing in the classroom. Realize that I'm running out of time, but I've got 1 minute left. Oof, there's a session about this as well, exam preparation. And the last one, oh, it's not the last one because we've got 2. I wanted to come back to exposure. Thinking about students using English at home, Mohammed's probably going to jump on and stop me in a second. I want to continue to make it meaningful outside of the classroom. My PD tip for this is to develop home-school connections. Students always do better when schools work with either parents or carers or guardians. And it doesn't have to just be parents, it can be siblings, it can be anyone outside of the classroom. But the more we develop homeschool connections, the better that our students tend to do. I've run out of time. I'm trying to think what the last one was. Oh, there was only 9 in the end. There you go. Maybe I skipped one, or there was 2 9s. Here's a reflection of all of the PD goals that you might want to choose from activating schemata, developing resilience, ideation, AI and technology, assessment, homeschool connections. There are so many, you cannot develop everything all in one go. So be specific. Choose one that you think you can work on with your students. Create a goal, track that goal over a period of time, and show your students that that is what you're working on them with. Okay, I'm going to help you guys to develop in this particular area. If we can do this, I think that would be a very good professional development goal. Don't forget, of course, to register for the Global Teachers Festival. The website is right there. Choose your favorite sessions. That was just a few. There's actually other ones as well. So go and choose. And good luck, everybody, with your professional development plans for 2024. Yes, I can give Mohammed this presentation, so he can share it with everybody. Thanks, Mohammed, again for inviting me. Hopefully everybody enjoyed some of my thoughts and ideas, and I will look forward to seeing you all. I'm going to be hosting some of the Global Teachers Festival, so hopefully I will see some of you there as well. Here's Mohammed.
Yes, yeah,
Oh,
I'm here.
Before you went to sleep.
Right, no, right on time.
Yeah.
So yeah, you didn't take much more time than expected, but yeah, it was really good, and I always admire your willingness to be part of this. Always, it might be our fourth collaboration or maybe fifth one. I don't remember, but
Many, many.
it's always good to share expertise, insights with people in the MENA region. Host professional development events because
Yeah.
teachers deserve that,
Of
right?
course. And I want to end by thanking everybody for their participation in the chat box. Mohammed, you know this more than anybody, that I think that expertise is in the room. We have, I don't know how many people are here, let's say 100. We have 100 nuggets of expertise and excellence and good practice in all different parts of the world. So you guys sharing your ideas, you agree, you disagree. This is what I do. This is what I think. This is what helps each other to develop, not just listening to my ideas, but sharing with each other. And hopefully people will continue to do that. The fact that they're here, I think, is evidence of that. Donna,
Yeah,
it's lovely to see
indeed.
you as well. I'm going to take my leave and I'll see you all again soon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, everyone, it was a wonderful talk from Nathan Willer from Macmillan Education, and now we have a wonderful speaker. And the next talk is with Donna Lee Fields, who is an author, international educational coach and trainer, keynote speaker, professor, in the Universidad de Valencia in Spain, a collaborator with Oxford University Press, a consultant to the PIDA organization in Spain, Educluster Finland, Departments of Education in Spain. Donna specializes in the CLEL approach, phenomenon-based learning, and English as a foreign language innovative practices. She has worked at all educational levels and travels around the world giving workshops for language and content teachers to help them transition into more interactive planning and teaching. She has published 101 scaffolding techniques for language teaching and learning and is currently working on the 5th volume of What If, the Comprehensive Guide to Phenomenon-Based Learning Projects, and hosts the educational podcast Doorways to Learning. So Donna will be talking about exploring key factors in the creation of an effective language policy, language and socio-emotional elements. So Donna, it's a pleasure to be having you here.
Mohammed, it's such a pleasure to be here. And before everyone
you.
runs for the hills, because I'm going to be talking about language policy, I just want to say it has much more to do with you. So stay here because you are going to be very participatory. Mohammed, thank you so much for this opportunity. I just love all these talks. And Nathan, thanks so much for that amazing presentation. I also work with Macmillan. I work for a lot of different publications, so I'm really happy to be here. So Mohammed, tell me, I have 45 minutes, correct?
Indeed.
Okay,
Yeah.
so please stop me if I go ahead. I usually, hey Nathan, I usually stop right on time, and I'm not sure how long this is going to go because I usually do this as an interactive workshop, and this is the first time I'm going to do it online. What I really need is for everyone to give me your opinions. This is all about our own socio-emotional reactions to different students, to different situations. So this is about all of you, all right? I'm going to start just by saying that, just like what Nathan said, a lot of times we're introduced as experts. We have knowledge about certain things, but all of you are the experts in what you do in the classroom. I have a lot of experience. I have 30 years in the classroom and as a teacher trainer. I do not have your experience with your students. So I'm going to need some information from you. The first thing I'd really love to know, can you tell me if you are preschool, primary, secondary, or university teachers? That would really help me. So if you don't mind just putting that in the chat, that way I can refer to maybe one of those areas. Okay, I have to tell you, I worked as a primary teacher, but I love high school. I love that kind of, they push the limits. They are so good at being teenagers. I love high school. So a lot of times I talk about activities. Yeah, Yosef, university too. I love university, but I live in Spain, and for some reason in Spain, university students are still very much in the high school mentality. They live at home and they're not as independent as I'm used to. I'm American. When we go to university, we are expected to be adults. That's not what happens here. So it's a whole different experience being a university teacher in Spain. Having said that, why am I talking about language policy? Well, I just came back from Finland. I love going to Finland. Thank goodness there are still cold places on the earth. It means that we're not going to disintegrate yet in all the heat of the summers. And they gave me a list of topics they wanted me to possibly talk about. And language policy was on this list. And I thought, okay, anything but language policy, anything but language policy. It sounded so boring and out of my expertise level. They talked to their teachers and they said, we'll get back to you. They got back to me. Out of all the incredible topics they wanted me to talk about, they said, yes, we'd like you to talk about language policy. And I thought, oh my goodness. I had never really given a talk about it, but I am a firm believer that, and I know Nathan was talking about critical thinking, and I know that all of you really are very conscious about including critical thinking activities in the classroom, and it's exactly for this purpose. I'm a very strong believer that if we can think critically, we can do anything we want. Now, I'd never given a language policy workshop, and all I had to do was inform myself, educate myself. So I did. And what did I do? I actually went to the experts. Now, I'm going to skip this just quickly because I'm going to tell you who these experts are. I have the fortune, it's not name dropping. I just was very, very lucky to work with two of the really big educational gurus. One of them is Peter Maisto. Peter, if you need any information about anything educational, go to his publications. They're usually very dense and incredibly informative. So I called Peter Maisto and I said, Peter, he grew up in Canada, but he's Estonian. He lives in Estonia. And if you are familiar with the PISA exams right now, Estonia is on the top. So they're doing something well, and Peter is one of the leading figures in making sure the Estonian curriculum is excellent. And one of the things that Peter does is language policy. And he explained to me what it was. It's really, there are structures. You don't have to redo language policies. You're not going to Finland to tell them, to help them write a language policy. It's already been written. Most of the language policies around the world are the same. What you need to do is help them frame the language policies for their own purposes. And I thought, oh, that's really interesting. I could do that. And he said, no, you can't. I've been doing this for years, and you need a lot more time to study it. And I thought, okay, I need to call Finland and say I can't do a workshop on language policy. But before I did that, I called David Marsh. And David Marsh is everything, just like Peter, everything you'd want an incredible educator to be. Compassionate, incredibly informed, and he is a yes person. He believes that, yes, you can do something. All you have to do is be prepared. And I said, David, Peter says I can't do language policy. What do I do? It's about socio-emotional factors in the classroom, and teachers just need to be reflective. But he said, that's right. That's all you need to do. Prepare and do it. So I go with both of them, that we have to be educated about language policy, and also that we can do anything we want as long as we prepare for it. So having said that, I'm going to go back a little bit because this is a quote that I found that I thought was very important. I have the chat covering a little bit. A world with more languages, just like a world with more cultures, art, or species of animals, is a better world. More cultural, rich, and interesting. So in the chat, what do you think about that? Does that resonate with you? Is that something that you think you would think about and you believe in your classroom? The more languages, the better. Just let me see what you think about this in the chat. I really like this idea, and yet there's a whole other side. The other side is what a lot of us are doing in bilingual classes is using a classroom language. Difference is magic. I love that, Yasmin. Thank you. Difference is magic. And I think a lot of our work, a lot of language policies, and hopefully I'm going to end with this, and hopefully this is what you're going to get out of this talk, is that the more we can appreciate what everyone else is doing, where everyone is in their acceptance of differences, is perfect. So on the one hand, diversity is so important. Being respectful of diversity is important. And what I'm hopefully going to be sharing with you in language policy is that acceptance. A lot of us think we are very accepting of diversity, me included. And actually preparing for the workshop in Finland 2 months ago, I realized there were elements that I had not considered, and perhaps I had some hidden prejudices about. So that's one of the things I want to share with you. In our classroom language, we are helping our students become globally more accepting. A lot of us, if we feel intelligent in our own language, it's very difficult to feel intelligent in another language if we're learning it as adults, and if we don't read it and study it and talk to other people in that language. So some of the classroom language dynamic is feeling insecure and feeling frustrated because we're not able to express ourselves the same way we do in our home language. And so language policy is about the teachers helping students feel more comfortable in whatever classroom language you use. If that's the majority language of the culture that you're teaching in, perfect. If it's not, and you're teaching them English in an Arabic country, you're teaching them French in Spain, or you're teaching them Chinese in a Latin America country. Whatever classroom language you're using, we want you to really reflect on how you're acting, whether you have certain prejudices or not, and rethink them. We are human. I always tell teachers in workshops, we are humans, and our students are humans. And we all have faults and we all have strengths, and we just need to be very accepting of all of these. All right. So what I want to talk about in language policies is this, our hidden prejudices. A lot of us think, again, we don't have prejudices. I don't think there's anyone on the planet, except for maybe some very, ascended spiritual masters, who don't have prejudices. The media, movies, TV, social media, the way we talk to each other in our families, the way we talk to each other with our friends, when we go to the cafes, all of this has an influence on us. And if we are not constantly, and I mean constantly, filtering what we hear, a lot of the information settles in our mind and we forget to reframe it. We forget to decide and think about whether it reflects our values or not. And in the classroom, that's very important because our students pick up on all of our prejudices. Prejudices can come out in the tone of voice, in our body language, in the words we actually choose, in where we place students in the classroom. All of these are prejudices, whether we are aware of it or not. So let's go through some of them, all right? In the chat, tell me your first reactions. For primary students, you may not see this, or you may, but especially high school and university teachers, what is your first reaction when you see these images? Be honest. No one is going to judge you. Tell me what your first reactions are. Normal. Very interesting. Okay, I got out of the classroom before I had this, but I love it becomes normal. Is it becoming normal because a lot of your students look like this, or because you can accept it immediately? I think that's very interesting. I'll have my cold temper. That was mystery. Okay, and in some schools, the girls and boys are not allowed to have their hoodie up. But in the United States, it's a big trigger. So a lot of them, interesting, Fatima is not accepted at all. Yeah, it's difficult because a lot of us, especially in high school, when there's so many elements going on, and the students confront us either visually like this, or with their voices, or a lot of times with their bodies, We are much more defensive a lot of times with our own style. So for instance, Sareka would see a girl like this and say, that's her style, has nothing to do with me. The girl is not trying to intimidate me. She's just being herself. Hopefully we would say the same about the boy. Maybe he just does not want to be seen. Unfortunately, a lot of us would be triggered and become a little defensive. And these are the kinds of things we just need to be aware of. How are we reacting? This slide I'm going to go through because I've already introduced Peter and David. So this is what I want to do. I'm going to introduce a few pictures. And again, with no judgment, I'd like you to tell me what you think. All right. Where are they from? Just guesses. Where are they from? What do you think? Yeah, I know. Who are they? From Thailand. Okay. From Japan. I have a question for all of you. Who thinks that it could be considered racist to not be able to distinguish between a Korean or a Japanese, or Japanese and Chinese? Is that considered racist? That's another sort of element I just love to establish. Countryside. Yeah, Mr. Rabam just says Asian. Now, the woman is not obviously Asian, is she? So we just need, what's their financial status? What are their feelings towards community and education? Doesn't matter what you say, Belgium, interesting. Okay. Doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. I'm actually not going to tell you what I know about these people. What's important is the stories that you're telling yourself in your head. It's the story that I tell myself in my head when I found this picture. Are they married? We kind of assume they're married because she has his hand on her shoulder. Are they happy? It looks like they're happy because they're all smiling. Do we really know? Do they have other children? Did they lose any children? Do they want more? These are all questions that are really important to ask ourselves because we are already making up stories about them. Okay, middle class and have a good attitude. Okay, Fatima, really wonderful. Okay, whole complete thought. Ready for another picture? Let's go to another one. Who is she? You are already making up a story. You are already making up judgments. There is nothing wrong with that. Just be aware that you're doing it. Where is she from? Who is she? Who are her friends? And then my next question goes, she's from Africa, interesting. How often is she on social media, right? And oh my goodness, how important are the followers? Miss Universe, could be, could be. What are her feelings towards community education? She's so sweet because she has this beautiful smile. That's a story you're telling yourself. It's possible, and it's possible that she really is not very compassionate to people around her. We don't know. Until we get to know her, we don't know, but they're stories we tell in our heads. If she walked into your classroom, how would you treat her? Right? You ready for another one? Okay. This family. Comments, anything. What's the first question you ask yourself when you see these three people? You think they're from Brazil? Okay. All right, Yosef. Where are they from? Where's the mother? Great question. Where is the mother? Single father? What's their religion? Great bonding. It looks like they're really close, right? Could be from South America. It looks like they're close. Maybe they are really close. Maybe they're not. Maybe this was only for the photographer. Maybe the father said, smile and hug me. We don't know. Where's the mother? Okay, and it's not as if I want you to ask the students what their religion is. I'm saying in your mind, what is the story you're telling yourself? What are the questions you're asking? Maybe they're Muslim, maybe they're Jewish, maybe they're Buddhist. We do not know, but we're making up stories. What does the father do? They have very clean clothes. Is he financially independent, or did they get these clothes from a charity store? We don't know. And why should we consider all these things? Simply because you're doing it without realizing it. And I want you to be aware that you're doing it because we treat our students differently depending on the stories we tell ourselves. I had a student that walked in every day with really dirty clothes and he smelled and it was difficult to be around him. But I was in primary school and I had to be around him a lot. And I had to find a way to be compassionate and at the same time sort of absorb the fact that this was not going to change in the near future. So what I'm saying is about language policy, it's not so much about the language, it's about how we treat language and the socio-emotional part of having students in our classroom. It's not just about language. So for instance, you have these two girls in your classroom. There are a lot of people who would treat them the same, and there are a lot of people who would make instant judgments and treat them differently. Perhaps the mother is one who took the photograph. It's very possible, right? But she isn't in the photo. If the father and two sons walked into your classroom, what would the story be that you're telling yourself? All right. So is there a point that we've linked between language and yes? So what I'm saying, I'll say it one more time. Language policy is about how we are treating our students, what the experts say, and I'm going back to Peter Maisto and David Marsh, because they go all over the world and they've been doing it for decades. When they go into a school, they don't talk necessarily about language. They talk about how the teachers feel about different accents, how they feel about different languages. So for instance, we're going to see a slide in a few minutes about how much nationality is attached to language policy. In Germany, for instance, in Germany, they chose randomly, out of all the different dialects of German, they chose High German. They chose High German to be the national language, decades, hundreds of years ago. Actually, not hundreds, decades ago. If a student does not speak High German in the classroom, teachers treat those children differently. In Germany, for instance, in the past, hopefully not in the present, the language you spoke, if you spoke dialect at home, you were treated much differently than a student that spoke High German at home, for instance. So when you're going around talking about language policy, it's not so much the language, but the teacher's reaction to everything behind the language. Does that make sense to you? Okay, so we're talking about the girl on the top left or the girl on the bottom right, 10 pounds to change your haircut. For me, okay, so it's very interesting, our reactions. This is a perfect opportunity to talk about different reactions. When I look at the girl in the lower right, I think freedom. I think self-expression. I think that girl is running through the meadow with butterflies. And another one of our participants said, I'll pay 10 pounds just to get her to cut her hair. I'm assuming that it was about that student. So that's exactly my point here. No matter what language this girl speaks, no matter what a good student she is, we are reacting to her hair, to her dress, to the color of her skin. We are reacting to her smile. We're reacting to how she stands. Everything, whether you realize it or not. Yes, Mariam, yes. Whether we realize it or not, this is going through our minds. So as uncomfortable as this might make you feel, it's also true. Again, we are human. Our students are human. When we reflect on how we react to students in the classroom and we are transparent about it, we are helping them become more accepting of the students around them. So just, for instance, these two girls, who would you assume is going to be really good at math? Who would you assume is going to be really good at science? Who would you assume is going to be better at arts? Where are you going to sit these girls? Are you going to sit them together? Are you going to sit one in the front of the room? Are you going to sit one in the back of the room? You need to ask yourselves these questions. Again, when teachers, and I've been in a lot of workshops, I've given a lot of workshops, and I have teachers that get very defensive, and I try my best to say things so that they don't become defensive. But when something really hits us inside something that we haven't looked at, one of our first reactions, most of us, is being defensive and saying, this doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how this is anything about language policy. I'm out. And I understand. And yet, to be the best educators we can, we need to continually, and I mean every day, reflect on our practices. I always say our superpower as educators is reflection, and it's free. So why not use it? And this is one of the ways we can do it. We use this opportunity to reflect on our reactions. Okay. This is another perfect example. Who is he? Journaling. I love that. There's so many people that say journaling is very important. I used to go home and say, that was the worst day of my life. Why was it the worst day? What happened? What could I do tomorrow? And then I'd go home and say, that was an amazing day. Why was it amazing? What can I take from that and replicate it? Now, those are very, very important, both of those. And yet again, the weather is different. Our students have reacted to their parents and friends differently. So even if we do the same exact things the next day, it might not go as well. So this is when we really reflect on our beliefs and we have more compassion for ourselves, we sort of roll with the punches in the classroom. All right. Yeah, journaling really is important. So someone says he's a singer. Where's he from? What country? Who knows? Anything? Again, I think this is the last picture we're going to see. So it's not important if you're right or wrong. I don't believe in right and wrong. I just believe in being able to justify an answer. The important part is making up the story, is knowing that your mind has been working since that picture flashed on the screen. So a lot of people think he's American. I showed this picture to my Finnish teachers. Brazil, and he might be African. Okay, so I showed this picture to the Finnish teachers. They all said, anywhere in the world except for Finland. And it turns out that he is Finnish. He is Finnish. If he walked into your classroom, would you have known that? Doesn't matter. But the important part is, how do you react to him? So if you can get a little centered and be aware, this is a university, my first day, and this man comes into my classroom. I need to check how I'm reacting to him. I need to check my assumptions. All right. So that's really what I want to say about language policies. Language policies are about nationalism in the policy itself, in the structure. And I can send you language policies. The ones that both Peter and David recommended, because they both worked on them, are in Dubai. There's a language policy for the international school. Has everything there, and I'll show you some of the most important points. But it comes down to the fact that language policy has to do with nationalism. How? Well, who deserves to be a citizen in your country? Could you think about that, please? Who deserves to be a citizen and why? Does it have to do with language? Can you just write in the chat what you think? There's no right or wrong answer. The more we are honest with ourselves, the better this gets. Does the person need to know all the laws of the country? Does the person need to dress the way the majority dresses? Does the person need to be ideologically, anyone who abides the law? Interesting. Okay, so Youssef, does the person need to speak the language or not speak the language and abide by the law? Person born in the country. Okay, so only people born in the country, nuamni, mini, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, honest people. So then we need to figure out who honest people are. Who decides what's honest? Is that following the law? Interesting, who work hard for the country and speak the language. So language is very important. Fatima, the person who needs to embrace and respect the values of the country. So when we have different political parties, the values are often very different. So who decides? Someone in one political party if that person wants to become a citizen and has different values in that political party, they're not going to be able to be a citizen. These are just things we need to think about. It seems so easy, and yet it's not. What elements of your culture are important to you? Is it knowing certain lullabies? Is it knowing certain songs? Is it appreciating art or recognizing the country's best artists or singers? What is this? Okay, Nathan. Is the ability to speak the majority language of your country the deciding factor in being a citizen? Okay, so Shaima has a pretty complete one, who speaks our country's language and follows our rules and traditions. And I am now a citizen of Spain. I had to get the highest level of Spanish before, but does that mean that I share the ideology of Spaniards? Maybe not, maybe. But I passed the exam because I had to memorize the laws. Within the geographical border of the country, and we know that in a lot of countries, being born in that country is not the deciding factor. So there are other things. Follow our rules and respect others. Okay, so you're thinking, what I really love about these comments in the chat is that you're really thinking about it. And let's look about it a little bit more, how nationalism and language have been used in different countries. And this is historically, all right? And think about how it's being used in your country. So in Finland, for instance, when people are asking, what is the connection between our first reaction at photographs and language? This is what it's about. In Finland, for instance, Finland has not been a country, an independent country for hundreds of years. It's only been a few decades. In Finland, they decided that language was very important. To be a citizen of Finland, you have to speak Finnish. There aren't many people in Finland. I think it's just a little more than 5 million. So they need a lot of people to be practicing and using the language. It's a beautiful language, very complicated. I still only know how to say a few words, but oh my goodness, I wish I knew more. So the idea is in Finland, language is absolutely essential. Okay, interesting. All right. In Germany, as I was saying, in Germany, language was used to divide. In Finland, it was used to maybe bring people together, helping people learn the language. In Germany, it was used to divide. So anyone who didn't speak High German was an other. So it wasn't that, again, this is my prejudice, wasn't that healthy. In Europe, what do you think? Is language very important when we're talking about nationalism? Okay, so they got, in a lot of countries, it does. Okay, so why do you think nationalism in Europe, the European Union, why do you think that language is a very important part of nationalism? Again, there's no right or wrong answer. In this case, it's fairly obvious, right? Because the borders, there are so many different countries in Europe. If we don't distinguish between language, then why are there borders at all, right? And maybe there won't be soon. Maybe there won't be. But in the European Union, language is very important. Interesting. See, this is perfect. In Sri Lanka, language represents the class or high society mobility. Yep. In the United States, for instance, I lived in the northern states. I live in New York. And if someone came from the South, there was a lot of prejudice about it. It's not true because some of my family is from the South. But if you have a Southern accent, a lot of people think you are not as intelligent. So it's something we need to be aware of, that the accent, the language, dialects, expressions, they affect us. In the United States, historically, now there's, craziness going on, craziness in the United States. Very happy to be in Spain right now. But when the British colonists first went to the United States, they wanted a break from the British. If any of you know the history of the United States, and I'm really not bothered if you don't, when the British went there, they wanted to cut off ties. Excuse me, when the colonists went, they wanted to cut off ties with the British. What they wanted to do was make their national language Greek. They wanted to cut off so dramatically that everyone would speak Greek. The problem was there were very intelligent people in the British, in the people that went over to the United States in the beginning, and they started writing immediately. And they wrote so prolifically. It was just so much writing in English that they couldn't go to Greek at it. There was no point where it would make any sense. Okay, so Zig is saying in India, that's very prevalent also. Yeah, Mariam knows about the prejudices in the United States and so much more, so much more. If you're a New Yorker and you listen to a Californian speak, there's a lot of tension, and we laugh about it if we realize what we're doing. So in the United States, historically, language was very important, but they finally just said, forget it. In Africa, is language an important part of nationalism? In Africa, as most of you know, it's going to be a little more complicated, because there were a lot of people who went in. There's the French, and then there was the Dutch, and then there was the Americans, and everyone's going in to dominate. And so in Africa, there are a lot of different languages, and a lot of the tribes, a lot of the indigenous people don't want to speak the language of the conquistadores, but they don't have much choice because it's now the national language. Okay, so Youssef is saying it had a lot to do with the language you speak. Yep. And in Ireland, it's a similar story to the United States. In Ireland, they wanted Gaelic. They still want Gaelic to be the national language. The problem is that Gaelic, as beautiful a language as it is, not many people speak it. And even the ones who do, it takes a lot of time to teach it to the younger generation if they're not learning at home. And so the people who are going into government do not speak Gaelic. And so they can't have a national language that people don't understand at the top positions in the government, right? So let's see how we're doing at time, because I got so involved with this. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. I just want you to see that language status has a lot to do, language policy has a lot to do with nationalism, has a lot to do with appearance, has a lot to do with our prejudices. And again, the more we respect that and are aware of it, the better educators we're going to be. We just need to be more accepting so we can accept our students. So the following, I think there are 5 points that Pedro Mejisto says are the most important part of a language policy if we're going to be really balanced in our schools. So for instance, school assemblies need to be in the classroom and the majority languages. Right? We need to make sure, and I think I misspelled assembly. So Nathan, if you're still there, please forgive me. I need AI to do spell checks. I don't believe in AI. Sorry, Ron. Okay. All languages used for instruction deserve equal consideration. So for instance, when I was in Finland, there was a lot of talk about this. We really had, thank you very much. We had to really talk about this. If you teach math and English in the morning, then you need to teach math on Monday. You teach math in the morning in English. On Tuesday, teach math in the afternoon in Finnish. And then, oh my goodness, do I have a lot of typos? Excuse me. The next day, teach math in Finnish in the morning. And on Thursday, you teach math in English in the afternoon. So you see, you're balancing it, not just with the day, but with the time. Because we all know that in the afternoon, the kids need more projects and less direct teaching. Both L1 and L2 are used for teaching of high status subjects. High status subjects is not PE and not art. Excuse me, for both teachers, if you're a PE or art teacher, they should be high status, and they're not considered to be. So for instance, science, history, natural science, social science, those sort of things, right? And the staff has discussed and agreed on language usage. I did this on purpose so you can find all the mistakes. Signs are both in L1 and L2. And I'm going to go past this slide so we don't have to keep looking at that one. So to end this, and I really appreciate all of the thinking that I see going on in the chats, and I'm just assuming that everyone else is thinking as well. Language policies, whether you are on that team in your school to create a language policy, and again, you don't have to because they're already done. You just need to take someone else's and adapt it. Nothing wrong with it. I was just on a thread in LinkedIn, and they were asking, is it ethical to use someone else's material in the classroom? Yes, of course. Make it personal. Give them credit for it. We can't invent. We don't need to invent everything again if it's already done. We need our energy to connect with our students, emotional energy. Same with language policy. If we're on the team, it helps us explore our hidden prejudices. If we're not on the team to create a language policy, then at least it gives us an opportunity to think about our hidden prejudices, about our students' dress or their accent or their language, or whether they're from a single family or from two women, two mothers or two fathers. All of these things come into play. They give us the opportunity to consider our reactions or responses to our students. If a student, for instance, mine, who really did not have very clean clothes and who didn't take many showers, do I speak less to him? I did at first. Do I ignore his questions when he raised his hands? Don't remember, probably, in first, yeah. We just need to see, how are we treating those students differently, if at all? Do they help us become more compassionate with ourselves and our students? I'm an English-speaking person in Spain. I feel like I can express myself fairly well in English. In Spanish, if someone's patient, I can pretty much talk about anything in Spanish also. But the more compassionate I am to myself when I'm speaking Spanish, the more compassionate I am to other people when they speak English with me. That's usually how it goes. All right. And I think what we all want to do, and one of the reasons why Mohammed has this incredible platform, this conversation, is that we need a generation that is more global, has a better global perspective, knows how to negotiate, knows how to go out in the world and find connection instead of differences. And when we see those differences, and when our students see those differences, they just roll with the punches instead of being affronted with them and reacting instead of just acting. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, well, hopefully, Ira, that's what you were saying. That's the key, hopefully. And I just want to end. This is going to be shamelessly advertising one of my online courses that I'm just putting up, an online course about emotional health, and it has a lot to do with this. How can we explore our own emotions so that we help our students in the classroom with their emotional health? When we have a strong learning environment, the affective domain, everything becomes easier, because what I explain in this course is that if the limbic system doesn't feel safe, the information does not go into the frontal cortex and we don't process that information. So if we can become more compassionate educators, we help our students become more compassionate global citizens. How's that? And that's, I think, how I'm going to end it. Observe your reactions to your students. Be compassionate with yourself, and hold lightly how you react to language knowledge. Really think about it. So I would love for you to ask me any questions. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you. I believe so too. Hopefully others will as well. If you have any questions, please ask me in the chat. I'll see if I can answer it fairly well. We have 60 seconds. Mohammed, how are we doing? Means I can teach subjects in Arabic and English for American students. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. That was wonderful. Actually, yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed listening to it. So guys, if you have any questions to Donna, could you please drop them in the chat box?
If you go to scaffoldingmagic.com, that's where you can find me. Please send me a message. I'm more than happy to answer anything, any doubts. So thank you very much, Rasha. So Theophilo, hopefully you can find that. And ask Mohammed. Mohammed knows how to reach me, and that's the key. So thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for being so participatory and for your interest. Mohammed, thanks.
My pleasure. Thank you for your contributions to our conference. And guys, Donna is a podcaster, and so do I. So am I. I also have a podcast, and this is what I'm gonna talk about now. That's my talk now. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave the role of the conference moderator and organizer and be the speaker this time. So Ron, are you there? Ron?
Let's see.
He's hiding somewhere.
I'll interview you, Mohammed, until Ron gets there.
Okay, great, great. So everyone, hello everyone, and this time I'm the speaker of this talk. I'm gonna be talking about podcasts in education. So let me share the screen. Just a second. Okay. So everyone, can you please confirm that you can see the screen?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, cool. Okay, very good. Okay, everyone, hello and good afternoon from Egypt. This is Mohammed Nabil, the founder of Educast International. I'm a teacher, educator, and an educational consultant. And today I'm going to be talking about unmuted innovation, unleashing your teaching potential with podcasts. This is a presentation at the Educast International Online Conference 2024 about empowering educators through professional growth. So great. So let's get started. Okay, so that's me. It's my picture. So no need to talk about me more than this. And let's start with a question. Express your feeling in the chat box with one word. How do you feel now? Tired? Same here. Happy, cherished. Okay, lots of mixed emotions in the chat box. Great. So before I start, let me tell you that it's a real pleasure having you all in this conference, and especially in my talk. Very good, great. Lots of mixed emotions. So I'm really glad to be having you all here. Okay, great. And let's move on. So my question, since the theme of this conference is about professional development, let me ask you a question. How much time do you dedicate for your professional development every week? Okay, at least 6 hours. That's good. 4 hours. 2, 10, 6. That's good. 1 hour. Wow, you must be a busy guy. 8 hours. 10, 2 hours. Okay, very good. And this drives us to our next question. But this time, let's make it, a little bit interactive. I want you to go to slido.com and type this code, or you can just scan this QR code and answer this question. What type of resources do you use for your professional development? Here's the link in the chat box. Okay. Oh, so there's one there. Good. Okay, conferences like this one, thank you. YouTube, podcasts, workshops. Yeah. So let's see the first contribution, webinars. Very good. Courses like the Delta, right? Reading, studies, lectures, online courses, participating in conferences and workshops, books, my TEFL course. Okay. YouTube, Facebook, conferences. Good. That's very good. Waiting for more contributions, online materials, research. Okay, I take part in Cambridge Press and assessment courses and webinars. Very good. Readings, courses, free and paid. YouTube, very good. Films, books, AI, that's wonderful. Okay, free online courses with the British Council. Good. Anything else? Reading British Council stuff, applications, online sessions, internships. Good. Peer talks are really fruitful. Very good. You're right. So there are a lot of resources when it comes to professional development or developing professionally, right? Yeah, ELT books. Yeah. So we have lots of things actually to talk about. Very good. So let's get back and talk about professional development resources. Well, teachers have a variety of resources available to them for professional development, both online and offline. And I'm going to share with you a few options to consider. So, of course, we have online courses. That's something people already mentioned, on the previous slide. Like many universities and educational organizations offer online courses for teachers on a variety of topics. So these courses can be a great way to learn new skills or deepen your knowledge of existing ones. Some popular platforms for online courses for teachers include Coursera, EDX, and Udemy. And of course, there's a free website for teacher training courses by the British Council. So there are a lot of, online courses here and there and everywhere on the internet. So that's the first resource I'm going to share with you. Also, people mention webinars. Webinars are really fruitful. They are really great to learn because you're going to learn from experts on a variety of topics in a short amount of time. So many webinars are free and can be accessed on demand. Some popular websites for webinars for teachers include, like Educast, we offer free webinars, Macmillan, PD Academy. We have lots of platforms where you can get attend free webinars. Cambridge and other publishers always provide teachers with free webinars. Also, we have blogs. Blogs are great. There are a lot of great blogs everywhere on the internet, and they are written by teachers and other educators, and that offer tips, advice, and resources for professional development. Some popular blogs for teachers include Utopia, Teaching Tolerance, and We Are Teachers. There are also lots of good blogs for educators like Ron Moraine, like Donnelly Fields, Nathan Ward. Almost everyone that I know has a blog, and they share their expertise and insights through these blogs to everyone. Also, let's not forget about YouTube and the valuable videos there. So there are a lot of videos and also recorded webinars by publishers and by lots of educators about different topics in teaching. Okay. Also, we have conferences just like that one, Educast International Conference, and that's the second year we hold this conference. We also you can attend lots of other conferences and events, just like the ones organized by Macmillan, by the British Council, the IATEFL, TESOL International Association, and Nile TESOL, the different groups of different communities of practice everywhere in the world. So as you can see, here's the picture of a book. So now we're not talking about online resources. Yes, you can find ELT books online, books for developing professionally online. But now we're talking about books that you can read, paperbacks, hard copies. So books are very, very valuable when it comes to exposing yourselves to lots of good materials to develop professionally. You can also take courses as we said, not only online, but you can also take them face to face. And also, you can use social media because there are a lot of groups on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on Twitter. So where you can share ideas with other educators, learn from them, learn from the different practices. Okay, so there are a lot of professional development resources, as we said, and we also talked about blogs. One thing that I didn't mention is the topic of today's presentation, which is podcasts. And there are many great educational podcasts available on a variety of topics, such as teaching strategies, classroom management, and education and technology. Some popular podcasts for teachers include um, um, the podcast for Don Field. You know, it's very famous. Also, I'll talk about ELT Mina, yeah, by Nathan Waller and Mina PD Academy. I'm also going to mention Educast interviews podcast. There are also a lot of podcasts everywhere in the world on the internet where you can listen to experts and get and benefit from their insights. So there are a lot of examples. So again, I'm reminding you of the topic of my talk, which is unmuted innovation, unleashing your teaching potential with podcasts or podcasts in teacher development. So in this presentation, I'm going to be talking about podcasts as a resource for professional development for teachers. Okay, cool, great. So here's the presentation outline. Of course, I mentioned some of the professional development resources. So I'll start next by talking about what a podcast is, then the types of educational podcasts, the benefits of using podcasts in teacher development, and how to create a podcast. And let's not forget about where to create a podcast for those who are willing to create their own podcasts. Okay, lovely. So when talking about podcasts, let's start first thinking about what a podcast is. So in the chat box, I want you to drop your answers. What is a podcast? Looking at the chat box. So exploring different subjects from different perspectives. Yeah, that's good. Waiting for those who are typing. Okay, digital program. That's good. A source of learning via audios. Okay, that's right. A free talk about a specific experience. Lovely. It's a long session with an expert who addresses the issue from different perspectives. You're right. Online audio programs about different topics, formats can vary. That's very good. Very good ideas, everyone. So actually, I did the definition of podcasts from Cambridge Business English Dictionary, and it is a radio program that is stored in a digital form that you can download from the internet and play on a computer or on an MP3 player. So you can, play it wherever you are and whenever you are by just, clicking on links, just, start listening to ideas shared from experts from around the world. So that's the meaning of a podcast in general. But today I'm not talking about podcasts in general. I'm talking about podcasts in education or teacher education. So again, let's think about what is a podcast in teacher education. And again, I want you to drop your ideas in the chat box. what is a podcast in teacher education? A podcast is a program made available in digital formats for download over the internet. That's good. Looking at the chat box, recorded training, courses for teachers. You might be right. It can be in a digital platform for teacher training. Good. It focuses on educational topics and problems. Very good. So actually, guys, all of these answers are great. But a podcast in the context of teacher education is an audio, yes, audio recording that is used to supplement learning in the classroom. So it adds to the classroom. So podcasts can be used to introduce new material, okay, support learning. So you can introduce new materials to the learners. For example, if you're going to teach listening, you can use podcasts as an input, right? Or as some kind of context so that the learners can learn, and then you can use this context and exploit it till the end of the lesson. Also, um, podcasts are used in teacher education are used to explain new concepts. So you can ask the learners to listen to a podcast to learn about something new they don't know about. Then you can have a discussion later on in the classroom. And this leads us to the next part, which is providing examples. So a podcast in teacher education can be used to provide examples for the learners. You can, for example, finish dealing with a lesson or presenting a lesson and just send a link for the learners for a podcast to for more example or more explanations for a topic discussed in the classroom. Also, podcasts can be used to stimulate discussion at the beginning of lessons. They can be used as lead-ins at the beginning of every lesson, maybe. So it's just a new way, instead of just using videos or pictures or just questions. No, podcasts can be used also to stimulate discussions about maybe controversial topics, starting debates between the students in the classroom. And also, they are great for engaging the learners because, you're asking them to listen to something and interact, and reflect after listening to that. So also, let's not forget about podcasts can be used to review topics or previously discussed topics. So, for example, you teach a lesson, and on the second lesson or on the other day, you use the podcast to review the points discussed in the previous lesson. Okay, so podcasts are a great way to engage learners and make lectures more dynamic, as they can be used to present content in an interactive and entertaining format. Great. So, talking about educational podcasts, there are a lot of topics, right? But how many types of educational podcasts do you know? Are there types? Yes, there are. But how many types are there for educational podcasts? Looking at the chat box. Okay. No idea. Okay. Now we're talking about resources or where you can find them. I'm talking about the types of podcasts or educational podcasts. So I'm gonna go through them now. So we can divide or categorize them by subject. Like there are some history podcasts that talk about history, like diving into captivating narratives and and diving into specific historical periods or figures. Okay. Also, there are podcasts for science and technology. to explore the wonders of the universe, talking about the space, uncover scientific discoveries, and understand the latest technological advancements. For example, like the Star Talk Radio. Okay. Also, there are podcasts that discuss culture and society issues. So they analyze current events and explore different cultures and perspectives. Also, there are language learning podcasts, and there are many. And the most famous one I can recall is BBC Learning English, that people use to learn English and practice listening to different topics. You know, so uh, uh, again, it depends on the subject. Also, we have podcasts discussing mathematics and logic. Also, we have podcasts to analyze literature and literary works and books. So that's the first type of podcast or educational podcast. So it depends on the subject. The other point is, or the other type is, can be considered or can be known by learning style, or categorized by the learning style. So some podcasts are interview-based podcasts where you can learn from experts in the field through engaging conversations and insightful discussions. Also, there are storytelling podcasts, news and current events podcasts, self-improvement podcasts, comedy podcasts. So there are a lot of types. Number three, or the third category, is by target audience. So, for example, I have a podcast that addresses teachers, teacher trainers, maybe, and teacher trainers. So that's my target audience. So I cannot address anyone else. So if I'm gonna categorize my podcast, I'm gonna categorize it as a podcast for teachers and teacher trainers. Okay, but some other podcasts are, for example, for children, you know, to spark their curiosity and ignite young minds with educational content tailored for kids. Okay, there are also podcasts for adults and or adult learners to deepen their knowledge and explore new interests with podcasts aimed, at adult audiences only. And let's not forget about podcasts for educators, just like Nathan's podcast, Donna's podcast. And there are a lot Harry Waters podcast. So there are a lot of podcasts everywhere in the world on the internet that are for educators. Okay. Um, Also, we have more categories like the formats. Okay, but yeah, so some people said that podcasts can be like in the format of audios. Some others said that they might be in the form of videos. I'm going to talk about something else. Okay, so there are other podcasts that can be categorized by formats. Okay, and when I talk about format, I'm talking about podcasts that have this lecture style. So these podcasts, for example, resemble traditional lectures. Someone is just lecturing about something, presenting information in a structured and organized way. Okay. There are also debate podcasts to learn about different perspectives on controversial topics through well-informed arguments and discussions. Okay. Uh, there are also true crime podcasts. They talk about real life criminal cases while gaining insights into psychology, and the justice system. Mastery podcasts, role playing podcasts. So there are a lot of types in this area. The fifth category and the last one, by niche. Okay. And I mean here like business and entrepreneurship podcasts that you can use to learn about successful businesses, develop your skills as an entrepreneur, and gain in financial insights. Like, for example, there is a podcast called The Masters of Scale, or How I Built This. Okay. Another example of these or this type of podcasts, like health and wellness podcasts, and it's used to improve your physical and mental well-being with expert advice, actionable tips, and personal stories. Like, for example, the Happiness Lab is a famous podcast for health and wellness. Okay. There are also some creative arts podcasts, philosophy podcasts, specific skill development podcasts, like, learning new skills, like learning cooking, learning how to cook, learn about new things, new skills in life. So these are the types of educational podcasts so far. Great. You can also add to this list when you research about that. So there are a lot of types of podcasts everywhere. But why podcasts? Why am I talking about using podcasts in professional development or in teacher development? What are the benefits of using podcasts in teacher development or teacher education? Do you have any ideas? If you have, please drop them in the chat box. So someone already said learning grammar, improving language skills, science. You're right. Teachers sometimes need to keep learning all the time, not sometimes. Yeah, so Russia says to improve listening. Very good. So now we're talking about teachers as learners, right? Enhancing the subject knowledge, getting in touch with different trainers or different materials from the whole world. Very good. Great ideas. Exploring new techniques in teaching, each skill. Very good. Getting exposed to new insights, listening to different ideas. Great. Correct pronunciation. Again, we're talking about teachers as learners. Very good. Well, there are a lot to be said here. Well, podcasts are really important for teachers when talking about professional development or teacher development. And why? Because it has, or they have lots of advantages, like they are available, they are um, flexible, they are accessible, and they are engaging. And let's, talk about them in details. For the first one, podcasts are available everywhere on the internet, right? And they are also cost effective. Many podcasts are free, or have affordable subscription options, making them an accessible option for professional development, right? And they are, if you have an internet connection, all the podcasts on the internet, all the free ones on the internet are available for you to listen, right? And learn from them. They are also flexible. And when talking about flexibility, you can listen to them anywhere, anytime you want, wherever you are, or whenever you are, maybe in the car, when you're, having some kind of break, when you're on your way to work, when you're taking a shower, when you're in the gym. So you can listen to podcasts anytime, right? So yes, podcasts offer flexible and on-demand learning that fits busy schedules. Teachers are busy. So for example, let me talk about my personal experience. Or the reason behind creating a podcast is that understanding the busy life of teachers and how important it is for them to keep developing professionally. So I thought to myself, why don't I create something to help them, maybe able to, to make them more able to read books without literally reading them by summarizing teacher training books, for example. So that's the first step that I took, when creating my podcast. I summarized some teacher training books. And then I moved to, do some kind of interviews with educators from all around the world. Okay. So they fit busy schedule. You can listen during, commuting, while exercising, or during, downtime. Okay. Also, something that is not mentioned is that you get insights from experts. You gain access to renowned education specialists, researchers, and practitioners from diverse backgrounds and perspectives. And you also get exposed to a wide range of topics. You deepen your knowledge by listening to this guy and that woman. You listen to different perspectives, different types of experiences, different contexts, right? And you listen to different topics, topics about instructional strategies, classroom management, educational technology, curriculum development, and many more. Okay. Also, talking about engagement, um, some interviews, try to uh, ask the audience some questions in order to engage them. I'm talking about video interviews and also the audio versions, because sometimes I ask the listeners a question during my podcast, and maybe I wait for the answer to make sure that they benefited really from the podcast or the episode or not. Okay. So these are some of the benefits. Also, you can stay updated when you listen to podcasts. You can be more aware of the global trends of education. Okay, you can explore in the field of education in more depth. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits of using podcasts, but as everything in the world, podcasts also have some drawbacks, right? They have some drawbacks. Just like anything else in the world, there is nothing perfect. Okay. So, are there any drawbacks? The answer is yes. Yes. Why? Because, um, they don't always ensure engagement, right? You cannot make sure that this podcast or this episode will engage your learners or not, or even engage you or not. Okay. Some podcasts um, will not allow you to interact with the speaker because you're just listening. It's like passive learning, right? Because yes, it's excellent at delivering information, but it might lack interactive elements crucial for deeper learning and skill development. And again, sometimes I think that it doesn't respect the different learning styles. For example, I'm not auditory person. I'm a visual person, so I'm not gonna benefit from podcasts a lot, because I will forget the information easily. Otherwise, I'm taking notes or something like that. And also, podcasts are usually short in duration, so sometimes you get some limited information about the topics discussed. Okay. Also, some podcasts are very long, and this will be so much boring for people to listen to. Imagine listening to a podcast of, for example, 20 to 30 minutes, or maybe more, so you won't benefit from it. Okay. For example, I might get lost while listening to that. Okay. And you might also face some technical difficulties, but it depends on the internet, because podcasts require technology and internet access, and this can be a barrier for some educators and students. Okay, so these are some of the drawbacks using the internet. Oh, sorry, using podcasts in teacher education. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about podcasts in teacher development after discussing the drawbacks. Yet they are valuable. Podcasts are a valuable tool for teacher development, but not a replacement for other forms of professional development. So you cannot only depend on podcasts for your professional development. As we mentioned earlier in this presentation, we have lots of resources like books, like YouTube videos, like attending webinars, workshops, conferences, reading ebooks, joining communities of practice, sharing ideas with others. So taking courses online and on site. So there are a lot of resources. So don't consider depending on podcasts only for your professional development. Carefully consider your needs and context to determine how to use them effectively. alongside other approaches for continuous learning and growth. Okay, and I'm gonna mention some additional thoughts on the role of podcasts here. Okay, so podcasts can be used to supplement existing professional development programs. For example, you have just finished a teacher training course, so you can listen to a podcast to supplement, to add to this learning experience. Podcasts also can be used to explore new areas of interest or address specific challenges. Now, there are some podcasts on almost every educational topic imaginable, so you can find what that meets your specific needs. Okay. And also, like Educast interviews podcasts and some other podcasts, they can be used to create communities of practice. Okay. So you can listen to podcasts with other educators and then discuss what you learn. This can be a very great way to share ideas and learn from each other. Last but not least, podcasts are really important to promote or for promoting self-reflection. And I mean here, you can go to the classroom and try to apply some activities or a new strategy, and then you go back home and record what happened in the classroom and try to reflect on your practices in the classroom and share them with other colleagues and get feedback from them. So podcasts it can be used to challenge your thinking and reflect on your own teaching practice. As I always support, self-reflection when it comes to developing professionally as teachers. Okay, but there is another question which is really important after talking about the benefits and drawbacks. Okay, what are some of the benefits? Well, podcasts, you can do more than two things at the same time. You can multitask and learn on the go. You can listen to them, as we mentioned before. You can get exposure to multiple perspectives. Also, you can get education through education leaders, get innovative ideas from others, get exposed to global education trends and practices and different topics, get exposed and listen to different topics from different backgrounds, get inspired by other educators from all around the world. You can listen to a podcast and then decide to create your own one. Okay. And also, you can use them for personal and professional growth. And let's not forget about self-reflection. Anyway, the question I was talking about is that how can you create a podcast? Well, creating a podcast can be an exciting journey, but you have to follow some steps first in order to be successful in doing this. So, number one, or the first step, is to define your concepts. Think about the topic will you focus on. Identify your niche and cater to a specific audience. Number two, prepare your equipment or software. Okay, start with basic necessities like a decent microphone, headphones, and recording software. Free options like Audacity are available. That's an example of softwares you can use to edit your audio. Okay. Number three, plan and record your first episode. Now you know exactly what to talk about. You have the software to edit and even record your voice. Then plan and record it. Start doing it. Okay. But first, you have to write some kind of script or outline, and this ensures a focused and engaging episode. Find a quiet recording space. Quietness is really important because people care about the quality of the sound. So minimize background noise. You can use any software to do this. Always practice and record your voice. Relax, be yourself, and have fun. Number four, edit and finalize your episode. Well, remove unwanted noise and silence. Ensure a clean audio experience. Add an intro or outro music. sound effects, and transitions enhance the overall feel. Try to adjust the volume and the level of the audio, to ensure consistent sound quality. So the music, for example, cannot be as high as your voice. Number five is publishing. Now you recorded it, then you have to publish it. But you have to publish and promote your podcast. Number one, you have to choose a hosting platform, and there are a lot of platforms. We'll talk about them in the next slide. So choose a hosting platform, consider factors like storage, the pricing, and whether this platform is free of charge or it's paid, the features included. Submit your podcasts to some other directories, increase discoverability on, for example, Spotify, YouTube, iTunes, and other websites. Promote the podcasts on social media and relevant online communities. Okay, and make sure to engage your target audience. There are some other or additional tips for creating your own podcast. Create engaging artwork and branding. I'm talking about the cover art, the picture you're using, like the album cover. Okay, try to stand out from the crowd. Try to be different. Try to be unique. Okay, be consistent with your release schedule. I know that I might not be that successful in following the schedule because sometimes it gets really busy. And I always try to make sure that everything is in a good quality, but try to do your best, build anticipation, and audience trust. The people should be waiting for your upcoming episodes. Okay. Engage with your listeners, respond to comments, and answer their questions and listen to their feedback. The next point is track your analytics and adapt. For example, I have about people from 82 countries listening to my podcast. This brings me more confidence. This brings me more trust in the content I'm creating and makes me more willing to create more and more. So, analytics are what can tell you whether you're going on the right track or not. Okay. So, try to monitor and adjust your approach according to your analytics. Remember, creating a successful podcast requires dedication, creativity, and continuous learning. Don't be afraid to experiment. It requires a strong heart. Have fun and share your passion with the world. About the platforms you can use to upload your podcasts or where you can create them. Well, you can create them on YouTube. You can find some playlists under the name podcasts. Okay, you can also use Zoom to record your podcasts if they are in the form of videos. So don't bother yourself trying to invent something new or find or going or using the difficult way. No, Zoom can do it for you. You can record your video and then try to publish it later. And last but not least, here, yes, I know that there are a lot of examples and places where you can create your own podcast, but this is what I'm using. I'm using Anchor by Spotify, or you can use Spotify itself to upload your podcast, to create it. Just sign up as a podcaster, and then create an organized profile, add your information, and then you can add your episodes and upload them every time you create one. So the creating a podcast isn't that difficult, and it's really important for you to develop professionally. And there are a lot of benefits in using podcasts. So everyone, I think that yeah, I'm done with my presentation because it's 4:15. Thank God I finished on time. But I'm gonna finish my talk using this quote by Chris Martin, who is a British singer from Coldplay band. He said, "I'd rather be a comma than a full stop. So it's really important to keep adding more to other people's contributions, not just use and benefit from them and stay where you are. Keep developing because professional development is what will make you an excellent teacher. So thanks everyone for listening. Mohammed Nabil was with you, and this time as a speaker. Yes, excellent. That's right. Practice always makes perfect. So thanks a lot for listening. And let's not waste more time. Now I'm getting back to the role of the conference moderator and organizer. And let me introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Wafa Mohammed from Egypt. And let me tell you a little bit about her. Wafa is a certified teacher trainer. She has 18 years of experience in teaching and training. She is the CEO and founder of Living English Academy and the headmaster of the KG section at EOS. She is a teacher trainer at MITQ. Talking about her presentation today, well, she is going to be talking about young learners and active learning with young learners. As today's learners are tomorrow's leaders, it's time to get to know the components of active learning and how they work together to create a powerful learning environment through engaging and funny collaborative experiences. So, with that, let me make you a co-host. Yeah, and my pleasure. Thanks, everyone. So, yeah, great. So, Wafat, now you're the co-host. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you and I can speak as well. Thank you very much.
Very good. Very good. So it's a pleasure to be having you here. And yeah, I'm really excited for your talk.
The pleasure is mine. And let
Yeah.
me say that I'm elated to be in such a great conference like this one. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Wafat, whenever you're ready to share the screen, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, hello everyone. This is Wafa Mohammed. I'm not gonna introduce myself. Mr. Mohammed has done this already. Here I am. So today, today's presentation, it's about active learning in young learners, engaging minds and empowering futures. Let's get started. First of all, let me ask you, what is the meaning of the word active? Type in the chat box. What is the meaning of the word active? Waiting for your answers. Yeah, attentive, energetic, engaging, great, awake, sharing. Okay, what else? Everyone, share. Caring, active means engaging, communicative approach, enthusiasm, okay, affectionate, aware. What else? Hello. Yes, hello everyone. Being part of the process, great. Communicative again, okay, What else? Okay, alert, I love that one. Be ready, participating, More, go ahead, participating again. Yeah, thanks, Ms. Radwa, Ms. Dina, everyone who has participated in the chat box. Busy, connect, interactive. Okay, so let's check the meaning of the word active in Cambridge Dictionary. Let's go. It means in an organization or a planned activity. So if we're talking about active learning, it means that kind of learning that is engaging and involving the students in a planned activity. So tell me, who planned the activity? Who would be planning for this activity? Again, active learning, it means, yeah, the teacher, excellent. Thank you very much, Miss Hamza. Miss Hasna, yes, Miss Hasna. Yeah, it's the teacher, Miss Marwa, excellent. Okay, So active learning, it means involving the students in a planned activity. How can they be active? How can a student or a child be active while he's learning? Today, we're going to learn about the components or principles of active learning. But first of all, let's know what does it mean, active learning. And this is taken from a research done by Cambridge University. Active learning is a process that has students learning at its center. Yeah, so in this approach, the student is the center of the teaching, of your teaching process. They are the center of the learning process. Active learning focuses on how they learn, not just on what they learn. No, it's about how they, because they are encouraged to think hard rather than passively receiving the information. So here, the students, they are not passive participants. They are not just listeners. No, the students, they are actively engaged, and they are actively participating in the learning process. They are the center of the process itself. So what are the 5 components? Give a guess. What are the 5 components or the principles of active learning? Guess. What are the components of active learning? Teachers, students, okay. Activities, yes, yeah, Miss Dina, Ladies and gentlemen, participate. Environment, okay, yeah, Miss Layla. Engaging students, student-centered activities, environment again. Okay. Student participation, games, good. Content, methods, strategies, great. Situation, participation, warm environment, lesson plans, Okay. The components of active learning, there are 5 components actually. The first one is hands-on activities. If I'm going to be engaged in an active in an activity in which I'm going to be the center, I should be doing something with my hands. Hands-on activities. Okay. And the second one is, do you remember playing? Yeah, it's play-based learning. The third one, collaboration and communication skills. Number 4, it is differentiated instructions. And number 5, if I have hands-on activity, play-based learning, collaboration and communication skill, differentiated instructions, of course, I have something, what we call metacognition, knowing about my own knowing. Okay, and we're going to learn a lot about this. Yeah, reflection and application. Okay. First of all, hands-on activity. Why do you think hands-on activity makes learning active? Why? Who can tell me? Why do you think hands-on activities, they make learning active? It kills boredom. Good. What else? Go ahead. Only Mr. Ibrahim. Involve them and they will learn. Great. Excellent, yeah, Ms. Rasha. That's exactly what it means. Another way to learn. Show me, I will remember. Yeah. Tell me, I might. And then involve me, I will, yeah, more engagement. Yeah, Mr. Hussein, that's right. I encourage everyone to practice. It activates minds, helps the students to be fully attentive. Great. Help the students, help them to learn easily. Okay, so let's get to them. Number 1, let me say that engaging the children, it engaged the student or the children cognitively in designing something with their hands. If you are to design something, to make a model, maybe to do something with clay, it means that you're thinking. And if you're thinking and doing something with your hand, it means active learning is taking place. Okay. Give me examples of hands-on activities. The main and the sub-skills, great. Give me examples of active learning, hands-on activities, sorry. Examples of hands-on activities, like what? In the kindergarten, if you're teaching your students, yeah, like design posters, again, amazing. Yes, yeah, Mr. Magdi. Using clay, Play-Doh, puzzles, coloring. sand tracing, amazing. So using clay, building models, excellent. Experiments, I can ask them to plan something. Science experiments, they are, I suppose, they are considered like hands-on activities. They can draw, they can color, role play. Yeah, role play, but role play is not hands-on activity, right? We have it later on. Designing posters as well. So the first component or the first thing that can help you have active learning in your class is hands-on activities. Examples like clay, models, experiments, draw, color. The second one is play-based learning. Why play? Why play-based learning? Why are you here? You're supposed to be hidden. Just a second. Yeah, why play-based learning? Cut and paste. Yes, yeah, Miss Rosha. That's right. Drawing, yeah, Miss Hafif. Why? Why? Play-based learning, why? To have fun. Excellent. Break the routine and grab their attention. To be more activated. Learning is fun. While you're playing, of course, yes. Because simply, they are children, young learners. They love to play. If you get them to learn through playing, it means that you're doing something very, it's very, when you are learning while you're having fun, both of them get you to learn actively. It means you're learning something for a lifetime. Do you still remember when you were playing with your colleague, your mates and your cousins and your brothers and sisters? You still remember everything you learned through these kinds of games, right? To create a natural environment. That's right, yeah. Because the nature of students or children is that they do love playing. So what happens? It places the student or the child. Do you remember when we said active learning? It means the student is in the center of the process. You remember that? Yeah. Play-based learning, it places a child in the center of the learning process. It encourages them to explore, and exploration is something related to curiosity. And you know that young learners, one of their characteristics is that they are curious. Okay, they have hunger to explore the world around them and learn about it. So play-based learning helps them to explore and it encourages their curiosity about the world that they have. And it fosters social skills. When we are playing together, we get to socialize with our students, with our colleagues at the class. It's not only about socializing with the teacher, because I have classmates, we can play together, and this fosters social skills. It also supports differentiated instructions, because we have diverse learning styles. It also builds a good relationship between the teacher and the children. Excellent, yeah, Miss Afif. Okay, it also encourages creativity and imagination. When we are playing, what happens? We unleash our imagination. Okay, if they are to play, it means that you're helping them and supporting them to be creative. Okay, brain-based learning. Just a second, please. Okay. Play-based learning offers a rich and engaging approach to education that honors children's natural inclination of play and learn. By providing meaningful and purposeful play experiences, educators can support them to learn actively, and they have the foundation for lifelong learning. So what kind of play? There should be a purpose. It is not play for the sake of playing. They are playing to learn something. That takes us to something I always say in my sessions, in my lectures. Whenever you have an activity in the class, you need to give your students a purpose to do it. I can't just let them, okay, now it's time to play. No. As we said, do you remember active learning? It means, or the word active means to be involved in and planned activity. You plan for the game, you plan for the playtime. And then collaboration and communication. What about collaboration and communication? What do collaboration and communication skills have to do with active learning? Huh, what do you think? What do they have to do with active learning? Engaging, involvement. Okay, what else? Collaboration and communication skills in active learning. Why? We said we have hands-on activities in which they can play with clay, build models, right? Are they going to play and are they going to build models and make posters on their own? Of course not. We said, yes, yeah, Mr. Muhammad, it's student-centered classes, distributing their rules. Whenever we're playing, whenever we're having a hands-on activity, what happens? We need to collaborate with each other. And if we collaborate with each other, it means that we need to learn communication skills. If you don't have communication skills, you will never be able to collaborate with your colleagues or your mates, right? Teamwork. That's amazing. What else? Fill in the gaps accordingly. Good, yeah, Mr. Ibrahim. We complete each other. When we are collaborating, we're learning a lot of skills. What kind of skills? What kind of skills do we learn from collaboration and communication skills? Who can tell me? How to help each other? The dialogue, okay. Cooperation, storytelling. Sharing ideas. Exactly, Mr. Ibrahim. Everyone is unique in an area. How to work in team, modeling, social skills, macro skills, interpersonal ones, good. Express yourself. We're gonna come to this later. Responsibility, I love that. Communication skills as sub skills. Confidence, emotional intelligence, yeah. I'm good in doing something. Okay, let me say, collaboration, it teaches our students to accept each other. This is the first thing. They learn how to solve their conflicts peacefully. As long as we have a shared goal and we have to work together and we have to collaborate together, so we have communication skills, we accept each other, we support each other, we share ideas, we brainstorm, we solve the problems, we show respect, resonate on what we learned. Okay, let's check this together. It teaches them teamwork and cooperation. It has effective communication skills, problem solving, and we negotiate together. When we are collaborating on a task, or maybe it's a play time where we have a purpose for using the language or something, we are to negotiate. We solve our problem peacefully. We can give peer feedback. We accept what our colleagues tell us, what our mates give, what our peer give us as a feedback. Example of this, the collaborative projects and presentations and digital collaboration tools. Can you give me an example of digital collaboration tools? Yes, Mr. Ibrahim, your rule. It teaches them critical thinking and communication approach. That's right. Okay, so can you give me an example of digital collaboration tools? Can you do that? Like what? Like what we do with the Google slide. Excellent, yeah, Mr. Ibrahim. What else? One more. It still has something to do with Google. Documents. Excellent. That's right. Amazing. Padlet. Online assignment. And this means we are taking the collaboration beyond the classroom. It's not only in the class. Yeah, playtime can be in the class. Some of the hands-on activities can be in the class and beyond the class. If you assign to them to make an experiment, scientific experiments, maybe like planting a seed or something, they start observing it not only inside the class but outside the class. But they can do it individually. But if they are to collaborate using Flipgrid tool or Google Documents and so on, what's going on? It's not only in the class, they can collaborate outside the class. So we're building human being. If you teach your students how to collaborate and they do learn the skills required to collaborate successfully, it means you are building a human being. Do you remember the C's of the 21st century? One of them is citizenship. And citizenship, it's not only about you, it is also about being with other human beings over there. So collaboration teaches them to work, to be a part of a team. It teaches them you're not living alone. You need to collaborate. We need to collaborate and share ideas, brainstorm. We have a lot of things to do together so we can survive on this planet and learn as well. Exactly. Thank you very much, Ms. Shimei. Okay, so collaboration. Let me close this first. Yeah. Yes. By using collaboration and communication skills in active learning, it empowers young learners to become effective collaborators, communicators, and problem solvers, preparing them to be not only successful in their schools, but also beyond. As I said, collaboration is not only in the class, it's beyond the classroom. And remember the word beyond, because we're going to have a lot of things concerning the word beyond later on. Okay. What about differentiated instruction? Why should we have differentiated instructions? Because simply, we are not the same. We have diverse personalities. We have diverse interests. We have diverse learning styles. Exactly, Ms. Shimei, that's right. Diversity. Yes, Ms. Layla. So, differentiated instructions, it helps. It can be easier if you have flexible learning pathways. How come? How come? As long as we have diverse learning styles, we need to have like diversity or variety of activities while we're asking our students to do something. Because Wafat likes to listen, Muhammad likes to do something with his hands, maybe Muhammad likes to see. So everyone has a different learning style. And this takes us to the learning station. Do you know learning stations? They have a station and they choose what to do. Maybe it's a puzzle one, to solve a puzzle, maybe to write something, to make a video, and so on. Different, yeah, to cover all students in the class. That's right. Okay, varied learning activities, as I said, responding to what they understood or what they learned. Some of your students can respond by orally, like they can speak. Some of them can draw. The others can do some movements to respond and demonstrate their understanding. Or tiered assignment and tasks. Let me give you some examples of tiered assignments and tasks. For example, if you have a reading comprehension, of course, you have levels of your students. Some of them, mashallah, they are advanced, and others, they are low achievers, and we have the moderate ones. You can have this multiple intelligence theories. We should consider it all. Yeah, exactly, Ms. Shayma. Because simply they said that there is no such a thing like learning style. We have a combination of them. And this takes us to the theory of multiple intelligences. That's right. Okay, so tiered assignments. Let me give you an example. Reading comprehension. We have variety of levels in I have variety of levels in my class. So for the beginners, I can give them like the text in the basic vocabulary that they can read and decode easily. They can comprehend easily. But for the moderate students, I have the same text, but I give them like the original text or on a higher level, having the same questions. But it will be easier for them to understand it. And then for the advanced one, I can vary the questions to be more advanced. So they have the same content, but in different levels. Okay, this is an example of tiered assignments. Flexible grouping. Okay, when they are in groups, like if they have tasks to do, everyone can choose the task that's suitable for him, or you can give them the task that's suitable for each one of them. Scaffolding and supporting. Let me give you an example of this. If you have a reading text or maybe a story, you can have a pre-teaching vocabulary stage for your low achievers. Exactly. to divide the task into stages, it means supporting them. Provide a strategy that makes it easy for them to start doing the test. So you support them before they start doing the task, Mr. Ibrahim. Yeah, that's right. Individualize the feedback and assessment. Yeah. Everyone is different from the other. We have diversity in our class, so everyone has his own feedback and assessment. They are not the same. Okay, so implementing differentiated instruction, active learning. What? It helps you to build an environment which has engaging learning experiences that meet the diverse needs of your students. Is it related to culture? No, it's more related to the levels of your students in the class, the standard of your students. Some of them are beginners, they are moderate, they are advanced. This is what it has to do. Multicultural education, differentiated instructions. No, it has something related to maybe differentiated culture. If I have diversity of cultural, and we don't have it in Egypt, so we don't have like a diverse environment of students from other cultures. We are the same here. But if it happens and you have students from other cultures, like multicultural education, you have to be aware of what you're using in the class. What is normal is for some of them is not for the others. Okay. And then let's go to metacognition. Do you remember the word beyond? Huh? Do you remember the word beyond? Do you remember when I said that collaboration is beyond the classroom? And active learning is beyond knowing. يعني إيه? What does it mean beyond knowing? It is not only that you know something, it's the knowing about knowing this. How did I know it? How did I build it? What is the process that I have known this? Okay, they start thinking, they start to know about the knowledge they have. It exceeds their knowledge. Excellent, yeah, Ms. Shayma. It has something to do with it. They think when they are engaged in active learning activities like hands-on, like play-based learning, if they collaborate together, if there are differentiated instructions, what happens? They can reflect, they plan, they monitor, they can have something we call the awareness of their learning goals. They are aware of their own learning. Like you don't know that you can do something, but you actually can do it. Yeah, not exactly like this, Miss Layla. It's knowing how to know it. You get to know about knowing what you know, and you are aware of the process and by which you know what you know. How do I know it? Consciousness. That's right. Excellent. Knowing how and more. What and more. That's it. Beyond cognition. Okay. It develops their awareness of their learning goals. It fosters autonomy and learners' autonomy and independence. It leads to everlasting learning process. If you teach your students, you support them, you engage them, if they are the center of the learning process, they will be aware. They will be aware of their learning. They can reflect on it. They can monitor the regulation of learning process. So they start to know the process of knowing itself. And they start to build their own thoughts. This is what we call metacognition. Okay, yeah, recognition and expansion. That's right. Okay, so let's recap it very fast. What are the components of active learning? We said number one. Right in the chat box. Hands-on activity. Hands-on activities, yes. The second one, hands-on activity. Oh, diversity, have stuff. Okay, guys, hands-on activities, play-based learning, collaboration and communication skills, differentiated instructions, and all of them together, it leads to metacognition. So active learning, it builds a human being. It helps them to be a lifetime learner. They will be responsible for their own learning. We are developing their critical thinking. We are developing their ability to collaborate, to communicate, to solve problems, a lot of things. And that's it. And metacognition, yes. Thank you very much. I was elated to be with all of you. Okay. Shall you have any questions? I'm here. High order thinking skills, yes. Okay.
So everyone, feel free to drop your questions in the chat box if you have any. Well, Wafa, you did really great talking about active learning with young learners. You explained every single detail, in active learning, talking about teaching young learners, which was very good. And that people seem enjoying your talk so far. Yeah, that was very great. So everyone is thanking you in the chat box. Guys, if you have any other questions, any questions for Wafa? I admire your sign language. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Do we have to be, yeah, there is a question here. Do we have to be careful to types of instructions to avoid bias?
Yes, you need to. Because they might be, you need to be clear about your instructions and they need to be differentiated because you do, as we said, we do have diverse.
So let's look at the chat box for any other questions. Great presentation. Okay, so I think we might have lost Wafa. Wafa, are you still there? Wafa? So I think, yes, I think we lost Wafa. So anyway, it was a wonderful talk on active learning strategy or active learning strategies with young learners. Talking about how to engage learners and different strategies in young learner classroom. And I think we have here, I think I saw, yeah, Michelle Morgan, who is also specialized in teaching young learners and training teachers of young learners here. So everyone, I'm gonna drop a form in the chat box so that you can fill out in order to get your certificates of participation. So yes, the link is in the chat box right now. So don't go anywhere because we have 2 more talks today. Okay. So again, everyone, the link is there in the chat box. Please fill it out in order to get your certificates of participation. Okay, so everyone, we have 10 more minutes before our next talk with Michelle Morgan and Eloise Vivanco. So let's go on a break for 5 minutes. Stay away of the screen, yeah, from the screens, yeah, and then let's get back in, yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah, of course, the form is for the whole conference. Yeah, so let's take a break of 5 minutes till we get back again with Michelle Morgan and Eloise Vivanco. Don't go anywhere, just stay here. Hello, everyone, and welcome back again to the Educast International Online Conference 2024. Again, don't go anywhere. We still have 2 more talks today. So let me see. Yes, Michelle is here. That's our next speaker. Let me make you a co-host. And yeah, Eloise is here as well. Okay, everyone. So, hello again, and let me introduce to you our next speakers. So, Michelle Morgan and Eloise Vivanco will be our next speakers for the coming talk. Michelle Morgan is an educator and author with a career spanning more than 20 years. She is passionate about helping and supporting young learner teachers to empower their students. Eloise Vivanco is a materials writer and teacher trainer specializing in primary ELT. Together, Michelle and Eloise founded the Teaching Lab, a free community for ELT teachers who wish to develop their young learner teaching skills. So, everyone, let's give a warm welcome to Michelle and Eloise in the chat box. Hello, Michelle. Hello, Eloise. How are you doing?
Hi, everyone. Hi.
It's nice to have you here, and thank you for being willing to be part of this.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you. It's always good to see you. The last time we saw each other was for the podcast interview, right?
It was,
Yeah,
yes.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay, great. So everyone, now let's start this talk with Michelle Morgan and Eloise Vivanco, who are going to talk about putting teachers at the center of their development through inquiry-based learning. So, Michelle and Eloise, the floor is all yours.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Eloise, and I'm a young learner and CLIL specialist. CLIL is Content and Language Integrated Learning. And I write ELT and CLIL course books, and I train teachers in international and bilingual schools on how to better integrate language into their subject classes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle, and I'm a young learner specialist too, and I'm a materials writer with more than 20 years teaching experience. And I also develop and run courses for primary ELT teachers, and I self-publish some of my own resources for inquiry-based learning.
So today we're going to talk about how we can put teachers at the centre of their development using inquiry-based learning. So I'll just run quickly through our plan for the talk. First, we're going to talk about what in-service teacher development typically looks like. We're then going to consider the purpose of CPD and the limitations of current models. And then in the main section of the talk, we're going to talk about how we think the way we offer in-service teacher training should be changed. And finally, we'll present our conclusions and some ideas about how to move forward.
But first, we'd love to know a little bit about you and what you do. So could you let us know in the chat box whether you are any of these options, whether you're a teacher educator, a director of studies, a school manager maybe, a writer or an editor, or something else. Or you may have a combination of these roles like Eloise and I do. Yeah, so please do let us know. And if you want to, you can tell us a bit more about your workplace and your context. So I can see lots of teachers in the chat and teacher trainers. Okay, great, brilliant. So continue typing your ideas in the chat, but we'll carry on.
Okay, so as many of you are teachers, and those of you who are teacher trainers and have other jobs, presumably were teachers when you started out. We want to look a little bit about what in-service teacher training actually looks like.
So maybe it looks something like this, where you're listening to maybe an expert or a trainer talk about something.
Or this maybe is a bit more reminiscent of what we're doing at the moment, something that's online that started happening a lot during the pandemic, but has also continued now, some kind of online training.
Maybe it's more kind of a workshop type training where you get to participate and discuss things like this picture here.
Or it might be something a bit more formal, or where you're being assessed by someone who is perhaps a manager in your school. So which types of teacher development do you recognise or have you experienced? So again, some of you are still writing, and I'm a bit sad that some of you, I've seen some of you are saying you're very burnt out. So in the chat box, so hopefully some of the things that Michelle and I are going to talk about might help with that. But now we're going to move on to looking at this. So can you please write now in the chat box just a letter A, B, C, or D, or a combination of those. Have you ever experienced any of these types of teacher training?
So think about the types of training and development that you've had in different circumstances. So maybe it's in your school or your workplace, but also it could be other types of training that you've chosen to do. So we've got some letters coming through now. So we've got quite a bit of a mix. So Mariam has had all these types of training. Some people are saying different ones. So that's interesting. Yeah. Okay. So what I want you to do now is to think for a minute about any development sessions or training that you've attended in your workplace. So if that's a school, in the school, to think about the types of sessions you've attended and what the topics were, and whether you found these sessions interesting and relevant. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a few seconds to think about that. You don't have to share this because in a second we're going to do a little poll. So just think about the training that you've received at work, if any, and how interesting and relevant you found it. And what I want you to do now is to rate this development, this training, in terms of its relevance and its impact on your teaching. And we're going to use this traffic light scale. So what does this mean? This means that you would choose red if you found the training very irrelevant to your teaching situation and it didn't have any impact on your students. And you choose green if it was extremely relevant to your context and it had really noticeable results in your classroom. And yellow would be something in between. Okay, now I see some of you are typing your answers in the chat box. This is great. But if you prefer, you can also do it digitally with this, this poll here. So you can use this QR code. Or you can go to menti.com and type in this code that you can see here, 37208907, and you'll be able to access this poll there. Okay, but feel free to continue typing in the chat. So I can see some green answers here in yellow. Send the link in the chat. Okay, give me a second. I need to find that. I'm afraid I should have had that ready and I haven't. So give me 2 seconds.
I'll put the code in because someone's asked there for the code, Michelle. So I'll put that in.
The link.
Yeah, but someone also asked for the code, I think, so they can copy and paste it probably. So I've put that in as well.
Okay, thank you.
Oh no, that's the wrong one, isn't it? Sorry. Delete,
that's yes, that's
delete.
the wrong one.
Let me put the right one in.
That's it, 3720890707. And I'm going to see if any results are coming up. So let's see. Okay, we've got lots of greens. That's really good, actually. I wasn't expecting so many greens because usually when I ask teachers about their development, sometimes it is relevant, but not always. No, so yes, but that's interesting. So we've got some interesting results there, and in the chat also I saw a few greens. Okay. So today's session, in today's session, we wanted to think about how we can make our teacher training and development more relevant for teachers. And so we're going to start with this question here. So when we were planning this session, we came up with this essential question, which we hope to have answered by the end of the talk. So this is, how can we provide effective and relevant teacher development for all teachers? Because some of you said green, quite a lot of you, but some also said red. So those teachers may have different needs to the teachers who chose green. Okay, so this is what we're going to be looking at today.
So to be able to work out how to provide effective and relevant teacher development for all the teachers, we need to think about what the purpose of CPD actually is. And this is something that sometimes gets forgotten about, I think, in schools. I think sometimes there's this idea that teacher development should be offered and is required of the teachers. And this often makes it turn into some kind of box ticking activity without thinking so much about what the teachers' needs actually are. So there are two main purposes, I think, to CPD. One of them is to make teachers' classes more effective, and that will benefit the teacher and the student. So I think most teachers are happier when their classes run well and their students are obviously learning something. We all want to help our students. And of course, students are happier when they enjoy their classes and achieve their goals. And CPD should also help teachers to develop in their career and perhaps take on a special area of interest within teaching, for example, teaching pronunciation, something like that, or maybe help them to change roles or move into another area related to teaching, such as teacher training, or management, or writing. So let's look at the traditional format of teacher training, which we saw right at the beginning. So this is the picture, I think this was A, and it kind of looks like the type of classroom that as a teacher trainer, I might not be trying to encourage with the teachers that I'm talking to. It looks very teacher-centered. So if you can see there, the learners in this case are the teachers because they're receiving some training, but the learners are all listening, yeah, trainer-centered. They're listening to input from the trainer. And I kind of imagine in this scenario that what they're learning about it has been decided by the management of the school or the person who's delivering the training. Maybe that person could have asked the teachers. I saw someone mention in the chat box a bit before about doing a needs analysis. So yeah, I think often people will ask teachers or do a needs analysis at the beginning of the school year, but ultimately the person who's in charge of training at the school has decided. And unless the school's very large, there's usually the same training offered to all the teachers. If you've got a big school, then maybe you might have a few different sessions, but in general, it might just be one thing that all the teachers attend. And the person who delivers the training is usually a senior teacher or another teacher who's volunteered to deliver the training. So I think that the limitations of this type of training are quite clear. I think that the trainer isn't exemplifying what most teachers would now agree is good classroom practice, which is some kind of learner-centered classroom. The teachers don't have a very much intrinsic motivation if the topics have been decided by management and aren't always relevant to them. So if there was a needs analysis, then, you know, maybe a topic that they suggested would come up during the year, but not every topic. And from the traffic lights poll that we did before, you can see that some teachers feel that what the training they receive isn't relevant to them. And it's impossible, I think, for this type of training to be relevant to all the teachers, because every teacher has different needs, different level of experience, different interests, and different types of classes. And in this situation, the training is only as good as the person who is delivering the training. There may not be the level of expertise within the school to deliver the training that the teachers need or are interested in. So this can lead to demotivated teachers, and this in turn leads to demotivated learners.
So I'm going to zoom in for a second on one of those limitations, the fact that what teachers are learning about in their development sessions is often decided by management and is not always relevant to all of the teachers. So when we set up teacher development sessions in our schools, we need to ask ourselves this question. Should it be the trainer or the management who chooses the focus of a CPD session, or should it be the teacher who decides what they would like to focus on? I'm not sure what you think of the answer of this question is. I don't think there is a correct answer anyway, but I think we need to think about how this decision impacts the relevance of the training for teachers. It's very hard to make training relevant to all the teachers in a school, especially in a big school, because the teachers will have different needs, different levels of experience, different interests, and different types of classes. So one size doesn't fit all. English teachers can find themselves in a large number of contexts around the world, but even within one school, the teachers' needs and levels of confidence can vary quite a lot, because each teacher is working with different groups of people, their students. Their students all have their own needs, their own interests, their own strengths, and their own challenges. So we started this section with the purposes of professional development, and these should always be centered around the needs of the individual teachers and their learners, of course, where possible. And it's also important to remember that a teacher's needs are not static. They change throughout their career, and they may even change in a shorter period of time. So any training and development needs to be flexible enough to meet these changing needs.
So it's kind of become clear to us that we need to rethink the format of teacher development. And this isn't a new idea that Michelle and I have just invented. This idea has been around for a long time. And a couple of things that made me start thinking about this idea. The first one was a long time ago in 2011, when I was lucky enough to attend the IATEFL conference in Brighton. And I saw a talk by Silvana Richardson, and she was talking about some of the problems with this one-size-fits-all model of inset. And she also talked about her experiences of leading a different type of professional development, which was based on some of the models that Michelle is going to talk about in a minute. And what's interesting about this, I think, now is that this was in 2011. The audience seemed quite interested and engaged and had a lot of questions, but a lot of people seemed quite unsure about how they could apply what Silvana was saying in their own schools. And around the same time, I read an article, a very interesting article by a teacher called Martin Lamb, which was called The Consequence of Inset. And he talked about a short in-service training program that he had delivered with some teachers in Indonesia. So I think he'd been there for a week working with these teachers. And a year later, he went back to find out how the teachers were getting on. And what he found out was a little bit depressing because he found out that most of the teachers had not changed their teaching in any way as a result of the training that they had received the year before. And there were he found many reasons for this, but I think that all of this made me question what I was doing as a trainer. At this time I was training teachers, but it didn't really make me change what I was doing because I wasn't sure how to. I carried on doing teacher training in the same way I had before, because although I think that my training was teacher-centered, as many of you are mentioning in the chat box at the moment, I would talk to the teachers about what they wanted to do. I tried to make sure they were the ones who were talking in the sessions. We were listening to each other, but it was still one size fits all because that's what I was being asked to do in the schools where I trained the teachers, and all the teachers had to attend the same training. That was the only option that we had. So I just wanted to clarify something. So I just mentioned that I tried to make my training learner-centered. So learner-centered approaches prioritize the learner and their needs. So as a teacher trainer, you can ask teachers what they want to learn about. Again, I saw someone mention this in the chat, maybe observe their classes to find out which things they need more help with. Perhaps speak to students to find out what they like about their classes or what they don't like. But then I would decide, based on this information, what we would cover in the training sessions, and all the teachers would do the same thing. But what Silvana Richardson has spoken about, and the thing that I didn't really understand how to implement, was a learner-led approach. So a learner-led approach allows the student, which in this case is the teacher, to take charge of their own learning. So with teacher-led development, rather than trainer-led development, the teacher identifies what they would like to improve or learn more about. And this is often based on a problem that occurs in their classroom or something specific that they would like to achieve in the classroom. And this means that all the teachers could be focusing on different areas of their teaching at the same time. So you might understand how I felt confused. This sounds quite daunting. But then I met Michelle. This is me and Michelle meeting. And Michelle is a YL specialist, and she was talking about inquiry-based learning, which I already knew a little bit about from my previous YL teaching and writing experience. But I wanted to know more about inquiry-based learning, so I took her online course. And just to make it clear, this course was about using an inquiry-based approach when teaching young learners. And I thought it might be useful for my writing because I write materials for young learners. But while I was doing the course, I started to think, and it seemed like this approach might be a good one for implementing teacher-led teacher development. So you are probably as confused as I was. So what is an inquiry-based approach? Michelle is going to explain what this is.
Yeah, okay, so let's dive into inquiry-based learning and see how we can use it for teacher development. So an inquiry begins with a question, with an essential question or a driving question, such as the one that we started this session with today. Now, do you remember what it was? I wonder if you can remember what our question was. It was on a pink slide, but I'm not going to test you on it. But you do get bonus points if you did remember. So our essential question for this session was, how can we provide effective and relevant teacher development for all teachers? So this would be our starting point for the inquiry. It then follows a series of stages where the learner, or in this case, the teacher is the learner, they choose a narrower focus to investigate. So something that's relevant to them. They do some research, they try to find some answers, they try things out in the classroom, make changes to their teaching, and then they present their findings. And this is called the inquiry cycle. So there are different models that we can follow, but this, what I'm going to share with you now, is the approach that Eloise and I are currently using across a 6-week cycle. So the first stage is to support teachers in identifying where they want to develop. They need to identify an aim which is as specific as possible, and it's related to a problem that they have in the classroom. So in this first stage, teachers come up with a series of questions that they need answers to, and then they start to plan how and where they can find answers, find information that will give them answers. So that's how we start. Then in the next stage, teachers do research with the aim of finding answers. So I can see Helene says it sounds a lot like action research, Elisa. But yeah, so action research is a part of this. It's just that the inquiry provides the structure for that action research. So this research that teachers will do could be by doing lots of things. It could be by reading books, reading articles, research papers. It could be watching webinars, attending workshops. It might be talking to other teachers in the staff room or online. And so on. So there are lots of different ways in which we can do research, finding out information. It could also involve talking to their students and delving deeper into the problems, really getting to grips with and identifying what the problem is in order to be able to solve it. So these first 2 stages with the questions and the research sometimes contain some toing and froing, that you can go back and forwards and backwards, and it's like a bit of a cycle, because while you're doing your research, you might find a new question to explore, or something that you learn might bring up further questions, or maybe something new happens in your classroom while you're doing this research, and this might change your thinking. So once they've done their research, then it's time for them to digest what they've learned and analyze this information, these findings, using their knowledge of their students, you know, everything, the context, the students themselves. And then it's time for them to plan some practical strategies for what they will do in the classroom based on what they've learned. So we've done some research, we've got some ideas about things we can try in the classroom. Then we work out what we're going to do in the classroom. And then ideally here, they will start to implement these strategies or techniques, whatever it is, in the classroom and record results. So observing students again and recording the results. And in this stage, it can really help if teachers share their findings and actions with each other. And then in the final stages, they reflect on what's happening in the classroom and make adaptations. Maybe they refocus depending on their needs. It's time for them to also think about how far they've managed to achieve their objectives, their aims from the beginning, and think about what else they could do. Again, we encourage sharing. We encourage sharing in all stages, to be honest. But here it's important to share and share experiences with other teachers. Share what worked, what didn't work. And then there's this final stage where we invite teachers to present their inquiry results, and then this cycle could begin again. So this is just a summary of how we are doing this type of teacher development. And now Eloise is going to give you some examples, I think, of how she's doing it.
Yeah, so I'm in Mexico. I'm not sure if I'd mentioned that at the beginning. I'm not sure if anyone here is in Mexico. I think most people are in Egypt, right? But so this picture is the school that I'm working with in Mexico. It's an international school, and I help the teachers at this school to integrate English into their subject classes. So I have there are lots of teachers at this school. It's a school where they have from kinder right up until, so kids from 3 to 18. So when I first started helping this school, I had a really big group of teachers, and they all taught different subjects. Some taught maths, history, science. They all taught in English, but they taught a subject. Some of the teachers were British, some were Mexican, and some are other nationalities as well. They all taught different age groups. Some of them taught more than one age group. Some of the teachers had taught English as a foreign language before becoming a subject teacher. Some had only taught their subject in the UK, and now they were teaching in an international school. Some of the teachers had lived in Mexico for a long time or were Mexican. Others had lived in Mexico for less than a year. And some could speak the learner's first language, which is Spanish, and some couldn't. So you can see that these teachers have a lot of differences between them. So I don't know why I was surprised that when I tried to deliver input sessions for these teachers, I noticed quite a few things. I noticed that some teachers weren't really paying attention. Some teachers didn't really have any idea what I was talking about. Some teachers didn't understand why it was important to integrate English into their subject classes. Some teachers were really interested. Some teachers already knew a lot about teaching children who didn't speak English as a first language. And there was one similarity between all these teachers, which was that they all had to attend training for 1 hour after school on Mondays. And it was always, well, it was usually the same training for everybody. So this was in 2022 that I started doing this. And it was, so this was kind of a bit before I had this idea with Michelle. So after I had this idea with Michelle, I spoke to the head of training at the school and told him about our idea to use inquiry-based approaches for teacher training. And I also wanted to make sure that the teachers I worked with were really interested in CLIL. So I asked if my training could be an option for teachers and not compulsory training. I didn't want to have all of the teachers in my group if they didn't want to be there. So as a result of that, the head of teacher training chose several different focuses for training. One of them was CLIL, which is the one that I'm helping the school with. And so now I have 8 teachers who've chosen to work with me. They're all from different departments, so they actually all still have the same differences between them from the big group that I mentioned just now. But because we're following the inquiry cycle that Michelle just outlined, this doesn't matter. The teachers are thinking about the problems that they have in class related to CLIL, and then choosing an area to research which could help them to solve that problem or improve it. So each teacher chooses what they want to focus on. So they've got 8 different topics. There's 8 different teachers and they have 8 different topics. At the moment, we're quite near the beginning of the inquiry, but I've already noticed some differences. The teachers have contributed a lot to short pieces of work I've asked them to do before our training sessions. They're much more engaged when I meet with them, and they seem much more motivated to work on this topic. They contact me sometimes outside of our training sessions to ask me things. They're also very keen to show me things. They show me their students' work. They show me exam papers. One of the teachers wants to help their students get better exam results. by focusing more on academic language. So all of this shows me that they're a lot more engaged in the topic. Of course, there are also difficulties, but I'm going to talk about those a bit later on. Michelle's just going to focus on some more of the benefits.
Yeah, because I think that this type of approach does have a lot of benefits. First of all, and this is something we've talked quite a bit about already, and I think in the chat, a lot of people have also mentioned this, that it's based around the teacher's needs and of course the learner's needs, because the teacher's needs are hopefully related to the learner's needs. Secondly, it's a process that's carried out over time. Well, we saw that it's a cycle, and teachers can actually go back over and over again to do a bit more research and work on the same thing if needed. They can make small changes and tweaks to their teaching. So this enables teachers to really immerse themselves in this topic that they've chosen and make real change, rather than, as often happens, you go to a workshop and you hear an idea and then you try it out in the classroom once and then that's it, and you kind of forget about it. And that kind of change doesn't, that kind of activity doesn't really lead to proper change, real change. Thirdly, it's ideally a collaborative approach where teachers work together to find solutions to their problems. Now, this collaboration is not limited to inquiry-based learning. There are other types of professional development where teachers are invited to work together and support each other. For example, in critical friends groups, that's another mode of teacher development. But the framework of the inquiry helps support teachers through this process. And it's based on a constructivist approach. So we aim to support teachers to build their own knowledge and strategies that will help them reach their goals. So it's about helping teachers make those connections so that the theory and the information or the examples fit their particular context. And that context may be very different to another teacher's. And finally, teachers have agency. Agency is a really powerful motivator. And let's face it, not all teachers are motivated to take part in service training. Different trainers and managers that I've spoken to have all said that that they ask teachers what they would like to focus on in training sessions, and they think this is really important. And they do this maybe by informal chats or sometimes through surveys and things like that. But I would go one step further and say that the more control teachers get over the focus of their training, the more likely they'll be motivated to explore it, particularly if the aim is to develop it over a sustained period of time. It's something that we want teachers to be working on throughout maybe the school year. So an inquiry-based approach can really empower teachers to take action because it's all on their terms. They're the ones who choose what to focus on. They do the research and they draw conclusions together. They work together to come up with solutions and ideas, which they then carry out in the classroom. So they're beginning this process of action and reflection, which inevitably leads to better outcomes for their students. And that brings me to my last point here. The students, that's another benefit. They're the ones who will really benefit from effective teacher development. So if we ensure that we put our teachers' needs first in our CPD programs, and we support them with leading their own CPD, their own development, then this will translate into the teacher doing the same in their classroom and putting their students' needs first.
So everything that Michelle has explained so clearly makes a lot of sense. But as I mentioned earlier, these ideas about learner-led teacher training, where the learners are the teachers, have been around for quite a while, but they still don't seem to be trickling down to a lot of schools. And when we ask teachers about the problems with the professional development that their school offers and how it might be improved, it never seems to move away from the fact it looks like an input session. So why is this? Let's just look at some of the obstacles that schools have towards adopting a more learner-led style of teacher training and some possible solutions towards this. So I think the first problem is the one that I just mentioned, which is that management don't have the time or the experience to consider how to change their CPD offering. So the training that the senior teachers or the trainers themselves are receiving is often in the same traditional model. So it's very difficult to envisage a different method. So, I mean, the solution to this is quite difficult. I think the only thing that we can do is to keep presenting these more student-led models and to keep providing information about them. It's a bit easier to do that these days through online and various different ways. So I think the more that we talk about this type of teacher development, the more likely it is that people will start to use it. Another problem is that, or a problem that people think that there is that there aren't enough more experienced teachers within the school to offer the type of guidance that's needed for this type of training. But in reality, the person who is guiding the teachers doesn't need to be an expert in the area that the teacher has chosen. They really just need to be someone who's good at encouraging, who's good at asking the right questions, because we have access to so much information online that we can access teachers in other institutions, we can access experts, we can find all the information that we want. So schools aren't limited by the knowledge of their own teaching staff anymore. They can ask whoever they like to help. The next problem is one that I think everyone will recognise, which is the lack of time to do this type of training or this type of development. Teachers need time to research, they need time to observe and reflect. And schools are often unwilling to pay for this time or put this time aside for teachers in the school day. And, you know, I think that teachers' time certainly needs to be valued and paid for. But even if you have in your school maybe 1 hour, like the school that I work in, they have a 1 hour slot provided for teacher training each week, which is usually an input session. Even just by giving this over to a more student-led way of learning can be beneficial. So instead of having, you know, a different input session every time, you can be working on your inquiry. Sometimes you have a session with a trainer, and sometimes that time is used for doing your research, for reflecting and things like that. Another problem is that teachers sometimes feel like this is more work because it's quite different to having to just listen passively to a talk or a workshop. But I think that teachers, I mean, it is more work, but it's, you know, it's much more motivating work if the areas that you're researching are of interest to you and you can see how it's helping you in the classroom. I think most teachers become very motivated when they see that what they're doing is helping their teaching. Another problem for managers, for trainers and managers is this feeling that maybe they're losing control because you know, they're not sure whether the teachers are doing it or not. You know, teachers have a lot more freedom to be researching, to be choosing what they're doing. And I think that there will always be some teachers who aren't motivated to take part in professional development, and it's up to individual schools how they deal with this. But I think this way of training makes this a lot more evident, because if you're just attending a more traditional style of inset session, teachers can tick that box even if they're not developing their teaching. So, I mean, you can go to all the training sessions, say, yeah, I went to the session, but you're not really listening or participating, or it's not actually changing anything about your teaching. Whereas with a teacher-led approach to teacher development, it's much clearer who is putting in the work and who isn't, and who is developing their teaching.
So let's go back to our essential question that we asked at the beginning of the session. How can we provide effective and relevant teacher development for all teachers? And the all is really important here, so I want you to keep that in your mind as well. I hope we've been able to answer this question in part, or at least start to think about the problem and possible solutions. So to sum up our beliefs, our answers to this question, we believe that a more teacher-led approach makes development more effective than trainer-led or institution-led training, for the reasons that we've presented in this session. Secondly, teachers need time to develop. So this does mean carving out some time in their schedule for this purpose, but also avoiding making it compulsory. We think that teachers should be able to decide when and how they will engage in their continuous professional development. Thirdly, we need to support teachers in taking ownership of their development. So we can guide them towards choosing specific areas if necessary. So for example, if you do observe teachers and you see that they need to work on certain areas, you can guide them towards those areas. But it should be the teacher's choice where possible. And finally, we need to consider the teacher's well-being and make sure that they're on board with this type of training, because if they don't want to do it, it's not going to work. So that's another thing to consider here. So we're coming to the end. We wonder if your ideas have changed at all during this session, or from what you were thinking at the beginning, and if your thoughts have changed at all by the end of the session now. So we've only got a couple of minutes, so I don't want to spend it doing this, but I would like you to go away after the session and think about this where possible. Now think about your ideas around this question, because before we do that, we have something to share. So we'd like to invite you to our free Facebook group called The Teaching Lab, Engage, Explore, Excel. So in this group, we are facilitating topic-based professional development through inquiry-based learning. So each cycle, we explained before, the moment they're 6 weeks long, we have a topic and a general question that we explore. And then the teachers in the group come up with their own more specific questions related to their own teaching, and which they explore through research and ideally interaction and collaboration. So you're very welcome to join us, and you can join here with this QR code. And I'm going to find the link for you as well, so that you can join that way too. Eloise, do you want to say something while I find the link to the Facebook group before we finish?
Yep.
Sorry, just need to find the link.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the things that Michelle and I have spoken about in this talk, I think sometimes trying to change the way we carry out teacher training can seem quite challenging at first, but I think just starting small and trying things out, and certainly joining some kind of community like our Facebook group, or talking to people who are doing this type of training as well, that can really help, just to get you started on doing this type of training. So yeah, it's just taking the first steps, I think.
I don't think we have time for questions, but if you do have any questions that you want to ask us, you can get in touch with us here at our email addresses. And yeah, follow us on social media. We're on LinkedIn. I've got a Facebook page as well. Always interested in connecting with teachers around the world. So we'd love to connect with you.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Eloise. It was a really wonderful and insightful session. You went through the problems, solutions. You offered lots of practical solutions to all of the problems you discussed. People really enjoyed it. So thank you a lot. Again, thank you for your wonderful contribution to the conference. I mean, Educast International Online Conference, and I'm really glad that you're part of this year. Yeah. So everyone, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat box. Or you can approach Michelle and Elise on social media on their accounts, and then you can ask them, and they will definitely help you. Theory and practice both. Yeah, very good. So this is what Dr. Helen Marshall said. So, and this leads us to our next presenter and the last of today's wonderful conference day. Yeah. So our last talk is about something really important, and maybe it was mentioned lots of time today in the chat box. Today's last talk is about creating fertile spaces for educator empowerment, flipped professional development. And this talk will be presented by Dr. Helen Marshall, who is a retired professor of education and director of language education programs in USA, where she taught courses in linguistics and multicultural education in face-to-face, blended, and synchronous online formats. Her research interests include culturally responsive sustaining education, instructional design, and flipped learning. Her most recent book is Meeting the Needs of SLIFE, or no, not Selfie, SLIFE, A Guide for Educators, second edition, co-authored with A. DiCapua and F.L. Tang. Dr. Marshall has developed a model of online flipped learning, and her most recent article on that topic is the Synchronous Online Flipped Learning Approach, an 8-step learning cycle for digital age pedagogy, advances in online education, a peer-reviewed journal, co-authored with Kofta. So, Dr. Helen, I hope that you can hear me. I'm going to make you a co-host. And I hope that I pronounced the names correctly. So yes, Dr. Helen, you're now a co-host. You can turn on your video, and yes, you can use the breakout. So I can help you with that.
Okay, I just have to say, Marwa, contact me later because you presented on SOFLA. We should talk. Okay, first of all, I want to thank Mohammed Nabil for inviting me. We've been doing LinkedIn messages for months, trying to organize this whole thing for me to participate. And I said as late as possible, I'm 7 hours behind you. But the fact is I'm last today, so I think I'm the only thing standing between you and dinner. So I'll try to keep you engaged. All right.
Yeah, I've been here since 6 o'clock.
Yeah. So maybe, I don't know if you eat at that time, or maybe just, end your work day or whatever. Okay. So I need to tell you in advance, everybody, this is a big group, but you're not going to sit and get. This is a series of tasks, because what I'm going to do is have you do SOFLA. Okay. So I'm not going to talk about it. I've done that a million times. I'm going to do it with you, okay? So the first question I need the answer to is in the chat. Now, most of the things I ask you to do are not going to be in the chat because we're going to another location to do our work, all right? But in the chat, I would like you, please follow directions, really important, okay? Put, if you have heard of SOFLA, you don't have to have presented on it, but if you've heard of it and you kind of know what it is. I'm not going to make you accountable for your answer. But what I'd like you to do, if you haven't, don't do anything. If you have heard of it, I need you to put in the chat the word yes, but not in English. Put yes in any language you want, and don't put no. If it's no, don't write anything. Only write if you heard of it. In any language but English, not English, some other language. Write yes. There we go, Ahmed, okay. Any language not English. Okay. So thank you for that. All right, it looks like a good number of you have heard of this before, but a good number have not also. Notice what I asked you to put in the chat. One of the things in professional development is think out of the box, think of a different way instead of just write yes, or make a check, So you just have to always just tweak things a little bit. It will keep everyone engaged. That's a big factor, because if they're not engaged, you might as well go home and pack up. Okay, so now I'm going to show you my title slide, and we're going to be navigating the slide deck and the other location. We have to go to another location shortly. All right, so I'm going to share my screen here. And now sorry, you have my video there, so you don't need two of me. Okay. All right. I just want to see what happened to the Zoom box. So it went down at the bottom. I see. Okay. All right. Okay. So my title is Creating Fertile Spaces for Education, Educator Empowerment, Flip Professional Development. So a couple of things about the title. Creating fertile spaces is my mantra. And whenever I train on anything, whether it's my culturally responsive stuff or my tech stuff, it's all the same. You're trying to create fertile spaces. I think we focus as educators too much on meeting standards, following a curriculum, but covering it and delivering instruction. Our biggest job is to create fertile spaces in our professional development and in our direct service teaching. So what do I mean by that? Well, first of all, Bloom's taxonomy, the top is to create. And we want the students to get to the top and create, right? Projects or whatever they're going to create, but we need to be creators too, all right? So you need to start thinking of yourself as creating, okay? And then spaces is important for us now because we know that our spaces can include a physical classroom, it can include the entire community and the neighborhood of the students, or it can be entirely in cyberspace. So we have many options for spaces. But what I really want to focus on today is this word fertile. When you think of fertile, what do you think of? This you can put in the chat. What do you associate with the word fertile? Put anything, first thing you think of, one word. What do you think of for fertile? Put the words, one word. This is English, by the way. Fertile. Other ideas? What's a fertile space? Okay, these are really interesting. A lot of them are abstract, okay? Think about a plant, okay? Think about a plant. So if the soil is fertile, right, it helps things grow, right? So what we want to do is provide enrichment. We want to provide sunshine, right? We want to provide a a soil that is designed for growth. So what does that mean? We're creating conditions for learning, and then the learning will be fertile. So I'm going to give you 3 words to describe what fertile spaces are like online, because that's my work today. All right, so they have to be, I'm putting this in myself so you have it. All right, that's it. So everything that you do must have those 3 characteristics: structured, interactive, and multimodal. And SOFLA does that in all 8 steps. All right. The next point I need to make is flipped professional development. Have any of you ever participated in a flipped professional development? You could just put yes in the chat if you have. Has anyone done that? Had a flipped for PD? It's not that common. The point I'm making is most of you haven't, okay? I believe that unless you flip professional development, your educators come in a passive mode. They come in and they sit down and they go, okay, give me my professional development. But I don't do it that way. I give them something ahead of time. I usually record a little video of myself ahead of time that they have to watch. I might send them an article, or in your case, I asked you to grab a sticky in Miro. So I don't know how many of you saw the 3-minute promo video, but I gave you the pre-work, which is the first step. All right. Okay, now we go to the next slide. So this slide is just a summary of what I sent originally for this presentation. All right. And it's basically what I just said. All right. This is going to be a demonstration of SOFLA. You're actually going to be going through it. Okay. And there's one thing there I haven't mentioned. Everything else I've mentioned, but I didn't mention Shack. Shack comes from my very dear, wonderful friend, Khalid Fethi, who lives in Barkan in Morocco. And he came up with this wonderful peer feedback protocol that we won't really have time to do today, but I encourage you to use it with your students, and we can learn more about that at another time. Okay, so now we do step 1. We're just going to go through the steps. Are you ready? Now, everybody is not going to do it because there are, how many? 80 people here. We can't handle 80, but I need at least 15 to actually do each task. You don't have to do each one, but as long as I get a bunch of people doing each one, you'll get the hang of it. So the first task is the pre-work. So we have to pretend that you came here and you've already done it. All right. So you don't do the pre-work when you're meeting with people, like I'm meeting with you now. All right. So we have to assume and say that you did this ahead. So what is your task? You're going to go to Miro, and you can use the QR code to get there, but I will also give you a link to Miro, and I'm also going to give you a link to I'm going to also give you a link to 2 locations. All right. That's a link. Fliplearning.org is for learning about flip learning. And the other is the Miro board. Okay, so now I'm going to go into Miro with you. Okay. There you are. Okay. All right.
So everyone in the chat box, there is a link. Could you please click on it?
Okay, so does everyone now see the Miro board? So what you're going to do is you're going to get a sticky note, and you can see where the sticky is over there on the left. Sticky note, get a sticky note, follow the directions, because we're going to do this in a certain way. And then if you want to see it larger, you go down here to the, plus or minus. I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger. So if you go down to the bottom right, you want to see it bigger, you can see it bigger. All right, 6 words, remember. 6 words. Pick a sticky and put it up on the board. Okay? Something that resonates with you about education that you want to share with this group. You'll see I did flipping instruction creates fertile spaces. That was mine. Okay? So let's get a few more stickies up. If you've never
Dr.
used
Helen,
Miro, if you've never
yeah,
used Miro, if you've never used Miro, I encourage you to do it.
Dr. Helen, are you sharing the screen?
Miro is a lot of fun, you know?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Are you
People are
there?
asking whether you're sharing the screen or not. Yeah, we're all there. So I just want to tell the people that they have to click on the sticky note and then do another click on the screen to place it.
Yeah, we can look at it. So you write inside the sticky. You click on the sticky and then you write on it. You get a sticky and then you write. Keep going. Let's get some more ideas. Let's get some good ideas here. No, you can't do this on the phone. If you're doing it on the phone, you won't be doing any of these. All right. Let's get some more. So the nice thing about Miro is it's an infinite board. You can have sections. So you can see I've got this section here, and then I have another section for when you come out of your breakouts. And then I have a reflection at the end. It's all set up ahead. All right, grammar should be taught in context. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hooray! That's what I want to see. Okay, understanding student psychology makes learning effective. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Okay. All right. You know, giving a certain number of words for this for people really structures it for them. It helps them think because they have to be concise and they have to get their point across without going on and on and on. So I like to do that kind of activity. All right. I don't want to spend any more time on this, but just to tell you that theoretically, they would have done the Miro board before they come to see me. And the question I asked was very general. You could do a more specific question based on your professional development plans, but you always want to have them come in, then they come in and they say, oh, look at the Miro board, look what this put, look what that person put. Okay, so now I'm going to take you, keep working on the board, and I'm going to take you back to the PowerPoint. We're going to go back and forth. All right, so now that's done. Now they come to class. That was before class. So now they come to class to sign in. When they sign in, then they put something on the board by either putting it there on their own or commenting on someone else. Okay. And you can't make it a question that everyone put the same answer. You have to put a question, everyone's going to come up with something different. So for our purposes, I'm going to ask you to do an emoji or a brief comment, on the stickies that people put up. Okay. Now, if you look in Miro, I'm going to go back to Miro. I'm going to go back and forth. Okay. So if you look in Miro, over here are stickies. Stickies. Okay. I mean, not stickies, emojis. And then under the emojis are comments. And you can put a comment. So go over to somebody's that you like. Go over to someone that wrote something that you resonates with you and leave them Next to them, leave them a comment or an emoji, okay? So just read the board, read what other people put. And a nice thing about this activity is it forces everyone to see what everybody else is thinking, right? So you always want to have everything transparent and collaborative. So put an emoji next to something like, you know, a smiley face if you like what they said. Or you can put a comment, and they're over on the left, emojis and stickers and comments. So this is the sign-in activity, okay? And now when I usually do it, I ask people to write their name, but you don't have to do your name because this is a conference, okay? But in the sign-in activity, normally they write their name, but you give them some reason to look at other people, what other people put, okay? That way we're all on the same page about what people think. So thank you for those of you that have put a little something next to people's comments. I'm looking for my own. I don't see it right now somewhere. It's somewhere. Okay. All right. Yeah, you're getting the idea. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Very nice. I don't know where mine went, disappeared. Okay. It's okay. All right. So so now we're going to back to the PowerPoint. There's bells and whistles here, so bear with me. All right. So so that's the sign-in. And the sign-in is not you start class. When they come into class, they should see the directions for the sign-in and follow them because they need ownership. All right. And the next step, third step, is what I call whole group application. This is the time when it's very dangerous because as a teacher, you want to teach them, but you've already done the teaching in the video or the article they read or whatever they did. That was the teaching. Now you're having them apply what they learned. So in our case, take a look at what I'm going to ask you to do. I want you to, among you, discuss and move the idea stickies to organize them in a meaningful way. Form categories, larger concepts. You're essentially making a graphic organizer of what everybody put on Miro. Okay, so look at all the ideas and then group them according to what they're addressing about education and see if you can make an organizer. So this is collaborative, so you can all work together to do this. And as I said, there are 80 people here, so it's not everybody isn't going to be moving these things around, but you can also use the chat if you want. Yeah, it's sort of like Jamboard, but it's 10 times better. Jamboard's going out of business, so you have to find an alternative. There won't be any Jamboard, by the way, in case anyone didn't know that. Okay, all right. So you're going to move them around and see where they fit. All right, some of them need to be expanded and zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Okay, so see if you can put them in categories. All right, we need to move. Some people put things that are blocking. Okay. So understanding students' psychology probably wouldn't be grouped with grammar to be taught in context. That's kind of doesn't go together. So you think to yourself, which ones go together? You grab it and move it. Grab the sticky and move it around where you think they go together. The ideas. Where do the ideas go together? Oh, I finally found mine. It's too small now because some of these others are too big. Yeah, it's interesting the size because if I blow it up, then some of these are really big. Let me get these down. I wasn't thinking about size when I did this. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll make mine a little bigger. Oh, I've locked mine. Okay. You can't move mine because I locked it, or maybe I'll unlock it just for you guys. Okay. Okay, I unlocked it. You can move it now. You can move mine around now if you want. Move it around. See what I'm doing? I'm moving the sticky around. All right. So the idea behind this is that you would come up with, they have to read and understand all these concepts in order to create a graphic organizer. And I'm doing this with you on basic principles of education, but when you do your PD, it's going to be narrower. It's going to be in your area of whatever you're doing with those educators. So things that go together should be grouped together. It looks like we don't have too many people who made stickies. Okay. Is this difficult for you? Okay, it could be. We're going to bring these things over here because we're over here now. Okay. All right. So the idea is they would make a graphic organizer. All right. Collaborative learning environment, not just how and what we teach, why we teach certain topics, flipped learning. Okay, let's put flip. I'm trying to help you here. So let's put flipped learning over near collaborative. All right. What else goes together? Certain topics. Grammar should be taught in context. Doesn't seem to be linked to anyone. Is that all we have, or am I missing? Oh, here's one over here. Understanding student psychology. Where do you think that goes? All right. So because this is a conference and I have limited time, I want to make sure that you get the idea of this step. The idea of this step. Oh, if you're on your phone, oh Lord, you can't be on your phone and do my stuff. Okay. Understanding student psychology is going to be maybe over here. Maybe you'll have socio-emotional would be a category. Maybe another one would be interactive learning would be a category. And maybe another one would be language focus, comments about language focus. All right. I hope everyone kind of gets the idea. So students work collaboratively. And if you've never used Miro before, it can be a little overwhelming, but the thing to remember is you can make it larger or smaller, and you can adjust anything on there, and you can add emojis and you can add comments. Okay, so now keep working, by the way. Keep working. You don't need to stop because we need the Miro board. So if you're just now ready to post your 6 words, you can still post your sticky and you can still move the stickies around, okay? But we're going to go on to the next step. Now, the next step is, breakouts. So after the after your teachers, your educators have created collaboratively, if you're doing it in person, you can do it on a big, I just did one with an entire wall was a whiteboard, and we were able to work with that. Or you can do an electronic board if you're teaching online. So the next thing is they're ready to go off on their own. So you ask them to pick a concept that they want to design an activity for to demonstrate that concept. And you send them to breakout rooms. Now, I had asked if we're allowed to do that because what I wanted to do was create breakout rooms. Here we go, breakout rooms. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to let participants share rooms, and we're going to create rooms. I don't know about 17 rooms, but I'm going to just make 10 rooms. Okay, so I'm creating the rooms, and I'm going to name the rooms grammar, and then flipped. I just want to give you an idea of what this is, what this looks like. I'm going to do socio-emotional. I'm creating the room, so you could be able to go to one of these rooms. And the other is topics of interest for students. What else is up there? Student psychology. And you're going to design an activity for your professional development to help teachers get to an understanding of what it is you're talking about. Okay, collaborative environment. All right, what else? What did I miss here? Grammar, topics. What else? I'm looking around for more stickies. All right, well, we can just have more than one room for each. Okay. All right. So for now, you're confused. I haven't set up the rooms yet. I'm working on the rooms. Okay. So I'm going to open the rooms and you can choose a room. So you choose your own room and you go by the name of the room. Okay. Do you all see the rooms now? The choices? Do you see the rooms?
So everyone, you have to scroll down. You have to scroll down to find
All
the
the way
rooms
down,
below.
go all the way down and you'll see join. So I created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them with names and the other 4 are wide open. You just come up with an activity. You can look at the stickies yourselves. Just go into a room and the task is to design. You're going to design an activity, a PD activity that illustrates or helps teachers understand that concept. All right, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Pick a room, the one that interests you. Pick a room and go. Just click join. Everybody click join. It's a little blue. If you've never done breakouts in Zoom, now you will. You click join. And you'll go in a room and you'll see other people and you can say, oh, this room is socio-emotional. What's a good activity to help teachers understand the importance of socio-emotional learning? Something like that, okay? So just join. And I'll bring you back in 5 minutes. What you have to do is put the activity on the Miro board. Okay? There they go. There you go. Okay. Now I'm going to send a broadcast message. Okay, there we go. All right, so 5 minutes and then we'll come back. I'll bring them back. Everyone went to grammar. Okay. Okay. All right. I see some of you have old versions. They have old versions of Zoom, and that means they can't select. You have to have an up-to-date Zoom in order to do it. That's what's preventing this. So I have to put them in. They're not going to get a choice. I hope they're not all on their phones. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think most of them are using the phones.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what hinders this.
yeah, that kind of doesn't work with my style of interacting. It's okay. They'll still get the idea. It's all right. I
Yeah.
had no idea they'd be on their phone. I don't know. I guess I don't do conferences on my phone. It's okay. Live and
fine.
learn. I'm not upset at all. They'll learn just 8 steps. Okay. It's fine. I put them all in a room. Okay. Everyone's in a room now. Okay. So some of them came just to listen to lectures, and I don't do that. Okay. All right. Post your PD activity. All right, let's go back and see what the Miro board looks like. People are putting grammar over here. You need an activity. We're not using the stickies now over the same stickies. You're getting a new sticky and you're going to put it in the share out area. I'm just moving these all over, get them out of the way. Think of a PD activity. You're all interested in PD. You just heard Michelle and Eloise. They did a great job talking about the PD. How would you follow? What activity might you do to help people understand about following through after training? What would you do to encourage them? Not something. Okay. All right. They can't hear me, obviously. Okay. There we go, the auction activity. Okay. I'm just looking at the Miro board. Okay, the grammar one. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, we're going to close the rooms in 1 minute. Okay. All right. I'm trying to close the rooms and it won't let me. Okay. Welcome back. So I wanted you to get the feeling of what this is. When you go into a breakout room, let me go back to my PowerPoint. Okay. When you go into a breakout room, the students need to be given a task, very structured task, and they have to be accountable. So you have to make sure that there's something they put up on the Miro board or wherever it is you're using, so they share it. And there's a space that you make for sharing. And when they share, then what you do is you go to the step number 5 of SOFLA, 5, which is called share out. So each group came up with an activity. Somebody put, if you're looking at the Miro, someone put a Hawaiian skirt on auction, okay? They would explain their activity. They would say, here's what we mean by Hawaiian skirt and auction, okay? And that's where Shaq comes in right here, is peer feedback on what people did in their breakouts when they come back to share out, all right? You know how usually when people share, no one listens to anyone else? But if you use Khaled Fethi's share feedback model, share, help, ask, and comment, then you know that everybody is going to get some feedback on their breakout, okay? So now I'm going to go to the next step, and the next step is the most important step, except for the pre-work, okay? So preview and discovery, that's a chance to get them motivated and ready to do the assignment that you're going to give them. So the first 5 steps are about one lesson, right? One lesson. The next is looking forward to the next lesson. So it's preview. So I'm going to show you our preview is going to be the video I made of SOFLA. It's a very short video. You're going to watch the video. We're all going to watch it together. And what you're going to do is think about which step of SOFLA do you think is the hardest to implement? Which step of SOFLA is the hardest to implement?
I just got a psychic reading done and I'm literally shaking. The reading I got was done through California Psychics. For those of you who don't know, California Psychics is a website that you go on and you can scroll through literally every psychic you could ever want and need and see reviews for all of them.
Hello, I'm Helene Marshall, and I'm here to tell you about SOFLA. This is SOFLA. It's the synchronous online flipped learning approach, and it has 8 steps. We're going to look at each step very quickly. These are the 8 steps in the cycle. Here they are, and we're going to look at each one. Let's begin with number 1, the pre-work. Okay. The pre-work can be video lessons or shared readings. What you're doing is giving explicit instruction that you're providing asynchronously. 3 characteristics that this instruction should have: structured, interactive, and multimodal. You target questions that are embedded into the video or into the reading and make sure that you have interaction and activities along the way at points so that students do not lose focus. Then you're going to download the data. Whatever you get from the students will help inform your instruction so that you can clarify misconceptions later, as we will see when we get to the other steps. We now go to step 2, which is the sign-in. Now we're in class. So the synchronous class starts with a sign-in, and this can be any type of prompt that can relate back to the video or back to the reading, back to the pre-work. Whatever it was they were supposed to learn, this is to find out if they got it. But your question has to be something that will have multiple responses from students, not a single response. Everybody's going to have something different. I also put an example there from the affective domain because every now and then that's more important. So it doesn't always have to be about the pre-work. When they sign in, they sign their name. This is a way to take attendance. This is a way to get them there on time. This is also a kickoff that begins with students, not with the teacher. Step 3 is whole group. You remember I mentioned clarifying. This is a chance to clarify misconceptions from the pre-work. This is teacher-led but not teacher-centered, so you're guiding from the side, and what you're doing is moving deeper into the content or clarifying the content, and the students collaboratively create a product, create something that they are going to work on together with the teacher, correcting, guiding, and nudging. They can be using a whiteboard, they can be talking, but it's the whole class participating, not just a few people. Then we move on to the breakouts. Now they're ready to go out on their own. So you put them into groups. This is similar to in-class instruction, and it depends on how you want to group them, what it is they're doing, but make sure that they produce a product and that they're accountable, because otherwise they can use their time not so wisely, and we want them to stay on task. Then they come out of the breakouts and they're going to share. So there are different ways to share. If they all did the same activity, just have maybe one group share. If they all did different activities, you need more time for the share out, and each group needs to share what they did. They're pieces of a puzzle. What I use for the share out is that everyone else who was listening or watching during the sharing is now going to be using the SHAC technique: share, help, ask, and comment, for the peer feedback piece. Then we go on to step 6. The lesson is essentially completed at this time. There are 3 more steps, but the 3 final steps focus on either looking forward or looking back. But the lesson now has taken its course. So preview and discovery. This step, very important because it ensures they're going to do the pre-work. What do? Well, you take a look at the textbook or take a look at a piece of the video. You get them interested, you get them involved. You might pose a problem that they're going to have to address that you know they're not quite ready to, but it piques their curiosity. You can pre-teach a concept or a term, get them dipping toes in the water to the next assignment. Anything that gives them motivation or curiosity is what you're going to do in step 6. You decide what you think is the most compelling. You can also informally assess where they are with their prior learning on what's coming up next in your class.
Then you give the explicit instructions. This is pretty much the same as you would in an in-person class, except that you have to be even more explicit online. And you map it out in the synchronous session. You also post it in your LMS, wherever you keep your assignments. You also send out an announcement and maybe even a reminder just the day before. That's the assignment instructions, step 7. And finally, we come to step 8, which is a reflection. They're reflecting with their name on whatever sticks with them from that class. So they're going back now to take a look at what they did that day in class, the whole thing, the whole lesson, and they pick one takeaway. All right? That's the last step. That's it. Thank you. And we are done.
Going from survival mode my whole life to having enough money to like take my kids on vacation. I had no idea how to run a business. I didn't know what quotes were. I didn't know anything.
Sorry. Okay. So we just did the preview and discovery. Okay. What I did with you was show you a very short SOFLA video to give you an idea of SOFLA. So put in the chat, which step is the hardest step? Everybody put in a step they think is the hardest step. You just heard me do all 8 steps. Which step is the hardest? Put it in there. What do you think is the hardest for you to implement of the 8 steps of SOFLA? So write the name of the step. You think step 6 is hard? It is, yeah. You have to decide what you want to preview with them. But you know, the reason 6 is important is there's a flaw in flipped learning because a lot of students don't do, or educators don't do the flipped piece. They just come to your session. But this helps get them do the next session because you're going to give them ideas that they want to learn more. Okay, now I'm going to go to the next step. All right, assignment instructions. This is your assignment. Here's what you have to do. So the assignment instructions, which is step 7, here you go. I'm going to give you your assignment. Here it is. Just a minute. I'm going to get it now. You're either going to watch a video or you're going to read an article. So you either read the article or you watch the video. It's not the same video. It's a longer video. I just showed you the quick one. There's a longer video. Watch the longer video, read an article. And that's number 1, number 2. And what's the third one? The third one is what Michelle and Eloise were talking about. You're going to try it out. You're going to actually do it, implement it. You're going to do SOFLA. Try it. Try doing SOFLA. That's my assignment for you, okay? And the last step is reflection. So reflection is to go to the Miro board and you're going to take a sticky and write one thing from my session that you're going to take with you. One thing about SOFLA from this PD experience. So here's your last chance to use Miro. So go to the Miro board, grab a sticky, find the reflection area. There's a place where you can reflect. And you just take a sticky and post your reflection. If you can't find the place, just post it anywhere. Okay? So post your takeaway from this session, and then that's it. I have one more slide, but we went through the whole model. All right, so now you should have a good idea. You should have a good idea of what's happening. Post your reflection. What are you taking away from today? I'm completely lost my place here. All right, wait a second. There it is. Okay, reflection area. Okay. The 8 steps of SOFLA is what you take away. Okay. Now, if anyone puts great session, learned a lot, I erase it because your reflection has to be specific. It has to be specific. So if they just say, I learned a lot today, you don't let them do that. they have to tell you what specifically they're taking with them. So grab a sticky. What are you taking with you from my session? Besides the fact that using a phone doesn't work when you're working with Dr. Marshall. Okay, now I'm going to give you my final slide and then I'm out of here. All right, so synchronous online flip learning approach. Contact me. That's my email, and I'm going to give you my email and my website. I'm also going to give you, all right, so this gives you a document. See where it says links document? You go to that document, all the resources on SOFLA are there, and I keep it updated. So you can go to that document and you'll have everything you need about SOFLA, all the rubrics and checklists and everything. You can also email me and go to my website. And I am done. So thank you very much. I hope you learned SOFL a little bit by getting your hands dirty trying to do it. Okay. Thank you. And I'm sorry if there are
thanks a lot, Dr.
who
Helen.
couldn't participate. If there are people who couldn't participate, I apologize for that. Okay. Mohammed?
Yeah, we know why, some technology issues, the use of cell phones and all of that, all of that was an obstacle, right, in the phases. But anyway, it was a great talk. It was a great workshop about the SOFLA approach. And I'm really honored to, I was really honored to have you as a partner of success to this conference. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, your voice is clear.
Okay, good. Oh, yes. I thought that there was something wrong. Okay, very good. So thanks a lot, Dr. Helen, for your valuable contribution. And by this, we end our first day of the Educast International Conference 2024. And let me say something for those who are asking about the certificates of participation. You'll all get this. All the conference attendees will get a certificate of participation after day 2, but this will take at least a week for them to get prepared because I do everything by myself. But anyway, you will get them on your emails, on your email addresses. And let me tell you something before you go, because I know that it has been a long day and you're tired, but again, we're waiting for you tomorrow. So let me just tell you something here. Yes, here is the feedback form that you have to fill out in order to get your certificate of participation. Make sure that you fill it out once, okay? And yeah, don't forget to do this. Everything is being recorded. Everything is on YouTube, on our channel. Everything is good. So yes, you can get access to all of the presentations from the pre-conference day 1 till the end of the conference on our YouTube channel, Educast.eg or Educast.eg. So as we bring the curtain down on the first day of the Educast International Online Conference 2024, let's take on together, from insightful talks and engaging workshops to vibrant discussions and shared experiences. We've delved into the heart of education, exploring innovative approaches, igniting new ideas, and forging connections that transcend borders. Today, we've been inspired by the passion of educators, the power of collaboration, the boundless potential of education. But this is just the beginning. As we embark on day 2, remember, learning never stops. The connection you've made better, and your voice matter. So let's carry the momentum of day 1 forward, embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, and continue to make a difference in the lives of our learners. So thanks everyone for your attendance today. And Looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Cairo time. No, Miss Sameh, only once.